Oh, what the? Which? This is display capture 4. Wait, what the hell? Okay. Display capture. No, just do the existing one. There we go. There we go. Put the video in front of it. There we go. So you're gonna die today. You gotta conquer the monster in your head, and then you fly, phoenix fly. Something you and I go bury your demon. Oh, man. The secrets. Fly, fly, phoenix fly. God, my left arm keeps hurting. Just keeps pulsing. Pulse, throbbing. It's like, just... God, for some reason, I don't know why. It just, sometimes it does. So weird. I feel like it doesn't more when I go outside. But, oh, I need to... Kiwi. Fly, phoenix fly. Something you and I go bury your demons and tear down the ceiling. Phoenix fly. Hurts. Oh, whatever. Alright. Guys, guess where I went? Wow. Tijuana. Oh, wait, no. It says await. Let's say await. I know why it says await. Because you gotta wait an absurdly long amount of time at Taco Bell. They don't, I'll throw that away later. They don't, it's such a long wait over there at freaking Taco Bell. I ordered on the app, and I ordered on the app before I left my house, or right when I left my house. I ordered on the app because I'm like, okay, by the time I get there, they'll be done with my order. On my way there, I hit every single red light possible. There's like, so I'm mostly going through like residential areas or like side streets, but there are still like intersections. I hit 4 red lights in a row. And so I'm sitting there, I have to wait like a full like minute and a half, 2 minutes at each one. I'm on my skateboard, but I'm still affected by the red lights. Anyway, yeah, it's just stupid. So anyway, then I get there, and I'm worried. I'm like, oh my god, they already make my order? You know, it's really late. You know, whatever, right? Because I'm bored. I'm impatient, right? Taco Bell's just down the street from me, but it's like 4 intersections I gotta go across. So. Anyway, so they weren't even done with my order. It said the order was being made, but I ordered 1 burrito and a drink, and they didn't have it done in time, and I saw the wait in the store, and actually it took me like 10 minutes to get there after I had placed my order, and it still took them an extra like 5 minutes once I was in the store in order to make the food for me. 1 burrito. They just need to make 1 burrito. It's like 30 seconds for them. It took them 15 minutes. So, anyway, I don't blame the workers. They're really understaffed over there. So as is everywhere. It's because these companies don't want to pay their employees, so nobody wants to work. So why would anybody work $15 an hour at a Taco Bell when you can be making six figures in the IT industry? So it's like, anyway, I got a, it's kind of melting now. Great. Decided to come home with it. Don't need to subject you guys to that. Huey, hey, you are wet. You're all wet. Oh, that's sour. I got a Baja Blast Freeze. It was my birthday reward on Taco Bell. So it's my birthday, and I got a notification. They're like, "Oh, hey, Big Pasta, it's your birthday. Come celebrate with a free Mountain Dew Freezy." I'm like, okay, cool. So, I mean, it was like a couple weeks ago that I got the notification. So it expired today. So I went out and got it. And I got a burrito while I was there. But, yeah, it's their birthday gift to me. My birthday's in October. They gave me a birthday present. It was funny because I got this for my birthday, which I guess is in April. And then this morning I was like, oh, I gotta go on the app on my phone to get my birthday gift from Taco Bell, right? My April birthday gift. And then I'm looking through my notifications, and Auntie Anne's Pretzels sent me a notification. Happy birthday, Big Pasta! Celebrate your birthday with with a free pretzel. Thinking, damn, it's my birthday every day. Apparently, like, you know, I just one birthday after another. You know. So apparently my birthday is in April for Taco Bell. My birthday is in May for Auntie Anne's Pretzel, because they are like, oh, you know, your birthday's coming up. So I'm assuming I put it for May something. Man, I can't wait till June for my birthday again, you know, and then July, and then August. My birthday just keeps on coming. A couple months ago, I got birthday gifts for like February. So from just, this is what I do. This is what I do. Whatever app I sign up on, that's like, oh, we'll give you a birthday gift. I always put a different birthday, like for a different birthday month. This is a nice treat. Because think about it. If I have like 10 different apps, like 10 different food places that I'm subscribed to that give birthday gifts, and if I put my real birthday for all of them, or relatively my real birthday, right, like October, then that means I would get 10 different free things just in October, and then nothing for the rest of the year. Well, what a boring year. So this way, you know, if I have 10 different things, I put one thing for a different month each month. And that way, spread out all throughout the year, every year, I just get like this little trickle of free goodies. So it's nice. It's nice, you know, it's nothing special, but it tastes better because it's my birthday. It tastes better because it was a birthday gift from Taco Bell. How nice of them. How nice of them to give me a little early birthday present. I mean, guys, it's 6 months early, but you know, you shouldn't have. So anyway, it's my birthday today. It's my birthday today, and also like 2 weeks from now, I think it's my birthday, and then about a month and a half from now, it's also gonna be my birthday. So you guys better wish me a happy birthday every single time. That's what you do. That's what you do, right? My whole shtick about lying on the internet is is really bleeds over to this, right? I was talking yesterday about how um I could fake, doing being like an ambitious gold seeker or whatever when I'm talking to people on the internet or whatever it is. It's that mentality kind of bleeds over to the apps, right? It's like, is it gonna be? Do I? I could put my real birthday, or I could have more fun. Put a fake birthday, right? It's like you're putting a different date for a birthday, right? Because why? I didn't choose to be born in October. Why can't I enjoy a freezy? Why can't I enjoy a Mountain Dew freezy when summer's coming, right? Summer's coming up. Why do I have to wait until the brisk, cool breeze of autumn in October to have a Slurpee, right? To have a free Slurpee. I didn't choose this, right? Any cold beverages or cold food items that I'd get as a birthday reward will go unappreciated if I'm getting them in October. But if I get them in April or June or August, then it's the heat of the summer and I'm gonna appreciate it more, right? Some of the apps you can change. You can actually change when your birthday is. So, like, they don't let you do it like every month, but it's like I could do it for October, and then I could do it for April, and then I could do it for October again. Or I can make multiple accounts, and then each account will give me a free thing. So I haven't done that before. I haven't made the multiple accounts before, just because it's too much to keep track of, right? Because I forget about it, right? I'm not gonna think once a month like, oh, it's a new month. Better check my 10th spam account for another birthday reward for Del Taco. It's like, I'm not gonna do that, right? Del Taco gives milkshakes, actually. Your choice of a regular sized milkshake at Del Taco, so that's nice. Anyway, Taco Bell made money off of me because I bought one of their burritos. Just because I woke up today, I was starving. I was so hungry. And I hit every red light. And I got to Taco Bell, starving, and they still aren't done with my order yet. So I'm super impatient, right? No, anyway, I got the guy gave me the burrito, but I was still waiting on my icy here, and I was tempted just to just tear apart the bag and just eat the burrito like right there at the pickup counter while I was waiting for my drink. Like I was that hungry. But, COVID. Can't do that. Gotta make sure I get it out of there. Don't want to take my mask off in an indoor set place like that, especially at a pickup counter where there's gonna have been a lot of people and stuff. Hmm. No, this is gonna keep happening. Oh boy! Oh boy! Oh, there we go. You guys got to see the glitched out cat. Stupid thing. I'm not even doing anything. It just does that. Oh, Anyway, I'm in my day clothes. Hope you guys are having a good Saturday. I hope you guys are having a good Saturday. I do apologize for getting on the stream late. There we go. Hey, that works out pretty well. Well, I like that. I like that. Look at that. This is actually, like, it just, fitting the webcam here just works out perfectly. It's so perfect. Oh my gosh, because my second monitor that I'm screen sharing, it's just the right amount. It's just the right size. It's just the right size. You can. Oh my gosh, guys, it's not too big. It's not too small. It's just right. Just like Goldilocks. My hero. Anyway. What I like about Saturdays is the California Lottery. Brought to you by Best Buy. Brought to you by Walmart. Statewide COVID information for the freaking lottery. Anyway, the Super Lotto, which I normally play, which has the best odds out of the three of these. Some person won the Powerball. Oh my god. Some person won, not in California, but this is the nationwide one. It's like all across America. People are playing the Powerball. $454 million. Holy crap. One person won that. One person won $454 million. When you account for cash value and taxes, it comes out to be, I mean, you take about half of that, it'd be 250, and then you take about a third of that away. Probably be, I mean, that's about like $180 million that you can take home cash if you win this kind of thing after fees and all that. So $180 million. There are like, do you guys know how much it takes to make an anime? An anime, like if you want, like, I believe an anime is like 150,000 per episode. That's how much it costs to make one episode of an anime, depending on what studio you go to. Obviously, if you go to a big one like Kyoto or Trigger or anything, then they're gonna charge more. But that's gross. So, a full season of an anime would cost something like about $2 million, right? If you want to make a 12 episode anime, it's going to be about $2 million. That's one season. This much money, you could make 90 seasons of anime. 90 seasons of anime with this much money. Holy crap. It's like, what is that, like what is that? That's like 1,000 episodes. Holy shit. You could make 1,000 episodes. You could fund the entire making of One Piece with that kind of money. Holy crap. And the thing is, you're going to get a return on the investment too, because the anime itself will advertise things like merchandise and whatnot, so which you can make a return on the money. So you're not getting all of it back, probably that kind of price, but so it's like, you know, I mean, my dream's always been to take my stupid story idea and make it into an anime. That was my original. Well, my original thing was to make it into a video game, but it's more suited for an anime format. Anyway, I'd be able to do that. Oh my god, I would be able to do that. I would. That wouldn't be the first thing that I do though. I would get season 2 or season 3 of other animes that I actually like, so that aren't gonna get a second or third season. Huh. Spice and Wolf, No Game No Life. Um, what other ones are there? I don't know. Anyway, I'm not playing Powerball, so I am playing Super Lotto. This is the one. This is just in California. Imagine winning insert dollar amount here. That's all it is. That's all it is. It's the 38 million's the current jackpot, so that's what they put here. I'm sure it's just a computer program. Last week it said, imagine winning $37 million. You think, like, what would you do with all that money, right? You have $180 million. What would you do? Yeah, sure, you could make a full anime series of whatever you want. And you'd still have like over $150 million left over. Like that's how stupid of a number it is. You could buy a private jet for yourself and buy like airport access for that jet and hire a pilot to run it like a limo driver would. You know, just being on standby for you for his entire life. And you would still have $100 million left over. Like, you could buy a mansion and you'd still have tens of millions of dollars left over. I mean, you could live like the most luxurious life you can even think of, and you'll still probably have more than half your money left over. Like, that's how much money that is. It's an unfathomable amount of money. I'd love that, but that's because I would actually use the money pragmatically. I mean, there are some charities that deserve it, and there are some things that need to be worked on, or it's some things in society that do need to be worked on, and you know, they are things that if you threw enough money at it, you could work on them, right? So. Particularly in California, there's a really big problem with well, I was gonna say like incels and like a bunch of dudes who are like lonely and they'll never amount to anything in life and all this, or not amount to anything in life, but like they're gonna be depressed and they're not gonna be, you know, because they're not socially accepted and yada yada, right? But I don't think throwing money at that's gonna really solve the problem. So it's more of a cultural thing. So you guys know Elon Musk bought Twitter, which is a pretty big deal, right? Because Twitter is able to spread ideas and information. So if Elon Musk owns the platform, then he can not necessarily spread any information that he wants, but he can make sure that things don't get censored and all this sort of stuff. Anyway, it's more of a good thing than a bad thing that he owns Twitter. But I mean, I'm the kind of dude who based off of my values and ideals, I should be idolizing Elon Musk, but I look at everything objectively, and I know that not everything he does is like, good or saintly or whatever, right? Like people think. So, because there are people who love him to death and people who hate him to death. So, and it's pretty obvious to tell, like, if you bring up the topic of Elon Musk, it's either one or the other. Or either that or the third option is people don't really know about him. So, but whatever. Anyway, so he bought Twitter. And it's like this giant deal, right? And it's like he's going to change the world by buying Twitter, which is fine. But he bought Twitter for, God, what was it, like $45 billion. $45 billion. So the California Lotto, or the Powerball, I mean, this jackpot, this, it's not even 1 billion. This isn't even one. This isn't even a half of 1 billion. And you were talking about 45 billion, the cost to buy that one website, right? Of course, Elon Musk can spare the money, but he's a multi-billionaire, so it doesn't matter for him. But things like that, things like, buying a popular website to influence the world, or influence like the direction of politics or anything like that. It's still like, it's out of reach even for somebody who wins the lottery, right? You could be like a multimillionaire and still not be able to put a dent into that kind of industry, right? So, it's still like if I won this lottery, right, 37 million, which is the one I'm playing, I could live a luxurious life, like as luxurious as I want to, right? Maybe not private jet, but like pretty much anything else luxurious, right? I could buy a mansion. I could buy a mansion in like every first world country in the world and a yacht, and I'd still have enough left over to sustain myself. Like that's how much money this is. But at the same time, this much money wouldn't be able to make a difference in the world, right? Oh yeah, I could, donate to charity or whatever, right? I could feed the hungry or whatever, right? But it's more of a temporary solution. That stuff's more of a temporary solution, right? Dumping this much money into charity isn't going to cure cancer or anything like that, right? So, I could help numerous people with this money, but it's not going to change the world, you know what I'm saying? So, right? If I go feed the hungry or shelter the homeless, right? It's not gonna change the world. It's not gonna have that much of an impact on the greater scheme of things. So, which is fine, obviously, right? Like if you're a multimillionaire and you don't need that much money and you deign it your will to help the needy, like a Jesus would or whatever, then that's fine, right? But think about it, even someone like Jesus, right? Where was Jesus? Jesus was centered in. Was he in Jerusalem? Where did Jesus live? I know that he's the Jesus of Nazareth. But okay, where'd he die then? Nazareth to Golgotha. Jesus of Nazareth. Here's Carmel, Nazareth. And see, this is all along the Mediterranean Sea, right? And then, where was it? Golgotha or whatever? I mean, there's Jerusalem. Did he never go down to Jerusalem? No, whatever. It's like that show I watched. Where'd it be? I don't see it. In Philadelphia. How far did Jesus walk? About 40 miles. What a journey. That's like 2 marathons, maybe. Congratulations. Golgotha. Where the frick is Golgotha? Golgotha. Location. Its exact location is uncertain. Just north of Damascus Gates. Okay, so on that silly map, we can find Damascus Gate. I think I had seen it. Damascus was up here. So Jesus was, okay, my whole point with this, right? Jesus was in all of this area. Okay, he went from Galilee to Judea, all the way up to Iturea, right, where he got crucified. But basically, he was along this eastern coast of the Mediterranean Sea. This is the location he was in, right? Now let's that's good enough. Now let's look at the world map, right? Where's the Mediterranean Sea? I should know. Mediterranean Sea. Not a diet, not the Mediterranean food, although their food is good. Where is it? I would love an image of the Mediterranean Sea. Okay. So he was along an eastern coast. So, God, over here? It seems like it was over here. Okay. Which is right here. Yeah, he was in, like, the Syria region. Okay, so think about this. Okay, this is the whole reason I'm bringing this up. Jesus Christ, Son of God, Messiah, whatever average man, whatever you want to believe, right? Doesn't matter. Jesus was worshipped as, like, the coming of, the Son of God and yada yada, and he's going to help the world, right, essentially. Jesus was a real historical person. There are real records of his existence. So, as to all the magic that he did and stuff, it's like, whatever, right? It's irrelevant for this debate. He helped people. He was all about feeding the poor and the needy and the hungry, and he created a following of people who adopted his ideals and whatever, right? During his lifetime, the people that he helped and the people that he affected, right? He was revered as a saint, right? He was basically, he's the Son of God, right? He's this, like, all loving being of a person, right? You guys could probably say that Jesus had a significant impact on the world, but how much of an impact did he have on the world while he was alive? That's the question. How much of an impact did he have on the world while he was alive? Well, let's take a look at it. Okay? Let's take a look at it. Can this... Okay, here we go. This is as far as I can go. Jesus lived... You guys see my mouse pointer here? He lived and traveled in this little area. Just right here where Lebanon is. Lebanon and Syria. According to the map, he lived and traveled along the areas in this tiny little section that's known today as Lebanon. It's right by Israel. Maybe this tiny stretch. Tiny, right? For a human being, it's big. But relative to the world, how many people did he impact, or how much of the world did he have an impact on while he was alive? From the moment he was born, to the Virgin Mary, to the moment that he was crucified in Golgotha. Just this little slip of the map. Just that little slip of the map. Sliver of the map, I mean. How much of an impact did Jesus Christ himself have on the world during his life? Just that little sliver. Which means... Oh, so what, Big Pasta? Jesus Christ himself did not have an effect, and in fact wasn't even known about at all. His good deeds never reached this much of the world, the entire rest of the world, outside of that little sliver during his entire lifetime, which he lived until he's like 33 or 35, which is relatively isn't that long, but still. This entire rest of the world, North America with all of its Indian tribes, South America with all of its, with the Aztecs and the Mayans, the Asian Empire with, the Mongolian army and Genghis Khan and the Chinese dynasties and, the Japanese feudal lords and Australia, which didn't even have any humans in it, or, they had like some primitive tribes, and, Europe with its, European Empire, and, the UK and all the Vikings are fighting everybody and all this sort of stuff, right? And, everywhere else in the world didn't even know who this guy was. They didn't even know who Jesus was, which means that Jesus didn't have an impact on the world at all. You're talking about changing the world. You're talking about, being able to throw money at changing the world. Jesus Christ himself, who, let's be real, his religion has gained the largest following in human history. Why? So a guy like that, while he was alive, didn't even have any influence outside of this little sliver of the map. Let's say he converted every single human being in his journey to Christianity. That's still such an it's this tiny sliver. It's still such an inconsequential number of people compared to the entire world population. So you're talking about Jesus Christ himself had barely a sliver of impact on a global scale. Barely a sliver of impact. This is a guy whose following influenced the entire planet. But during his life, his influence was only the amount of change, the amount of good that he could bring to the world was only this little sliver. Which means that everybody else in the world who could have benefited from following him or could have benefited from his generosity, right? They could have been fed. They could have had their water turned to wine. They could have been part of that Last Supper. They could have, anything like that, right? All of his teachings, all of his, let's be good human beings to each other, all of that benefits the poor, all of those ideals. While he was alive, they didn't even reach anybody. They didn't even reach anybody else outside of that little sliver where Lebanon is. So, what am I saying? I'm saying that no matter what you do, you'll never change the world. Jesus Christ himself had an almost zero impact on the world as a whole until like centuries after his death. Like, yeah, obviously, if you gain if you gain a big following and you let that grow and grow, then yeah, maybe, in the year 3000, then people will start worshiping you. But I'm saying during your lifetime, you are never going to have that kind of impact on the world because the world is so goddamn big. There's just too many people, right? Let's say you have some grand ambition like, oh, I'm a multimillionaire, right? I want to end world hunger. You're not going to end world hunger. You are not going to end world hunger. Someone like Elon Musk can't end world hunger, right? He can feed all the mouths in the world once. Or maybe he can feed all the mouths in the world for like 10 years, but he's not going to end world hunger, right? It's just too big. The world is just too big. No matter how much money you throw at it, you're only going to have so much influence. Even if you can spread your influence over the entire planet today, even if you had an absurd amount of money like that, it's not sustainable, right? Because you look at somebody like Jesus Christ himself, and he didn't have, he couldn't, he in all his godlyhood couldn't have an influence outside of this little sliver of Lebanon during his lifetime. Right, we're talking about just during his lifetime, right? Let's say he had lived until the current human life expectancy of 90, right? Let's say Jesus Christ lived until 90 years old, right? He didn't get crucified and he was allowed to continue his spread. Maybe during his lifetime, the ideas of Christianity with him as the leader would have spread to maybe like the Turkey, Iran, Saudi Arabia area. Maybe it would have expanded to this part of the Middle East. Maybe Muslim or Islam wouldn't be the dominant religion in this region if he had been alive for longer and was able to spread his influence throughout the Middle East. But still, an entire lifetime for the Son of God, and at most he would have been able to spread his influence over this tiny plot of land in the middle of the desert in relative to the rest of the world, right? Would have never reached Russia, would have never reached the south point of Africa. It would have never crossed the sea, that's for dang sure, right? And most of Europe probably would have been resistant against it, right? Because it would have come over there through Turkey. And so, over here, nobody would have heard of it, right? And over here, nobody would have heard of it, right? It would have had to spread all along here. I mean, you're talking about the Silk Road, which didn't get formed for another 1,000 years, that allowed trade to go through China and the rest of Asia. Didn't want to spread through that means, right? So the religion survived after Jesus' death, and that's commendable in itself, and that's how it grows so big. So whatever caused that, but still, the whole point of this is that you can't change the world. No matter what, you can't change the world. I want to end world hunger. Well, good fucking luck, right? You're not going to be able to, right? Maybe you can stop people from being hungry for now, but it's a temporary solution, right? The instant you die, the instant you go away, the instant you run out of money, even, people are going to start getting hungry again, right? If you're feeding people on a support system, then they're going to get hungry again. Oh, let's say instead of doing that, you take the smarter approach and you go to a poor country like Nigeria, okay? And you introduce in Nigeria, where, half the children over there are starving. You introduce in Nigeria or Ethiopia, or, well, that's where Ethiopia is, or Chad or Mali or any one of these other poor African countries. You get rid of the child slavery, you get rid of the militia, get rid of all the bad stuff, and you do the smart economical thing, and you give them an industry, right? Let's say I use my $30 million to start an industry over there. Let's say I make a diamond mining company, because they have a lot of diamond caves over there. Let's say I make a diamond mining company, and I hire the entire country's worth of workers to mine diamonds for me, and I pay them a fair wage, and they can live and support themselves with that money. And then they're going to mine diamonds for me. It's a completely sustainable system. And then I appoint local people as managers, and then I take my hands off of it, right? Diamond mining industry, completely self-sufficient. It's, they can export it on a global scale, and, they're going to be a part of the global economy, which means that they're going to be on the US dollar standard. Essentially, they're going to have enough money to not starve to death, right? Fantastic. What if I do that for every single country in all of Europe, in all of Africa, right? I introduce some company or some industry one at a time, and by the end of my lifetime, the entirety of Africa is economically self-sufficient. Fantastic, right? And realistically, I mean, I don't know if $30 million is going to do that, but I could. But let's say I had won the Powerball, right? 400 million. I could do that. I could probably buy the entirety of Africa with that kind of money, and and then create self-sustainable industries that I could then export and make them profitable. Not just profitable for me, but profitable for them, right? The workers are getting a livable wage through honest work, and all this sort of stuff, right? Fantastic. By the time I'm 80, the entire continent of Africa is economically self-sufficient. No one's starving to death. Everyone gets to live in a house, and they get to have electricity and iPhones and 3 meals a day. Wonderful, right? I've saved the world, or I've saved Africa at least. Let's say I do that. 80 years of my life it took to do that, right? And all of my jackpot money, but I did it. Let's say I do that. Let's say I saved the world in that aspect, right? Which would be the smarter thing to do. It's not going to last. It's not going to last. It's not going to be self-sustainable. First of all, everything dies, right? So you're not just the people, but the ideas as well, right? Why is crime and poverty and starvation rampant in Africa? It's not just because of a lack of resources. I mean, there are people in Africa who are living like kings right now. Why are there rich people in Africa when there are poor people in Africa? Well, because like any other country, there's a wealth disparity. And the wealth disparity between the rich and the poor increases depending on the lack of regulation or the lack of an honest government, right? In the very same sense that you can't compare a homeless person in America to a billionaire like Jeff Bezos or Elon Musk. You can't compare the two, right? There's an ocean of difference between the two of them, right? Between a homeless person who's shooting up heroin and who's begging for food money versus a multi-billionaire like Elon Musk or Jeff Bezos or Bill Gates or whatever, right? There's a world of difference between the two people. And just like how there's that, right? The homeless person isn't starving, but that difference of wealth still exists. Well, translate that to Africa. Let's translate that to Africa and just lower the bar a little, right? Their kings or their royalty in Africa aren't multi-billionaires like Elon Musk, but they're still pretty well off, right? They're all as rich as, the biggest lottery winners, right? And in that same sense, the rich people exist, so therefore the poor people exist as well. There are people who are homeless and who are starving to death in Africa, right? The wealth disparity is still the same. The difference between the rich and the poor, it's still the same in Africa. It's just now, instead of people being homeless but on food stamps like in America, in Africa it's malnourished children whose bones are sticking out of their skin because they haven't eaten anything but mud for the past 10 years, right? It's those kind of conditions. But just because I've lowered you go from America to Europe or to Africa, and you take that wealth disparity and you just lower the bar a little bit, right? The richest people aren't so rich, and the poorest people aren't so well fed either, right? So that's why it exists. And the reason I'm bringing all that up, that's the conditions of Africa today. If I or somebody else goes over there and creates successful industries and gives people work, I can guarantee that within my lifetime, I don't even have to be dead for this. Within my lifetime, if I make the entire continent self-sustainable, some rich asshole is going to come who has influence over the economy, is going to come from America or Europe or anywhere else in the world. They're going to come over and they're going to take over the industry. They're going to take over the industry. They're going to take over one of the countries or multiple of the countries or the whole goddamn continent, depending on how long, you wait on it. Or multiple people are going to come over and take over a lot of the industries, and they're going to take advantage of that, either outside people or on the inside. Those managers that I put into place to run the companies for me that make Chad and Libya and Nigeria so successful, those managers might get a little greedy. Maybe they have control over people's paychecks. Let's pay our workers $1 less so that we can get $1 more. $10 less so we can get $10 more. oh, global inflation is happening. Well, let's not increase our workers' wages, but let's increase our own wages to compensate, right? You're always going to get that greedy person who has some sort of power, and they're going to use their power and their manipulation and their psychopathy in order to take advantage and make the most money for themselves out of the situation. And the more money that someone like that, someone with those ambitions, makes, the less that's money that they're taking away from the poorer workers, the poorer laborers who don't know any better and who aren't able to necessarily counteract that, right? I mean, this exact thing that I'm describing is not science fiction. It's happening in America, right? You have wages, you have hourly pay at companies that hasn't increased at all, but inflation has. The value of the dollar has decreased, therefore everybody needs more money in order to survive, but they aren't getting more money to survive. Who's getting more money? Well, it's the owners of the companies. It's the middle managers who are in control of the paychecks. It's all the corporate executives who are on the shareholders boards. Those are the people who are getting more money. Oh, the company's super profitable. Well, did the workers get a pay raise? No. Or maybe they did. Oh, congratulations, our company made double profits this year. You get 50 cents extra. 50 cents extra. But no, me, the CEO, I get 10 million extra. You get 50 cents. I get 10 million. Does the CEO deserve 10 million more than all the other workers? No. Because it's the basic laborers who are the backbone of the company. It's their work that's making the company sustainable and surviving. The CEOs don't do anything nearly as valuable compared to that. But the CEOs and the executives and the middle managers, they're the ones who are in control of how much money goes to each person. Right? Let's say, and it's a basic concept, right? Let's say you own a company, you start a company and you hire a worker for it. You tell your worker, hey, I'm going to pay you $20 an hour. Okay? That's pretty generous. It's pretty generous of you. How pragmatic. Your company, year one, makes, I don't know, 100 grand. You're paying your worker $20 an hour. That's fair, right? You're taking home the rest. It's about a 50-50 split, approximately. Year two, you make $1 million. You're not 50-50 splitting that million with your worker. No, you're not 50-50 splitting your million with that worker at all. You're still paying that worker $20 an hour that works at your company. You're not increasing his pay. Maybe you'll increase his pay a little bit, but you're not increasing it 10 times like the profits that you made this year, right? Because you made 10 times the profits this year. Let's say year 3, you make 10 million. Year 4, you make 100 million. Year 5, you're a billionaire. Your worker, you're still going to pay him $20 an hour. Maybe if you're the most generous employer in the world, you'll pay him $30 an hour. But are you paying him millions and millions like you're making? No, you're putting in your pocket millions of dollars, and you're paying him $20 an hour. How is that fair? Well, that's how it works. That's how companies work, right? Because it's your company, and you're the one getting the money. You're the one who made $1 million year 2. You're the one who's making millions of dollars every year. Not your worker. Your worker's just doing his job for you, right? So he's not working any extra. It's your company that's making the money. So obviously, you're the one making the money. You're going to keep it all to yourself, right? That's the logic behind it. Is it correct logic? Sometimes it is, sometimes it's not. It's a case-by-case sort of thing, but the concept's the same. No matter how much money your company makes, you're not going to pay your workers anymore. If your company is making gobs of money, you're not going to pay your one worker double. You're just going to keep his wage the same and hire a second worker. Now you have to do less work, right? right? Because now you've doubled your workforce, right? Let's say you make triple. Well, that's a third worker you can buy. You can pay. Each worker is only getting $20 an hour, right? None of them are going to be millionaires anytime soon. You are, though, as the company owner, you are. That's why it's so encouraged for people to be entrepreneurs. That's why it's so encouraged for people to start their own companies, because you are in control of how much you get paid if your company is successful. But that's the thing. It's a very selfish concept. Capitalism is a very self-centered concept where it's the people at the top of the company, whether it's earned or not, get there, right? Let's say, I don't know, you love your family, and let's say you want your family to be rich. Well, then your company is a multi-million-dollar company. You're controlling who gets money, right? All of your workers are getting $20 an hour. Let's say you bring on your sister or your cousin or your second great aunt twice removed as an executive. You're like, oh, here, I'm having so much success, have a piece of the pie. You're not going to pay your relative $20 an hour. You're going to give them a share of your profits. And that's a share of millions of dollars, right? Did that relative of yours earn it? No, of course not. You just brought them on as an excuse to share money with them. And they get to have fun being at the top of a company. This is what happens a lot. People bring in their family members, and their family members make an exorbitant amount of money more than the workers who have been with the company. Because, the CEO who has all the control over where the money goes in the company likes his family. I mean, it's a basic concept, right? Right? If I had a multi-million-dollar company and I had children, then I would give my children the company. Because I care more about my children than I do about my workers who I'm just paying an hourly wage to. I mean, that makes sense, right? It's a sense of like self-preservation, right? A preservation of your family or of your loved ones. Oh, that's good. It makes sense. But at the same, so I'm not necessarily blaming the people that are doing this. I'm blaming the system that's set up like this. The system is set up so that a company owner will reap all the profits as long as he's paying his employees enough money to keep them from quitting. That's what it is. And some companies are able to circumvent that as well. We had a recent case about that. But anyway, I won't get into all that. That's what it is, right? The people at the top of the company who are running the company, who are controlling your paycheck, why would they give you more money? Why would they give you more money? The only reason they would give you more money is if you threaten to quit. You threaten to quit and they're like, man, I can't have Big Pasta quit. He's earning us a bunch of money. Let's just give him a little more money till he's satisfied. Are they going to give me a cut of their profits? No. They're going to give me like $2 an hour extra. You get $2 an hour extra for your hourly wage as a peasant, right? Which is what we all are. And you're happy, right? That seems like a success. Let's go out to steak dinner tonight to celebrate your new raise at your company. It's nothing. It's nothing. $2 an hour, that's nothing. If you're working for a company like Walmart, that is a multi-billion-dollar corporation, $2 an hour is nothing, right? A promotion to being a manager and getting $2 or $3 an hour extra is nothing compared to the billions of dollars every year that they're bringing in. Where's that $1 billion every year going to? Not to the workers, that's for damn sure, right? Because the workers, aren't doing it, right? We're not living in a communist society where we share the wealth. How dare you suggest that? You're a communist, right? Put you in the gulag for that. That's what communism is. It's sharing the wealth. People, you hear the word communism, it's a bad connotation, right? You automatically think, oh, that evil political policy. Nobody knows anything about it. Communism is based off sharing the wealth, right? If 10 people work at a company and that company makes $10 million, then each one of the workers will get $1 million. That's what communism is. Every communist system that has ever existed failed, but it failed for other reasons other than the structure of the system. So But that's what communism is. We're not living in communist society, though. We're living in a capitalist society. Capitalism means I start a company, every dollar I earn or lose is mine. If I lose the money, well, too bad, right? I go bankrupt. But if I earn the money, if I gain a profit, then I keep all of it, and I get to decide where I'm putting that money next, right? It's like Monopoly. Or it's not like Monopoly. There's a board game that's like that. There are many video games that are like that. It's like Cookie Clicker, right? You click the cookies, and then you get to buy the thing. You get to buy the oven that makes more cookies. You get to buy the factory that makes more cookies. You get to buy grandma who's gonna bake you a fresh batch of cookies, right? You click the cookies and you earn enough cookies in order to spend it on upgrades, and then those upgrades will earn the money for you, and eventually in Cookie Clicker you don't have to click anymore. You don't have to do the strenuous labor of clicking your mouse anymore to earn cookies, because you have all these things earning you cookies. You're bringing in millions and millions of cookies every second, and you didn't have to do any work with that, but it's still all your cookies, right? Did you give the factories any more cookies than when you first bought it? No. Did you give grandma any more cookies? Did you give her a share of the profits? No, you kept it all to yourself, right? Cookie Clicker is such a capitalistic game, right? It's literally a game that's, you start a company where you get to click to earn and spend cookies. Replace that with dollars, and replace all of your silly little upgrades with employees, and you have America. I mean, Cookie Clicker is so synonymous to America. It's like, it's not even funny. It's so close, right? It's like almost the exact same thing, right? Obviously, America has a lot of little nuances and details to it, but it's essentially the same thing. The structure of a company is so that the person at the top of the company, whoever owns it, whether it's one person or whether it's a bunch of executives or whether it's a bunch of investors, right? People who've put their own money into the company, whoever it is, those are the people who are getting a share of the profits. Those are the people who are getting the millions when that company succeeds. The workers aren't. The employees aren't. If I start a continent-wide industry that's profitable on a global scale in Africa, at some point, even if I'm the second coming of Jesus and I treat my workers actually correct and I make it a communist society like what it probably should be in that respect, there will always be somebody, and it's not just going to be one person, who in their little area that they control, they're going to take advantage, and they're not going to pay their workers right, and working conditions will suffer. And depending on how well regulated it is, right? Because America has has a somewhat well regulated corporate industry, but in Africa that's not going to be the case, right? We don't have a government to back it up. So the lack of a government, the lack of a economically stable government to enforce rules, and the lack of a police force and a court system and all that in Africa, that's going to cause people who are greedy, who can take advantage of that lack of control, to those greedy psychopaths can take control. There are going to be people who will take advantage, who will stand at the top of the company, and they'll take control of everyone below them. And they'll take control. And what will they do with that control? Well, they lower wages so that the employees, they're forced to work, but it's not going to be enough money to live. And then they get all the money. So you'll just have more people living like kings, but instead of the current like royalty in Chad or Niger or Sudan or the Dominican Republic, instead of those people being multimillionaires, it's just going to be the managers at your company who are going to control it and become multimillionaires. And guess what? The more money that they have, the less money everyone else has. And so the people at the bottom, the average workers who did have a good job and did have good employment and good wages at the time, they're going to have their money taken away through one means or another by greedy psychopaths at the top of the company. And so those poor workers are going to get poorer and poorer. And depending on how other things pan out, those people could lose their job. Those people could lose their homes. they could not be able to eat 3 times a day because they're not making enough money to do that. Maybe they have to work a whole bunch, but they can't get the hours. Maybe in order to make enough money, maybe the price of everything has gone up because of inflation, whatever it is, right? Whatever it is, these poor workers who were advantaged by you giving them a job, are going to all of a sudden not make enough money to make that job worth it. And so what do people do when they don't have enough money to feed themselves and their children? What do people do? Well, they commit crimes. It happens in America, and people commit crimes. I can't make rent, so let's rob a liquor store. This is what people do. People do this in America. And so if people in America are doing this, what do you think freaking people in Africa are going to do? Well, they're going to do that, but much worse, right? They're going to kill their neighbors for their money, right? They're going to overthrow their governments for their money. They're going to freaking, any stores that are profitable are going to be robbed, right? And, wherever they can find CEOs, they're going to rob them, right? It's going to be a life of crime. It's going to be nations full of crime, right? Countries full of people committing crimes because they don't have enough money, because their work conditions were decreased, or their work conditions were taken advantage of by the rich. The rich took advantage of the poor and made them even poorer, or the rich people took advantage of the working people and made the workers poor, and then the poor workers now are committing crimes in order to feed themselves and to feed their families and to maintain the lifestyle that they once had. And then those people will either get arrested or they're going to continue doing it. And then you're going to have a whole nation full of criminals again. And then you're going to have a whole nation full of people who are killing each other for a loaf of bread again. This is what's happening in Africa right now. Not maybe I don't know which countries are suffering from this, but this is what you see those pictures of the anorexic children. This is where it's coming from. You see the pictures of, in Africa, it's like a pickup truck. It's a cheap beat up pickup truck full of a bunch of dudes with guns. That's what Africa has devolved into, not because of a lack of resources, but because greedy people have taken away everybody else's stuff. And so the people who are left are forced to steal whatever little there is left in the country in order for themselves to survive. Right? Just as an animal would, right? If a wolf is hungry, he hasn't eaten for a week, and another wolf has just killed a rabbit and is chomping down on it, that hungry wolf is going to kill his other wolf friend and then eat the rabbit for himself, and then maybe eat the wolf that he just killed too, because he's starving. And who would blame him? Nobody would blame him for that, right? It's, survival of the fittest out there, right? It's a jungle. It's the wild at that point. This is what Africa is. You see pictures of children starving. You see pictures of trucks full of African dudes who are my age, who have AK-47s slung on their back and who are driving through villages and holding people at gunpoint saying, "Give me your food." This is what the country's like right now. If any rich person were to bring in an industry, a company into these countries and save them, the instant that person pulls back control from those companies, other people will step in, and those people will be greedy, and they'll take everything away from the poor workers, and then they'll be rich, the poor workers will become poorer, and then they'll be starving to death once again, and they'll be committing crimes once again just to feed themselves and just to feed their families. And it's just, the cycle will just keep going on and on and on. I mean, first world countries in the world, like America and Canada and the UK and all these places, it's amazing that these countries are even able to sustain these economic systems without collapsing for centuries. It's quite amazing, actually, when you consider that, because a continent like Africa wouldn't even be able to sustain something like that for one lifetime. You're gonna have people go from poverty to prosperity back to poverty again within a single lifetime because of that. And the thing is, one person or one group of people cannot control all of the greedy psychopaths that are going to come in and try to take over these companies or take over these working class citizens. They're just not. Even if you make the entire country like a utopia of prosperity where everyone is wealthy and everyone is well off, there will always be that one bad apple of a human being who will look to destroy the entire system just so that he can make a few more dollars. You will always have that person. That person will always exist no matter where in the world you go, because human beings at their core are self-centered, which means you need to have a lot of control in order to avoid this. But again, hundreds of millions of dollars is not going to is not going to be able to prevent greedy people from taking advantage of whatever help you give. I mean, just look at, if that's not proof enough, look at the Red Cross. The Red Cross, you guys know the Red Cross. Let's look up the Red Cross. Oh boy. Non-profit. They don't go for profit. Right? They're such a great charity, a great organization. Red Cross CEO salary. Oh well. What was the highest paid? 700,000 is not really that much. Still, the CEO of a charity shouldn't be making 700 grand a year. That's 700,000. Can you imagine donating $700,000 to the Red Cross? You wouldn't, or donating like $500,000 to the Goodwill. I mean, this is an acceptable amount, right? Like $250,000. It's like, okay, like a superintendent at a school is going to make $250,000, right? So anyway, this is all charity money, right? This is all like people donate, right? The Red Cross CEO who got 700 grand this year. That's all donations, right? That's all, I give $10 to the Red Cross thing, or I donate blood for them to sell or whatever, right? And they're using that to friggin' $700,000 of that's going to their CEO. Their CEO is not a benefactor of their charity. Their CEO does not need that much money. Right, but you have freaking charities where their CEOs are being paid hundreds of thousands of dollars of donation money, right? I'm not donating $10 to the Red Cross so that the CEO can get a more expensive meal at a restaurant. That's not what I'm donating to the Red Cross for. I'm not giving my blood to the Red Cross so that the CEO can put a down payment on her second mansion. I'm not doing that, right? I'm donating to the Red Cross because I want to help the needy. Why is she getting anything? Why is a CEO of a charity getting anything beyond, what's necessary for them to live? That's what it is. And this isn't as nearly as much as I heard it was. And this is kind of a bad example, but still. See, the owners of a charity organization will get that much money, right? And it didn't come with the caveat of, oh, they earned $700,000, they're putting most of that back into the charity. It's not that, right? It's they made $700,000, they're keeping it, right? They're keeping it for themselves. Wow, I sure made a profit off of people's donation money. Like that's what it is. That's what it is. Most people in that kind of salary puts that CEO in the top 1% of wealthy people in this country. It's all donation money. It's all money that people out of the goodness of their heart donated to the Red Cross. Why does a rich CEO person get that money? Why don't starving children across the world get that money, right? Why don't the Ukrainian refugees get that money, right? It's it's ridiculous, right? But that's just one example of greedy people are going to take something good and worsen it or destroy it entirely in order to spin a profit. That's what it is. That's how our world is set up right now. And so you can't use any amount of money in order to save the world. If you want to buy sandwiches for the homeless people in your city, go ahead, right? It's not going to save the world though. Yeah, you're going to bring a little happiness to somebody for a day, right? If you do it every day for the rest of your life, then it's going to be for the rest of their lives too, right? And they don't have to worry about food, right? Even I would call that into question, that concept into question as well, but it's based off certain things. But yeah, my whole point with this is there's an independent country in the middle of this other country. That's like if like Colorado declared independence from the United States, and it was just like a yellow circle or like a yellow rectangle here that was like, oh, this is Colorado and it's specifically separate from the rest of the country. That's what this is. That's what Lesotho is in South Africa. That's funny. Anyway, but that's what it is. You can't save the world. Nobody will ever have the ability to save the world. In fact, nobody's ever going to have the ability to like save their community even, right? It's like you're going to put a temporary fix onto your community until you go away and a not so nice person is going to come along and destroy it for their own profit. I mean, why do you guys think that freaking Flint, Michigan doesn't have any clean water still? I mean, this has been an issue for like 12 years now, and they still don't have clean water over there. It's ridiculous. It's been more than 12 years. I watched a documentary on Flint, Michigan's water contamination in like 2009, and it's the year 2022, and they still have dirty water over there. I mean, it's nobody. Well, nobody's helping that situation, but it's like there's no profit into it, right? There's, nobody with any money sees any profit into doing that, right? I mean, you could save the Flint, Michigan water supply, I suppose, but with that kind of money, but it's like, you have, no matter what you do, my whole point with this is no matter what you do, no matter how much money you have, you can't save the world. You can't help everybody. The people who you do help might be appreciative of it in the moment, but then it's going to be par on course for them, right? The same reason why, we don't think about, like, we don't appreciate the fact that, oh, there are farmers out there who are growing our food and delivering it to us. We don't really appreciate that fact because it's just normal for us. But if that stopped happening and we went a week without food because there's nothing in the grocery stores, and then somebody generous came along and grew food for us and gave us a meal, we would be appreciative, right? But we're not appreciative now because we don't care now because we get it every day. It's like, this is kind of like a default of life for us, right? But so if you start giving that's why like homeless people at soup kitchens act so entitled. You guys have heard of this before, right? If you work in a soup kitchen, there will be some people who are appreciative and who say thank you with genuine looks on their face. And then there will be other people who expect you to give them their food right away. Oh, where's my soup? You're taking too long. Where's my free food? Oh, there was better food here last time. Why isn't there any good food here this time? These are homeless people who would starve otherwise, who are going to complain to you, complain to the volunteers and the donators who are giving them free food. People like this exist. And it's a lot more than you'd think, right? Yeah, you're gonna help. I don't even think it's a bad apple in a bunch at this point. I think it's you're going to have to find a good apple in a rotten bunch in order to justify yourself to keep doing this, right? Feed and shelter the homeless, help the hungry, whatever, right? In America, more likely than not, you're going to encounter people who don't appreciate it, depending on where you go, right? So, there are a lot of programs that help like the poor and needy. The poor and needy typically don't appreciate them. The poor and needy typically complain about wait times, and and they won't really like, oh, this could have been better. Oh, why didn't you do this sooner? Or, oh, why isn't this way that I like it, or whatever, right? It's gonna be things like that, right? So even me, right? I get food stamps. I'm unemployed. I'm not making any. I'm just losing money by the day that I'm sitting here. But I get food stamps, right? Free money from the government, right? That's taxpayer dollars. I don't necessarily appreciate it. I like the fact that I don't have to worry about, spending my own money on food, but it's not like I'm like head over heels grateful to God that, I'm getting free food money, right? It's like even someone like me who is aware of all of this, I take it for granted, right? Even if I lose the food stamps, right, when I get a job, it's just gonna be like, oh, it's just a thing that happened, right? It's not gonna be anything. It's not like, and if I get it again, I'm gonna be like, okay, cool, I qualify for food stamps again, right? It's not gonna be, oh, thank Jesus, you're giving me bread and water, right? I'm not gonna be thinking that. I'm not even thinking about that, much less saying it. These homeless people that are out here that are on the streets every day aren't appreciative of the food that they're getting, aren't appreciative of the help that they're getting, right? You think that you're saving the world by even helping those in need, and you're not. Like, does the world appreciate you saving it? Or is it just simply, oh, it's the fact that you're helping people is good enough, you don't need their appreciation? Well, how kind-hearted of you. But if a world doesn't appreciate you saving it, doesn't need saving. I mean, I'd rather take my food and go to the poor children not Africa, in China, right? Those child slaves. And I would rather, I'd rather take the money. I'd rather buy up all the child slaves and then just, set them free and, and bring them over to America and give them a good education and start them on a proper life, right? Without taking advantage of them, right? I feel like I would contribute more to the world by saving these people trapped in a shitty life and bringing them over to wonderful America, and giving them the opportunity to have a good life, right? I feel like I would do more good with that than feeding the homeless. I feel like if I went over to China and I saved one kid from a lifetime of poverty over here, that kid would be more appreciative than me helping 1,000 homeless people. Like, honest to God, giving one poor child from China a good life in America would be more worthwhile of me and my money than feeding an entire city of homeless people for a day or for a week or for a year, right? Because that kid is going to spend his entire life being appreciative of the fact that, some generous rich person from America deigned to save his life or whatever, right? It's not like, you need to do it for the appreciation, but the amount of positivity that's going to come from just that one person whose life is being turned around and who appreciates that fact is going to outweigh anything else you could do in life, right? That's what it is. So I watched an anime where one of this wasn't what the anime was about, but one of the scenes was that it was a group of child soldiers in Africa, and they were being forced to wield guns and to shoot the enemy. And so one of the child soldiers was really good at it, and he basically numbed his emotions and all of that. And he's the main character, but the other children, not so much. So part of the show was that the other children were actually the main character. Worked for, was saved and employed by like a a gun dealer, right, a weapons merchant, and so he posted the conditions of, okay, I'll work for you, but I want the other children who were child soldiers. I want them to be, have a good life away from all this nonsense, right? I can play the part of soldier, but they can't. So give them a good life in Europe or wherever. And so later in the anime, he went over to, he's doing his job and stuff. And he went over to Europe and he went to see those kids, and they were like happy, hanging out, friends, going to school, living a happy life, right? So it was this huge contrast between there were these child soldiers who were forced to hold guns and point and shoot the guns at the enemy in like the deserts of Africa when they were like 6 years old. They're going from that life to a comfortable going to school, living in the suburbs, eating, restaurant quality food, and living with a happy family in a first world country, right? In a peaceful first world country where they don't have to think about, killing other people or people pointing guns at them anymore. So it was like a very glimpse of a scene, and it was such a small thing, but that sort of thing had an impact on me, because I could imagine how you're born into this shitty situation and it goes against like all of your humanity to do, right? You don't want to be 6 years, can you imagine being 6 years old and having a gun pointed to your head by a bunch of big mean looking dudes and saying you need to hold this gun and you need to point it at the enemy and you need to shoot, and they're going to shoot back at you, and if you don't want to die, you need to kill them first, right? Can you imagine going through that as a 6-year-old or as like an 8-year-old? And can you imagine being surrounded by kids who also have to go through that? It's hell. It'd be hell on earth. It'd be more so hell on earth for a child to have to do that. For a child who grew up in a poor village and was kidnapped into these conditions. It's hell on earth, right? Having to go through all of that. And a lot of children, this happens in Africa, a lot of children go through this, and let's say that Algeria and Mali go to war with each other here. Algeria is going to have those truckloads of dudes with assault rifles. They're going to go to a poor village and they're going to kidnap all the kids, take them over the border. Mali, same thing. There's going to be a different truck filled with different dudes with different guns, and they're going to go to a poor village and kidnap all the kids. And then both countries, both groups of people will train the kids to hold guns and to point and shoot, right? You're talking about 6-year-olds and who were just kidnapped from their poor villages and who are still starving, mind you, because they don't have that much food here. And both groups are going to be brought to the border, and each group of kids is going to be told by those mean-looking kidnapper adults, here's a gun, point and kill the other kids. Kill the kids on the other side of that border, right? Group 1 is instructed to kill the group of kids from group 2, and vice versa. And they're going to say, you need to shoot other children. You need to shoot the other children from the enemy country. Otherwise, they're going to shoot at you and they're going to die. And if you try to run away, we're going to shoot you. And we're going to kill the family that you got taken from back in the village. These are 6-year-old children that are going through this. Like, every day this is happening. Hell on earth. Absolute hell on earth. But this goes on. This exists. And of course nobody's doing anything about this. Of course there's no publicity about this. I mean, you can look this up and there are articles on this. But no one gives a shit. Mainstream media is not talking about this. Nobody's really bringing attention to this. But this is hell on earth for these human beings. A child who has to go through that, you take them away from that and you put them in, the living conditions of a middle-class American. They have just been saved by God. If you take them away from those conditions and give them an American life, they have just been saved by God. That is how much of a radical difference that is, right? This is so much different than just giving a sandwich to the homeless person who was already expecting something today, right? You're saving lives, and this is truly saving lives. You feed a homeless person for a day or for the rest of his life, you're not saving his life. You give him an apartment, you're not saving his life. It's a coin toss as to whether he's going to even appreciate it or not. But the thing is, that homeless dude was still gonna, he's still gonna sleep. He doesn't have to go through war. He didn't have to, deal with, the trauma of killing his peers with assault rifles after being kidnapped from his village, right? Like nothing any of us can go through can even compare to living conditions like that. And so my whole point with that is that you save these people. These are still human beings, right? These are still human beings. These people would absolutely love the life of a homeless person in America. These people would kill. These people in Africa who are fighting wars as children would love to swap places with a homeless person in America. They would die for that. Like, honest to God, they would rather take that. They would rather sleep on this. They would rather have a life of sleeping on the sidewalks in a city in America than have to deal with killing other children with guns after they're being kidnapped. Like it's a world of difference. You can't even compare the two, right? So I do it here, or China. They're not killing each other in China, but they are starving to death. There's so many poor people in China. There's so many poor kids in China that, they're born into poverty. Their families can barely afford to feed them. You have families that are abandoning their children in the wilderness because they can't afford to feed their kids. They're having, trucks full of mean-looking dudes coming up to a family in the countryside and being like, "Hey, I want to buy your kid. Here's $6,000." And the father is like, "Yeah, you can have my kid. $6,000. That's gonna feed the rest of the family for a long time. So yeah, if you want my second daughter, here you go, right? I'm looking out for me and my wife and whatever kids of mine are left. Give them the kid you don't like, right? There you go, right? Wow, you're gonna give me money for food if I just give you my child? Well, what a good deal, right? That's how poor these people are. It's not a lack of moral values. It's a necessity for survival that these people are doing that. Where does that bot's child go? Well, that child costs money. That child was now an investment for a rich person. So now that rich person is going to expect that child that they just bought to work until they make their money back and then more. Where does a child work in China? They work in a dangerous factory, and that's where child labor comes from. That's where you go to Walmart and you see a shirt for $10. It was that kid that made that shirt. It was that kid that sewed that shirt in a factory in China for pennies on the dollar. Right? These kids aren't even being paid because they're technically in debt because of the person who owns the kid bought the kid for $6,000 from their family. So now that kid's got to work for no pay and little amount of food in order to pay back that $6,000, and then maybe he can earn a wage afterwards. Pennies on the dollar. And by pennies on the dollar, I do mean literal pennies. I do mean 10 cents a day, right? And that's compared to our standards, 10 cents a day, right? I get a job, I earn 10 cents a second. And these kids are earning 10 cents a day. You can't, it's incomparable. You can't even comprehend how shitty these conditions are for these kids. And this kid didn't ask for it. This kid didn't ask his or her dad to be sold to a factory owner. They didn't ask for this at all. But this is the conditions of poor people in China. There are 1 billion people in China. That is 3 times the population of America. And yet, look at this. China and America are relatively the same size. For every human being that exists in America, there's 3 in China. So you imagine, you look out your window, you look at all the people on the street or in their cars or whatever, and you triple that. You imagine every single person has 2 people next to them. And that's how dense the population is in China. And you imagine that throughout our entire country. That's how many people there are in China. So obviously you're going to get a lot of people who are poor, who had to make their own houses out of like mud and like chopped jungle wood and vines. You're gonna have people who like can't afford to eat, who can't, afford to eat because there's just not enough food in the country, right? Because the country's so dense. But it's not like they can leave the country, because what countries do you have for them to leave? Mongolia, which, by the way, there's a big ass wall called the Great Wall of China bordering Mongolia. Um, Kazakhstan, which is part of Russia, which is not doing so hot right now, and they're certainly not accepting immigrants. And then India, which actually the living conditions in India are worse compared to, I don't know about the north, but they're worse, right? Nepal, oh my God, there's a war going on in Nepal right now. There's a lot of terrorists over there too. Bangladesh, Bhutan, Laos, Vietnam, Thailand. Oh my God. I mean, you don't have any good options down here at all. If you're a poor Chinese person and you want to leave the country for, for greener pastures, there are no greener pastures around here. And then, let's go west. Afghanistan. Well, there's a terrorist organization that's taken over the country. Congratulations, Pakistan. They're on the verge of being taken over by a terrorist organization. Uzbekistan, freaking part of Russia. Kyrgyzstan. I mean, these are countries like, you go to the Middle East, and you're starting to get into territory where they're they're forcing like they're forcing like teenage boys to do like femboy dances for their Muslim overlords. I mean, it's literally like, I'm not making this shit up. That there's a whole documentary on this. It's insane. It's, God, I forget what the term was, like pretty boy dancing or something. I don't know, something like that. I mean, you're getting to that territory when you're going over here. Those are the conditions you're going over there. You're going to India, where people poop in the streets. You're going to Vietnam and Thailand and Laos, where I mean, it's half jungle and half poor people. You're going to Mongolia, which you can't even get into, right? I'm sure it's technically worse. And then you're going to Russia and Kazakhstan, which are currently at war right now. So, like, you're then you're going to other countries that are taken over by terrorists. It's like, you know, this is not a good place to be in. This is not a good place to be in at all, right? To for anybody. And you're stuck in the middle of China as a poor person. There's no way you can even make it out of the country. I mean, honest to God, right? And if your freaking parents have sold you off into child slavery, then you're gonna have people hunting you down, right? Because some rich Chinese factory owner just spent $6,000 to get his next Chinese, child slave, and which is you, and you're trying to run away from that fate where you're gonna starve on the cold factory floor with one bowl of rice and a glass of questionable water every day, as you spend 16 hours a day risking your fingers being cut off on dangerous unprotected machinery to make t-shirts that are in a plain color that are sold for $5 in Walmart in America. That's the fate that you're gonna have, and that fate is going to carry with you for the rest of your life. You talk about someone like that, you buy them and bring them to America. Give them a proper education, friends who care about them, a family who actually loves them and who won't sell them off into slavery, and you send them to college so that they can start a good, wealthy life for themselves and their children. You have been saved by God. You have been saved by God if that happens to you, right? It's a giant world of difference, that going from those kind of conditions into a first world country. And so my logic with this, $37 million. Let's say I gotta buy a kid for 5. Okay, I'll buy him in bulk for 5,000, right? 37 million. If I turn that into cash, it's gonna be about 20, and then after taxes, I'm probably gonna be left with 12. Let's say 12 million. Right? I'll spend 12 million on this endeavor. Okay, $5,000 a pop for these kids. Okay, let's bust out the calculator. bust out the calculator. All right. So I'm going to spend 12 million on this endeavor. That is 6 zeros. Good. And each kid is going to be 5,000 pop. I'm saving these kids. I'm gonna, they all get to live in a mansion, and they all get to go to public school, and they don't have to worry about anything other than get good grades and, make a good life for themselves. Even if you're freaking even if you're, even if you're just gonna flip burgers at McDonald's every day, you get to come home to a cozy apartment that's all by yourself, right? It's not gonna be a mud hut built in a treehouse, you know, as your best option, right? In rural China, right? I could save 2,000 children using this kind of money. 2,000 lives you could impact by doing that, by dumping a few $1,000,000 into it. I mean, those crappy conditions, all of that entire life of suffering for one kid, you could save 2,000 of them. It's 2,000 human beings. And you are truly saving their lives. It's not giving a sandwich to a homeless person. It's not, making another homeless shelter or starting another charity. It's saving lives. You are literally directly saving lives. I mean, that's how much of an impact something like that has, right? I'm not saying that this is the only way to save lives and to, make your dollars stretch to gain the most appreciation or anything like that. I'm not saying that this is the only option, but this is such an impactful option. You take a group, you take somebody who has no hope at all that life will ever be good for them, and you give them that hope and you give them that better life. I mean, child slaves in Africa, or child soldiers in Africa, child factory workers in China. I mean, hell, even a child refugee from a Middle Eastern country. Although I'm not really in support of that specifically, so, but for multiple reasons. But yeah, even you look in like the first world or whatever, right? And even something like, I don't know, a poor a not well off American kid from a poor working class family, I don't know, has cancer or has a health problem or whatever, and their family can't afford their hospital bills. Let me pay their hospital bills. And all of a sudden the kid can get the treatment that they need, and the kid gets to live. I mean, the kid's going to be like, the kid's going to spend the rest of his life, maybe not the rest of his life, but he's going to spend the rest of his childhood being appreciative of the fact that, hey, I can leave the hospital. Finally, I can actually live. I can actually finish living my life. Like, they're going to be appreciative of that, right? And there's a lot of diseases out there that nobody knows about. Even I don't know about them, that are like really debilitating, and that are really like, I mean, there are people who are like bedridden for life. They're on an IV and they have to inject like blood infusions into their arms, and all this sort of stuff. So, and there are people out there who can't afford that treatment, and so don't get the privilege of staying alive. And so you give somebody who is in that depth of despair of, I can't survive this because I was born into a family that didn't have enough money to pay for my medical treatment. And you find a kid who knows that and who has submitted to that fact, to someone who's in that depth of despair, who's lost all hope. And then you give them that hope again, and you make their life better. You donate that money directly to them to pay for their hospital bills, to make sure that that kid can stay alive and he can get cured, and he can go on to live the life that he always dreamed of from his bedside. There you go. Right? There you go. So, you've saved a life. And I only consider that saving a life. I don't consider freaking, oh, some middle-aged person gets cancer and it's all over for them. I don't consider that saving a life at all, right? Because it's saving a life is a mindset. And that might sound really weird, but saving a life is a mindset. having your life saved is a mindset, right? There are so many instances that all of us go through where if something else happened, we would have died. But just because it didn't happen doesn't mean that our life was saved, right? Maybe we're walking on the sidewalk and a car cuts somebody off, and one car swerves and they swerve almost into the sidewalk and almost hit you, but then they swerve away, at the last second. If you notice it, you might think, oh man, that was a close one. If you don't notice it, you don't think that. Oh, this car kind of was, maybe got a little close. Oh, it was a little dangerous. You're not sitting there thinking like, oh, thank God, that driver didn't hit me. He saved my life. You're not thinking that. You're not thinking that at all. Did he save your life? Technically, yes, he did, right? He was going to run into you. I don't know if I explained the situation right, but basically, if a car was going to run into you, but then he didn't, then your life was saved. In fact, think about it. You're walking on the sidewalk, or you're crossing the intersection or whatever, right? Or you're in your own car, driving along. Every single car who is following traffic rules, every single person around you who is following the driving rules is saving your life. Because if they weren't following the rules, then they would be, oh, busy street, oh, I'll just drive into the sidewalk. Oh, there's a person there? Well, I don't care, right? By not doing that, they're saving your life. Somebody's waiting at a red light, you're crossing a green, and this person doesn't want to wait. He wants to run that red light and he smashes right into you and you die, right? But he doesn't do that. He waits his turn. He's following the rules, but in doing so he's saving your life, because if he didn't, then you would die, right? Right now, as you guys are watching this stream, there are cars that are purposely not driving off the street and crashing into your house and killing you in where you sit. Those people who are refraining from doing that are saving your life. Am I wrong? I'm not wrong. At any moment, any single person that exists can choose to do an action that kills you. Every single person who is not doing that, who is refraining from doing those actions, is technically saving your life. Because they are preventing a situation in which you lose your life. Thereby, they are saving it. But do we care? Of course we don't. Nobody thinks about this. Nobody's going to think about this. Why would you think about this? You'd have to be crazy to think about this. So why am I bringing it up? Why don't we think that every single person who passes by us, who doesn't stab us in the neck, is saving our lives? Well, because we don't have that mindset. Why do we not think that every person who doesn't crash into us with their car is saving our lives? Why don't we think that? It's because it's a mindset. We don't think about people following the rules as saving our lives. We think about it as a normal course. We think about it as just a part of life, right? Oh, I know that nobody in America is going to stab me to death, because why would they? That's silly, right? So we don't think that that's saving our lives. We just think that that's the normal thing to do, and we don't think anything of it. In fact, we don't get a guarded expression, or we don't get like a guarded stance around people who are in close proximity to us, or at least most of us don't, right? If you have anxiety, maybe you do. So I kind of do in all situations. So. But it's just, it's whatever. I'm always on my guard around people. But it's tiring. But yeah, anyway, it's just. But like, if someone pull out a knife, if someone I'm walking next to on the sidewalk pulls out a knife and stabs me, like, I'm not gonna be prepared for that, right? So, but it's like I'm going about my day assuming that people aren't out to kill me, so I don't think about my life being saved by other people refraining from doing that. So, it's a mindset, right? We don't think about it, and therefore our mindset isn't thinking about the fact that every day our life is being saved. And I'm not telling you guys to start thinking about that, not at all. You'd have to be crazy to be thinking about this. But the whole point that I'm making is that in that same sense, You can think about it as, if something is expected, or if something is expected, then you don't appreciate the impact that it has on you. You expect people to not run into you with their cars as you cross the crosswalk. So you don't appreciate when that doesn't happen, obviously. But in that same sense, a homeless person who's hungry expects, he isn't grateful, he expects the food kitchen or the food pantry or the soup kitchen to be open to him. He expects to get a hot, warm meal served to him by volunteers. It's not a gracious thing that's happening to him, it's a due course of life. It is something that he expects, and therefore it's a part of life already. It's a given, and therefore he's not appreciative of it, right? Because it's not a change in environment. If someone is truly starving, if someone's starving and they don't expect the situation to get better, then when you give that person food, they appreciate it. Why do they appreciate it? Because the difference was that they did not expect things to get better. They did not expect the better situation. That's what I mean. Having your life saved is a mindset, because it's about what you expect in the world. How grateful you are for something is directly dependent on how much of an impact, or not how much of an impact, how much it deviates away from your expectations. A poor person in America expects to still eat 3 times a day, but they don't expect a luxurious life. So if you give them a free meal, they won't appreciate it. But if you give them $1 million and a mansion, they'll love you for it. They'll appreciate it immensely, because the $1 million and the mansion was against what they expected, right? It wasn't what they expected. They expected to live their life in poverty, living in the slums, having to deal with, the, minorities all the time, whatever, right? Whatever comes from being a poor person. I wouldn't know how it was like to be a poor person. Just kidding. But yeah, whatever, right? I don't have time to think about the details of that. It's just, if you're poor and you don't expect to be rich, and then one day you do get rich, you're going to be appreciative of the opportunity, right? You're going to appreciate it. And in that sense, your life is going to be saved, or at least your life from poverty is going to be saved, because you're not going to have to live in poverty anymore. But the thing is, if you grew up in poverty, but somebody told you when you were 10 years old, hey, when you're an adult, you're going to win the lottery. Let's say you're a kid, and somebody came up to you and told you, and for some reason you believed it, they told you that, okay, listen, kid, you're going to win you're going to win $1 million when you're an adult. Now you as the poor kid, you expect to win $1 million. And so when you become an adult and you do win the money, you're not going to be appreciative of it. You're going to think, oh, finally. God, I thought it was going to be right when I turned an adult. I didn't think I'd have to wait till I was 20, or I didn't think I had to wait for that long, or I thought it was going to be more money or whatever, right? You're not going to be appreciative of it, right? You just want $1 million. That's the best thing in the world. But you're not appreciative of it. Why don't you appreciate? Why doesn't a poor person in that situation appreciate when he becomes rich? Because he was expecting it. That's what it is. When you expect something to happen, no matter how good of a thing it is, when you expect something to happen, it doesn't have that much of an impact on your mentality, because you're already prepared for it, because you're already, anticipating it. Which is why having your life saved or having a good thing happen to you, it's about a mindset. Positivity is about mindset. And this applies to everything, but it's about how much you appreciate something. But you appreciate something because it's not expected, right? And I mean, it's the same sense that, a kid who's spoiled by his parents his entire life, isn't going to appreciate anything. because, well, he just expects everything, right? Oh, somebody gets him something for his birthday. Well, he's not going to appreciate it because his parents get him something for his everyday existence, right? But if a kid who's not spoiled and whose parents, I guess, neglect him or whatever, right? And the kid doesn't get anything for his birthday ever, and then one birthday somebody gives him a gift, even if it's something simple, the kid is like on the verge of tears because, oh, this is the first time anyone's gotten me a gift for my birthday. I didn't expect this. I didn't expect this. That's what it is. You're only appreciative of something when you don't expect it. When you are so in that sense, when you are so far into the depths of despair over not having that thing that you have lost all hope. And you see this in stories too. It's only when all hope is lost that the good thing happens. But that's not the only instance in which good things happen. It's just that you only notice when good things happen when you appreciate them. That's the only time you notice when good things happen. Every single bite of food that you eat is a good thing. Every single, bite of food, every single night you get to lay in a comfy mattress, every single time you get to use indoor plumbing in order to go to the bathroom conveniently. Every single instance of you breathing in clean oxygen, because we don't live in a polluted city like Shanghai, China. Every single little thing in life is a good thing, but we take like 99% of it for granted because we've grown up around it and it's a given. And I'm not saying we shouldn't take it for granted, right? It's like, we got to get normal with these things, right? If I had to think about if I had to thank God every single time I took a breath of air, then I'd never be able to live my life, right? And it's the same with food, and it's the same with, using the bathroom and all this sort of stuff, right? You're not supposed to think about this. And my point with this isn't that we're supposed to think about this. My point with this is that nobody's going to appreciate it when you give them something that's expected. When somebody expects something and somebody anticipates something, they're not going to appreciate it that much. As much. The amount of appreciation varies. And obviously this isn't a blanket statement, right? If you truly want something and you have to wait for it and then it finally comes, you can still appreciate it. You can still love that. And you can be like, oh, I'm so glad the wait's over. I get to finally have this thing I've been waiting for so long. I love it, right? You can still be appreciative of something like that, right? Just in the sense that a homeless person can still be appreciative of the food that he gets. Oh, I've been waiting for the soup kitchen to. Oh, I'm so glad you guys are working here. It's just so great. I mean, I know I say this every time, but thank you all for your hard work, and I'm so glad to be eating this warm food from the soup kitchen. A homeless person can do that, and there are homeless people who do that, and those are the good ones. And then there are the bad ones. So I'm saying with homeless people, it's a hit and miss, right? People you donate to charity for, it's a hit or miss, right? If some country, let's say you're donating to, I don't know, where's a place where I won't get, blasted for having a controversial opinion about it? I don't know. Let's say you're donating money to feed children in Libya, okay? Libya. I think Libya is one of the ones that gets a lot of aid. So they all need aid, but I think Libya is one of the better one, or one of the ones that gets it. So let's say there's a charity that donates food and supplies to Libya. The first donation is probably pretty appreciative, right? The poor people over there are, need the help, and so you give them the help, and they're appreciative of it, right? Years and years and years later, though, you keep giving aid as a constant stream to them, they're going to become dependent on it. But not only are they going to become dependent on it, but they're not going to appreciate it as much. Oh, it's that time of the month. Time for another American care package to fly over to us Libyans. Here's our month. Here's our food for the month, right? They expect it. Some of them might still be appreciative. They might, be thanking God for the existence of American charities. But I'm sure the majority of them it's a par on course sort of thing. Like, it's the beginning of the month. Better go head to the city center so that, I can get my free meal for the month. or get my free food for this month. You know, it's an expected thing. And then on that same in that same example, if they don't get it, let's say America skips a month, let's say the charity shuts down or whatever, and then beginning of the month, Libya, that was getting its monthly shipments, doesn't get one this time. Everyone goes to the city center. There's no food. They go crazy. They get angry. Where's our free food? America was supposed to bring this. What happened to the charity? Where's the free food? Does no one care about us anymore? You know, you're gonna get all these reactions. Whether there's gonna be from shock or skepticism or impatience or anger. But where is that impatience and anger directed at? It's directed at the hands that feed them. It's directed at the people who were supposed to give them food, but who didn't, right? And so Libya goes crazy in this situation where they stop getting American food aid or whatever. And they go crazy and the whole place devolves into madness, right? Oh, we don't have enough food to feed ourselves for this month, right? What's going to happen? Well, Libya became too dependent on America spoiling them. And yes, it is America spoiling them, right? Libya didn't have to work for that food. They were a charity case. That's what it is. They were a charity case, and you just gave them food, right? You know, you give a man a fish, right? You give a man a fish and you feed him for a day, right? If we just keep giving Libya food without teaching them to make their own food, so we can stop doing this, then they're going to be completely dependent on it. And that's not good for an entire country of people, or even a whole town of people, to be reliant on the charity donations of the more generous out there. That's not good, because the instant that stops, let's say the charity shut down, let's say all of its top donors died, let's say, or maybe they found a better charity, let's say that there's a controversy around Libya and people couldn't be caught donating money to them anymore because, oh, Libya was home to a racist. Oh no, and then, we can't support them anymore, right? Who knows? A million reasons, right, that this can happen. But anyway, no matter what happens, or no matter what the reason, Libya, who in my example is dependent on the food handouts of a charity, is no longer going to get them. They're going to be angry at the hand that fed them, right? They're going to hit the hand that feeds them because they're angry, right? Because it's something that became expected, right? I'm not saying these people are evil for it. I'm saying that this is basic human psychology. They expect something, and then they're not appreciative of when they get it because it's a due course of life that they're going to get charity handouts, right? Because they're so used to it and it's happening all the time. In the same sense that we're going to breathe clean air all the time, right? Or we're going to eat 3 meals a day all the time, right? This isn't something that we're appreciative of, which we shouldn't be. Of course, Libya, in my example, needs to not rely on food handouts to sustain their lives, but but it's the same sense, right? It's the same situation where Libya won't appreciate what they're having, and then the instant that it stops, then they're going to get angry, right? They're not going to be like, oh, guess it didn't come this week, guess it didn't come this month, we'll better figure out a solution. No, their entire worldview is going to be crushed when the expected thing doesn't happen to them anymore. Why are we not getting food? What happened to the food? Does the China not care about us anymore? Those stupid Americans, they need to give us our food on time. How do they expect us to survive? Like, they might use their own hunger as like a threat on the moral values of the generous Americans. Whatever, they can use whatever manipulative tactics they want to try to guilt the charity into giving them their food on time, the handouts on time. But whatever it is, it's just simply manipulation, or it's just simply the fact, not even that, it's the fact that they're going to be festering in their anger as they starve to death. That's what it is, right? Just as if you closed all the soup kitchens and food pantries in America, then the poor and the homeless in America would start starving to death, and they would be all angry at the lack of government, at the lack of government programs that are supposed to be feeding them, right? They're not supposed to be feeding them. In reality, nobody should be getting free food handouts, right? In reality, everybody should be working a job, and if you can't work a job, you can't afford to live, right? That's the reality of it, right? In fact, for the majority of human history, that's how it was. If you didn't hunt the animals or for their meat, or gather the berries and the vegetables for the food, then you weren't eating tonight, right? That's kind of how like human tribes and communities worked. So that's that's how it was. So nowadays it shouldn't be any different. But the thing is, it is, and because it's different, it's created these expectations within these people, right? And it's because they have these expectations that they don't appreciate what they have. They don't view their lives as being saved every single day that soup kitchen doesn't get shut down, because they don't expect the soup kitchen to get shut down because it's always been there. But the day that it does get shut down and they can't eat anymore, then they're not gonna say, okay, well, this good thing isn't happening anymore, better find my own way. They're just gonna get angry. They're going to get angry and they're going to throw a fit like a spoiled child would when he doesn't get what he wants. You guys see the similarities there? If you spoil your kid and then one day you stop giving him what he wants, then he's going to throw a temper tantrum, right? Because he didn't appreciate anything that you did for him because you've been doing it for him every single day. Right? It's the expected thing that you're going to spoil him. And then the day that it stops, which one day it will stop, right? One day that soup kitchen will shut down, or one day you won't buy him a toy at Toys R Us, or one day, that charity is going to shut down and Libya's not going to get its food shipments anymore. Whenever that happens, the person that it gets affected is going to throw a temper tantrum and they're going to pose themselves as a victim. Oh no, people aren't giving me what I expected anymore. Poor me. That's what it is. Poor me, right? You're a spoiled brat. You're a spoiled brat who just expects everything, right? But the thing is, again, I'm not admonishing these people, right? I'm not saying that these people themselves are evil just for having this mentality. You're not. Nobody is. Because every single human being on this planet has something that they are taking for granted. Has something that could technically be worse than it is, but they don't think in appreciation and they don't thank God for that every day, right? I mean, come on. Even if you say a prayer thanking God for the dinner at the dinner table every day, there are going to be some days where you don't mean it and you don't care and it's just a routine. I mean, come on. Like that's, no matter how appreciative you vocalize that you are over things, you aren't going to be every single day. I mean, you'd have to be a borderline saint-like person in order to actually think that every day, right? Most people just thank God for their meal, in their dinner time prayer, just as a thing to do, right? It's just been tradition for us, right? There's a real meaning behind it, and that's what it is. But most people don't mean that. Like, come on, guys. Like, we don't. Honestly, we don't need to, right? Why do we need to be appreciative of the food that we were gonna get anyway, right? It's this, but it's that mentality, right? Every single day there's food in the grocery stores for us to buy. Our lives are saved. We don't have to starve tonight because the farmers keep continuing to work and the truck drivers keep continuing to deliver that farm food to us. Whoopee-doo, right? Even if you start your own farm. Well, every day technically you should be appreciative of the fact that the soil has enough nutrients to grow the plants that you eat, right? Or to feed the animals that you eat, right? Every single day, the Zeus, the god of thunder and lightning, hasn't ordained to throw lightning bolts at your house and electrocute you and your family to death. I mean, that's every single day that goes by that hasn't happened to you. Then maybe some other force has just decided not to do that to you, right? It's like, who freaking, it's anything. It's literally anything, right? Every single day, God Almighty above has decided to not take an asteroid in outer space and crash it into the planet and cause us to go into nuclear winter. Like every single day that doesn't happen, we don't need to thank God for not killing us all, right? We don't need this, right? It's so much to think about, but it's because we don't think about it that it's in our basic human psychology to not care about it, right? I don't give a shit that God isn't throwing asteroids into the planet and ending all of humanity. I don't care. I don't even think about that. I've never thought about that once in my life outside of this conversation. You guys haven't either. I guarantee that. So why would you have to think about all that? Well, you don't. You don't. But I'm saying if God all of a sudden came down and sent second Jesus to the earth and got on a live stream and was like, hey guys, every single day I've been fighting off the temptation to hurl asteroids at you and end humanity, so you guys better be thankful for that. Nobody's gonna be fucking thankful for that. Like who cares? Like nobody's even thought of that before, right? So maybe like one person will be like, oh, my suspicions were correct. Thank you, God, for not doing the inevitable. But everyone else isn't going to care, right? Nobody's going to care, right? Second coming of Jesus, whatever, right? It's like, oh, thank you, God, for not killing us all. Haha, yeah, jeez. It's like they're not going to be appreciative of that. They're not going to at all. Why would they? Because it's par on course for us to not have asteroids hurled at our planet. It's par on course for us for sun flares to not be so big and pointed at Earth that it's going to burn up the atmosphere, right? It's par on course for us that the Earth's core isn't going to turn into a toxin gas all of a sudden and release deadly chemicals into our oxygen so that we can't breathe anymore. This stuff isn't going to happen, right? In the same sense that a spoiled kid will never not get the toy that he wants. A homeless person will never not be able to go to the soup kitchen. A poor person will never not be given food stamps, right? That's, par on course, right? These eventualities are never considered because these people don't have the mindset of, hey, this could end tomorrow. Just like the rest of us don't have this mindset that things could end tomorrow, right? Who out here is thinking that we might not be able to breathe clean air tomorrow? Nobody. Absolutely nobody on this planet is thinking about that. I mean, maybe the people in polluted Shanghai who got a clear day of air are probably thinking that because it's pretty normal for the air to be of a crappy quality over there. But other than that, the rest of it, like especially us in here in America, right? There's no place that doesn't have clean air in America. I mean, city's a little congested, but it's not that bad, right? And people who live in the city are used to it. I'm used to it, so. But it's that same concept, right? Nobody out here is thinking that we're not going to be able to breathe clean air tomorrow. But in that same sense, no homeless person is thinking that, oh, the soup kitchens are going to shut down tomorrow. No poor person is thinking that, oh, my food stamps are going to be taken away tomorrow, and so I won't be able to feed me and my kids, right? Nobody's thinking about that. No, these people who are getting these free things that are literally life-saving aren't thinking about that. And so when they do get it, it's an expectation, and they're not thinking about it. And because they're not thinking about it, if you donate money to extend the food stamps program, or you open another soup kitchen, or you open another homeless shelter, or whatever, nobody's going to appreciate you for it. Nobody will appreciate you. I could win the lottery and spend every penny of it against my own wishes in order to help the homeless, and nobody will care. Nobody will care. Nobody will be appreciative of it because it is another thing that they expect to be given to them. That's what it is. Because the homeless people in this country have been conditioned to learn that they will be taken care of. In one way or another, they will be taken care of. If you open another soup kitchen, if you start a program that puts all the homeless people in apartments, whatever, right? The only thing that they will think is, I knew we were going to get help. Looks like this is how people are going to help us this time. They won't even see your name. If you put your name on the front of it, if I say it's the Big Pasta House the Homeless program, the homeless people they're gonna not think about my own name attached to that the second after they finish reading the title. They're not going to care who did it for them. All that they care about is, okay, well, when do I get an apartment? That's all they care about. That's all they care about. They're not going to think anything more than that, because it's just another thing that they're getting, right? It's another luxury that they're getting. Whereas you compare that to freaking, like, a child who is born into a life of slavery is going to be all of a sudden one day going to be taken out of that life of slavery and being given a first class, middle class life in wonderful America. That kid will be appreciative of that opportunity for the rest of his life, because that kid could never in a million years have expected that he would be saved. And yes, he did get saved. It was the hand of God that saved him, because he didn't expect it. Because in China, the poor people, the poor kids who are sold off to work in factories for the great payment of a bowl of rice and a questionable glass of water every day, those kids could never have even dreamed of living a life better than that. They could have thought about it, but they would never have expected it. It would just be a dream. It would just be, some of the stories that they would tell each other as they lay on the cold concrete ground, given just enough blankets to stop them from catching a cold, but nothing more. And they lay next to each other, and they look at each other, and they talk about their previous lives and the poor conditions of their family and their villages, and they talk about how, oh, it'd be great if I could live in the city, and it'd be cool if we didn't have to live this kind of life anymore. They couldn't even conceptualize what kind of life they would like. They just think that anything but this. That's the kind of life you're saving. When you take someone like that out of poverty, that's the kind of life you're saving. So there are a lot of instances like that. I mean, there's 7 billion people on this planet. I mean, we're closing in on 8 billion people on this planet. The majority of them live in poverty. The majority of them live worse than any of us do. And it's sad. It's sad. And I'm not saying this as to admonish anybody who doesn't, right? But, a homeless person in America lives 10 times better than most people in China or India do. They live 100 times better than most of Africa does. I mean, that's, a homeless person in America does. So, a homeless person who lives in their car, sleeping on a mattress in their car, is living better than the majority of the world. That's the level that we're talking about here. So if a homeless person is living better than the majority of the world, why would I donate to them? like, honest to God, why would I donate to them? Other than, something for my benefit, right? Oh, I'm a rich American. I don't want to see a bunch of homeless people in my streets, so let's get them all off the streets. Oh, I got to give them a good life for that? Okay, well, let's give them a good life for that, whatever. That's all it is. That's all it is. It's all gone. But yeah, you consider that, and there are so many other people that you could save. Right? There are so many other people who would appreciate what you do for them a lot more. Even the kid in China, in the factory, right? They're working in terrible conditions. We don't have to ship the kids out of China even. All we can do is say, okay, look, we're going to relocate you to a better factory with better working conditions, and more pay. That's all you have to do. And you relocate the kids to a better factory with better working conditions where they don't have to get their fingers cut off and they don't have to work such long hours, and you give them like a video game play area, during their off hours. They're going to love you for that. They're going to appreciate that for the rest of their childhoods, because You saved them from a crappy condition. You put them in a less crappy condition, and you have still saved their lives, right? You've created better working conditions for them. You've saved their lives, right? Even people in America, when they're given better working conditions, right? Let's say they're working a crappy job and then all of a sudden they get a better one. They love it. They're more appreciative of it than a homeless person at a soup kitchen is. Like, honest to God, they are. Like, so you give somebody who is, suffering in one way or another, who doesn't expect the suffering to end, and you lessen their suffering, and they will be appreciative of it. As to what degree they're appreciative of it, well, it depends on the person. But I'm saying that goes a farther way in creating those positive feelings in those people. And in my opinion, the world is built on positive feelings. It's people's perspective on their own situations. A millionaire can still suffer, and a person living in poverty can still be happy. There's not a hierarchy of happiness, because happiness is drawn from a mindset, right? A spoiled kid will never be happy even though he has everything in the world, because he will never be happy with what he has, because he has the mindset that doesn't allow him to be. A mindset that doesn't allow you to be appreciative of the things that you have or the things that you're getting is a mindset where you're not happy. I mean, it's unfortunate to see, and I do feel sorry for these people, but whatever. I mean, it's like whatever for me. It's like, I don't really care, but yeah, that's what it is. So I look at this. I know I talked a lot about that, and I probably repeated myself, ad infinity. But I look at this, and it's like, okay, what good can you do with 37 million? 37 million. Its cash value is. Do they have cash value on here? 38. That's right. Guaranteed jackpot. They don't list the cash value on here, really? Huh. Game odds. FAQ. 1 in 41 million. Imagine you win the lottery and you mail in your ticket to claim your prize. Oh, God. No freaking way. $0.95 for every dollar played goes back to the community through contributions to public schools and colleges, prizes, and retail compensation. Oh, okay, prizes. So I was gonna say if they're donating most of the money, how are they upping the jackpot? But, retail compensation. Oh, retail. Okay. So I buy it from like the liquor store, then the liquor store gets a cut. Okay, that makes sense. Do they have the cash value on here? Yeah, here it is. 22.9. So, but yeah, anyway, when I think about 22.9 times, I don't know, you get about 2/3 of that, so you're left with 15 million. So if I won the jackpot tonight, which is tonight, then I would get, I took the cash prize, which of course I would. Inflation's going so high right now, you can't, like, it would be a bad thing to get the annuity. Whatever, but, I get 15 million. That's nice. But anyway, 15 million bucks. Oh, look, it's a California girl on there. God, I have like smudges on my monitor, so I can't tell which, if like a smudge on a picture is like part of the picture or if it's part of my monitor. But I have like a smudge like right here and right here on my monitor. But then there's these people in the actual picture that are blurry right here and here and here. So it's this one looks like an ostrich. To be honest, I should just be playing like Daily Derby or something. Fantasy 5. $175,000. Oh boy. If I just played this instead, honestly, I should. What are the odds? I mean, technically, it's 80 times better odds to play this one than the one I'm playing right now. So, if I won this, then I wouldn't be able to quit. I wouldn't be able to retire in Japan with this kind of money, but I could I could at least build my little house, my little custom house in the countryside. Daily Derby. That's a lot of money. Game odds. A trifecta. And race time. What do you do with this one? Pick 3 horses to finish in first, second, and third. Then pick your race time, which is the time it takes for the first horse to finish. Whoa, that sounds difficult. Oh my god. It's like playing it's like playing fantasy football in Vegas. Ugh. I used to play fantasy football in Vegas. It was alright. I knew nothing about football, but I won some money. Wow, this would be difficult. Difficult. You have to get the race time by the second. How long are these horse races? It's too much variation. Ugh. Can't imagine how long this has been going. But yeah, anyway, I think about if I won this much money. What did I say, 15 million for this? This translates to 15 million. But anyway, it's like, could you can't save the world. You can't even come close. But I mean, you can make life better for somebody who appreciates it. What would I do with 2,000 Chinese people? Actually kind of a weird thing to think about necessarily. I wouldn't do that. There's no real I wouldn't. I'm not giving my money to charity. If I won this is $15 million, so I get to take home 15 million cash. I'm not gonna spend it on any charity. If I got something that's like directly impactful for my life, then I'll continue the research for it. There's actually this thing that they're doing. It's like this small company of scientists, and they're researching this cure to this thing that I won't specify what the cure is, but anyway, it's like a small group of people that are doing it. I think it's like something like 6 to 10 people total, and most of them are like degree holding scientists who are like specialists in their field. Anyway, it's a small company and they're doing this thing. They're trying to fix this problem. And the problem does directly affect me. So honestly, like if I won this much money, I would see if like putting a couple million into that company would speed things up or would help them finish their project. So that's what it would be. So that's something medical that actually affects me. So I would do that. If I had like a loved one who had something, then I would probably put money into helping fix that. But other than that, it's like, again, it's also like selfish reasons, right? I'm not gonna, I'm pretty much only thinking selfishly for like me and my loved ones, basically. So, which why wouldn't you, right? It's only, yes, it's a I get to live the rest of my life in luxury amount of money, but also it's only 15 million. In the grand scheme of things, 15 million is a drop in the bucket. It's a drop in the bucket. It's a drop in the ocean, right? it's nothing compared to the wealth of the world. So you're not gonna save the world with that kind of money. You're probably not even gonna save one company with that kind of money, right? I mean, I could save one company, but it'd take all the money. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that. I can make a season of anime for $2 million. Actually, let's look that up. So I'm interested. How much money do you start Monopoly, or does Mr. Beast have? Okay, that's great. I wonder how much money Mr. Beast has. Actually, we're not gonna look at that though. I'm not. I don't want to know the answer to that. How much money? What was I gonna look up? How much? How much money does Mr. Beast have? How much money does it take to make an anime? How much does it take to make an anime? The average cost for a simple 60-second 2D animation is around $6,000. A whole episode can cost between $100,000 to $300,000. So a 12-episode long season could cost up to $3.6 million. They're saying about $2 million. So it looks like producer Shirobako claimed his show cost $4 million for 24 episodes. In order to make it sell, he had to advertise it, plan events, and make merchandise. Okay, so she's so loud. They're saying a lot of, it looks like the anime itself costs 145, but that was back in 2010. So it's looks like they have all these different costs. So, they're paying $2,000 for a script. That'd be nice. The original work and the script combined looks like it's about $4,000. Maybe like 3,500. That's nice. Honestly, like I would just pay for a script to be made. Like, just if I can get like a good script writer for my silly story, and then just have them write a script for it, then I could just read the script and be like, oh yeah, that's how my anime would go, huh? And I'd just be satisfied with that. I don't need to actually make the show. So you guys ever watch this? Peter Robinson. I'm not gonna play the video because I know Crunchyroll produced it, so a bunch of Jordan Peterson. Robinson Shelter. I believe it's Shelter. You guys ever watch this one? It's this one. I'm in incognito, so it always defaults me to light. This one, Be ba da boo, do da da dee, ba ba bee, ba da. This is not a good representation. Anyway, it's a 6-minute animation. They actually got A1 Pictures, who makes a lot of the popular anime. I don't know any A1 Pictures. A1 Pictures. They made whatever. They made Sword Art Online. All of them, it looks like. They made Anohana. They made Anohana. Anohana's great. I cried multiple times in Anohana. Fantastic anime. They made Kaguya-sama. So anyway, it's the same company that made Sword Art Online and Kaguya-sama. Um, they actually this was an I believe Porter Robinson. Why did I think Peter Robinson? Porter Robinson um, made Shelter. But anyway, he's a big anime fan, so he made a song. He's a song maker. I don't know what song creator, song producer, whatever. He makes music. He's pretty popular, but anyway, he's an anime fan, so he actually went through Crunchyroll to get in contact with A1 Pictures, the anime company, and he worked with the anime company to make an anime music video for for his song Shelter, which this video is so good. Oh my god, this is like the best thing that could have ever come out of that. Like honestly, it's so amazing. If you guys haven't seen this, it is honestly like it's worth the 6 minutes. The song itself is great. I don't know. I can't show it right now because I don't know if I'm gonna get copyrighted by Porter Robinson or his music company, or if I'm gonna get copyrighted by Crunchyroll, who um, who is the publisher of the video. So I know this video always has ads attached to it if you're watching it without ad blockers. So I don't want to risk it, but I don't want my stream shut down again. I still got to go to copyright school to get rid of my copyright strike. Otherwise, they're gonna delete my whole channel. So what? I don't watch YouTube videos on here unless it's the no copyright lo-fi one. Anyway, this one, I highly recommend it. It's so good. Normally, I don't listen to this kind of music. I do like this kind of music. The very like techno, um, sort of like, kind of mix of like a mellow plus an upbeat sort of like techno song with vocals that you can't really understand that well, that just add to the ambiance of what's essentially a background song. I do like that kind of music. I don't seek it out, but it is stuff that's similar to like I mean Maidon is someone I listen to a lot. Anyway, the music video itself is just the video itself is just fantastic. But yeah. Anyway, so why did I start talking about this? Oh yeah, he this one's great. But yeah. Anyway, this is an example of somebody who's not even in Japan, and they hire the company to make an anime for them. Again, it's a 6 minute anime. So according to I close the window, I guess. According to the silly chart, um, they were saying 6 grand per minute. So I mean, this video probably cost. I mean, from start to finish, it probably cost like $50,000 to make just this one video, music video. Which honestly, like, for a dude who's making like multi-million view music soundtracks or music tracks, then he's on YouTube. He probably has the spare money, but so it's like 50 grand for a 6 minute video like this, and I mean the end product was really good, but I doubt he made his money back on this. I mean the video itself got 71 million views, but the regular song itself got 52 million. So I don't know if this anime video caused him to get enough sales on the song to make the money back, but I mean, I'm sure he didn't care about that, right? And obviously, if I was to make my own anime, I wouldn't care about that either. So I wouldn't even think about like merchandising or whatever, unless it was like, oh, you could get some of your money back. It's like, okay, cool. But yeah, I don't know. All my anime ideas are very generic, or all my story ideas are very generic. So I just they're not really interesting. I mean, they're on par with something like Maggie, because Maggie itself wasn't really like that captivating of a plot. I mean, it had a good premise, but it's like beyond the premise. It wasn't like it's just your typical like, oh, let's just do action. Let's just go on a shonen action adventure sort of thing, right? So it's on that kind of level. I did not know A1 Pictures did Maggie actually. What else did they do? They did Wotakoi. Oh man, I love this anime. Wotakoi and Netju are like two really good slice of lives. Oh, they did Blend S. Dude, A1 Pictures has done everything. Oh, they did 86. I love 86. This is the one that like got really dark. Oh, this is awesome. They did Fairy Tail. Okay. I never watched part 2. Shelter. They put the music video on here. Let's read the reviews. They got an 8.3. A 1. This guy rated a 1. This might be one of the worst things I've ever watched. It was a good video. Don't listen to the naysayers. See, it's about mindset. That person had high expectations, and they weren't met. It's a fine music video. It's whatever, right? I mean, it's way better than the other crap that you see on like Yahoo Music. So, because it actually had a story to it. I can never find the right way to tell you. Is this the movie? Yeah, it's the movie. I never watched this. They reminisce. Was it good? I'm a big fan. My top 2 tearjerker. What's your other one? What's the other one that was a tearjerker? Your number? Yeah. See, someone asked. Someone asked, "What's your number 1 tearjerker?" Because they said it's part of his top 2. Yeah. See, other people are asking. Oh my god. See, I'm not alone in this. See, I'm getting enough social validation just from seeing other people who saw his review on the Anohana movie, saying that this was his number 2 tearjerker anime. And then they're like, what's your number 1? What's your number 1? Curious to know what your other top jerker anime is. Oh. He said either Planet After Story or Mirai Nikki. Or F. Well, has this guy been online? Nope. 2017. Maybe he forgot his password. So he's watched. Oh, he only has 5 favorites. And none of them are Anohana. Sucks. Hey, you guys want to see my anime list? Oh boy. Ijo. Where's mine? Because I'm so conceited we have to watch mine. My profile picture is just the... I fucking love that picture. My top 5 what are my top 5 anime? One Piece, Yakitate Japan, Code Geass. And then I have those are typical. People who don't know Yakitate Japan, it's silly. I wish this anime got more publicity. Because Food Wars is really popular, but Food Wars just basically copies Yakitate Japan. It's the same thing. It's just, oh, they make great, unexpectedly great food, and everyone has these awesome reactions to it. But like Food Wars was like heralded as like such a great anime. But Yakitate Japan did it first. They did it first, and it's a bigger series, and they did it first, and it had an actual storyline to it, other than just shonen Food Wars. It was actually there were stakes in Yakitate Japan. It was a good story. I really liked it, especially when I was younger. Okay. Dansko se no nichijou. Daily Life of High School Boys was a funny one, but only if you're a high school boy. Girls won't relate to the jokes in this anime, so. Unfortunately, it is a very funny anime, but it's all boy humor. It's all stuff that like you relate to. Be like, you know, I had friends in high school, believe it or not, and they were all boys, and we were all a bunch of freaking horny teenagers. Right? It was just, you know, half the things we talked about was, you know, cute girls in class, and the other half of the things we talked about were like boy action violence things or whatever. So, you know, very typical stuff. But anyway, this anime is very much like that. It's all of the teenage angst that like boys get from liking girls and from, you know, doing weird inappropriate things and all this sort of stuff. So it's very boy humor. It's very like boy humor. So anyway, this is one that'll get a laugh out of any person who is or was formerly a high school boy. So that's that. And then Space Brothers, only adults. I mean, this one's great if like if you're an adult. What manga do I like? One Piece, Space Brothers. Okay, so the same as the anime. Ooh, Hoseki no Kuni. Huh. I never finished Hoseki no Kuni. It was a good manga. But I mean, why did I put it as my favorite? I guess I hadn't read that much. Vinland Saga. Which Vinland Saga, oh my god, Vinland Saga, holy crap. I've fanboyed over Vinland Saga before. I think I've fanboyed over Vinland Saga like last week, so I don't think I need to go into that again. But anyway, it changed my life. And then Death Note. I read Death Note when I was in middle school. I never watched the anime for Death Note. Or, well, I watched, like, scenes of it on YouTube. The stupid chip scene. I'll take a chip and eat it. And then I watched the final scene of the first half. I watched that in anime form. And I've complained about that before, how they removed, like, the most important part of that scene, which completely, like, devalues the scene in its entirety. Anyway, Death Note is a good manga. I have not updated my manga history. Wow. I finished Dr. Stone. And what else did I do? Ooh, I dropped Attacked OP. That's right, I did drop that. And then I watched both seasons of Librarian. Huh, March 23rd. I guess what's today? Almost May. I guess I've been reading the books for this anime for like a month now. This one I've been obsessing over. The second season was kind of meh, but the first season was great of this, being a librarian. Or Honzuki no Gekokujo Shiso ni naru tabe ni wa shudan o erande raremasen. It's one of those stupid fucking like sentences for it's a complete sentence for in fact it's a run-on sentence as the title I hate them. I hate them all because you go freaking. Oh no, themes isekai. No, I wanted themes isekai. Where are you? Here you go. Isekai. You got themes, and it's like, where's one that's a long one. Where's one that's like a long one? I guess they're not gonna be popular. Everyone loves Konosuba, but I don't know. I watched some of it. It's okay. Everyone's like, oh, it's the funniest thing ever. But it's not. It's like it's okay. I guess I've watched funnier anime though. So yeah, here we go. Slime toshite 300年知らないうちにレベルマックスになってました, which roughly translates to I've been killing slimes for 300 years and maxed out my level. Oh my god. God, there's other ones that are like super long sentences. No, not on this tab. Isekai long title. Here we go. 10 anime that have really long titles. Here we go. Nope. Do you love your mom and her 2-hit multi-target attacks? What the fuck? Oh my god, I love my mom and her 2-part multi-target attacks. Problem children are coming from another world, aren't they? My entire class was summoned to another world except for me. Oh no, my whole class of students. No matter how popular you look at it, it is you guys it is your guys' fault I'm not popular. Nice. Very nice. I hate these. I was abducted by an elite all-girls school as a sample commoner. So basically it's harem, but it's also femdom. It's probably also going to be financial dom. It's probably also going to be but then it's going to be wish fulfillment for sure. It's going to have all of this stuff, especially this picture. Oh my god, he's such in a quirky, sufferable situation, and yet the girls still love him. Whoopie-doo, right? One guy in an all-girls school. What a dream. What do you do at the end of the world? Are you busy? Are you busy? Are you busy? Are you busy at the end of the world? Oh my god, the former top 1 sub-character training diary. A dedicated player is currently conquering another world. Oh my god. Oh my god. I hate it. I hate it because it's all power fantasy. Garfield challenges Elon Musk for Twitter ownership. Now that sounds more interesting than what the article I just read. Brianna Alberts is a seasonal anime watcher. Dang. Oh my god, what a prestigious title. Anyway. Let's look at my anime profile for the millionth time because I don't want to do my homework. Anime list. Oh boy, give me a score. I gave it 86 out of 10. Dang. I give One Piece a 10? I don't know about the anime. Actually, yeah, the anime is for sure a 10 for sure. And no, I'm not just talking with rose tinted glasses. because it was one of my first anime that I watched in middle school, and I just thought how awesome it was, and it's influenced like every creative idea I've ever had since. I'm not saying it because of that. I'm not saying it's 10 out of 10 because of that. Don't worry, guys. Code Geass is good. Fate Zero is pretty good. I liked Fate Zero a lot. I've rewatched Fate Zero like 4 times. Airing. Oh, it's airing right now. Oh my god, I gotta tune in, turn on my TV. Fate Zero season 2. It's pretty good. I can't rewatch Fate Zero anymore because I have like most of the plot memorized. It's like, or most of the episode content memorized because I've rewatched this so much. Same with Code Geass. I rewatched like as a kid, because I first watched Code Geass in like 7th grade. I rewatched Code Geass every single year until I graduated high school. So that's what, 7 times that I watched it, and then I watched it like 2 or 3 times as an adult. So I've seen this show like 10 goddamn times. So it's like, I mean, it's been like years since I've last seen it, so it's like I'm starting to lose those details. So eventually I can rewatch it again. I would love to, but eventually. But will it happen? I mean, I will eventually, and that's if I remember. But I don't even think about the show anymore. They came out with a movie for it. I didn't watch the movie. I didn't watch the movie. Daily Life High School Boys, Space Brothers, Uchu Kyodai, Gekkan Shoujo, yeah, Gekkan Shoujo Nozaki-kun. God, Nozaki-kun is such a good anime. Oh my god, 10 out of 10 for me, for sure. I laughed at, the first time I watched it, I laughed at every single joke. That is so hard to get me to do. Because I don't laugh. I'm just some mean, negative, ugly, complaining guy. So I don't laugh at things, right? But Gekkan Shoujo just cracked me up the whole way through. I loved the humor in that. Oh, God. I don't want to give you guys like high expectations for it if you haven't seen it, but it's a great show. I loved it. It's just, it brings a, I rewatch it now. I don't laugh at the jokes anymore, but every single gimmick just brings a smile to my face. It's great. So I was kidding about being, negative or whatever. I'm not. I'm the most positive person in the world, guys. Don't worry. Koi no Katachi, for sure. A Silent Voice is such a good movie. Oh my god, masterpiece. 10 out of 10 masterpiece. This movie was a masterpiece. Holy crap. Do I own this on DVD? I wonder. There's another one I want to watch. God, I want to watch Josie, the Tiger and the Fish. I want to watch this one. Don't search with Google Lens, you piece of crap. It's it's about this guy meets this girl who's like in a wheelchair. I don't know what the movie's about beyond that, because I've only seen these promotional images. But it looks really wholesome. This movie looks really wholesome. So I really want to watch it. But, and yes, I am thinking about butts. If I rent the movie, it's $4 to rent it, which means that I can watch it once, or I can rewatch it again within like a 1 day time period, like a 24-hour time period, or 40 hours, something like that, 48 hours, something like that. I don't know. But anyway, my only options to watch it are, I mean, I could pirate it, but I don't want to pirate things. I'm past that point in my life. So I could either rent it, which means I only get to watch it once, essentially, or I could buy it on DVD, or Blu-ray, I mean. Blu-ray, DVD, digital, CD soundtrack. Wait, is this a soundtrack or the actual thing? Oh, plus CD soundtrack. I mean, this would be worth it. But it was $25. You know what I could buy with $25? I can buy the entirety of Cyberpunk 2077. I could buy an entire like full length open world video game. Yeah, full open world AAA video game that will give me like 50 to 70 hours of entertainment. That's what I could buy with this money. But no, instead I would buy a 2-hour movie. That's there's no way that I'm getting my dollar per hour entertainment value out of buying this. But at the same time, I'm gonna feel kind of crummy buying just renting it, right? Because what if I rent it and then, like a year from now I want to rewatch it, right? Or what if I want to see it on my shelf and be like, oh, I remember Josie the Tiger and the Fish. That'd be a cool one to just zone out to. I pick it. I feel like I see it on my shelf and I feel like doing it, watching it again. I watched it again. So that's the joy of owning stuff. But I'm paying so much more money for that. Holy crap! An extra $20. Jesus. If I win the lottery tonight, guys. Okay, here's my promise. If I win, what am I saying? What did I say? $15 million tonight. I will buy this Blu-ray. If I win the lottery tonight and a life-changing amount of money, my everything like that, I will buy this Blu-ray. I promise, guys. If I win the lottery, I will buy this Blu-ray. I will hold myself to that promise. I will too. I'll check the numbers tonight after stream, and I'll see if I won. And if I win, then I won't even have to redeem the money, right? I have an extra $25. I just don't want to spend it on this. But I will spend the $25 on this if I win the lottery. Okay? That's what I'll do, okay? And I'll even buy that the gem DLC for that stupid idle game that I'm playing too. That's another $10. I'll buy that too. Don't worry, guys. We'll do that, alright? Why do I still have this open? Oh yeah, I was looking up anime costs. Anyway, so aside from that, which I want to buy, or I want to own this movie, but whatever. I don't want to watch it by myself. That's the thing. I watched Weathering with You by myself. I had I bought something. I don't remember what. Weathering with You. I bought something. I don't remember what I bought. I think I bought like enough Totino's pizza rolls from the grocery store to qualify to earn a free movie ticket. I think that's what it was. I bought enough Totino's pizza rolls at the grocery store to earn a free movie ticket. And so I got a free movie ticket and I scanned my receipt and I had to send in this rebate form digitally to the company. And they're like, okay, here's your free movie ticket. Make sure you use it within like a week or something, right? And I'm single, right? This is like 2020. When did this movie come out? Yeah, 2020. It was right before the pandemic. So I think I went to watch it in February, honestly, of 2020. So it was before the pandemic. And I was like, okay, I'm single, I'm by myself, I have one free movie ticket. Do I even want to use this? But then I saw that Weathering with You was out. And I was like, okay, fine, whatever. I'll watch Weathering with You, right? It's like the only time I've been to a movie theater by myself. So I walked to the movie theater. I don't want to take my skateboard. I think my skateboard would be a lot easier, but I don't do that. I just go by myself, or I walk there, which is like it's like a 45-minute walk from my house to the movie theater, which on my skateboard it would take like 5 minutes, but so I walked there. It's because I didn't want to put my skateboard in the movie theater aisle, and I sat all the way in the back so I could be away from people. There weren't that many people in the theater, thank God. I went at a weird time. I went like on a weekday night, like a Tuesday night or something. Anyway, and I watched the movie, and I was by myself. I didn't really feel less self-conscious being there by myself, but it was like, so I kind of like blocked out all the other people. But still, it was like, I watched the movie. It was a good movie. But it's like I still felt that like, oh, I don't get to share this with anyone else because I'm so used to going to movies with people, or I'm so used to, if I go to a movie I will go with someone, right? I don't go to movies that often, but in fact since then I haven't gone to the movie theater, but I'm so used to that. So going to the movie theater by myself, it was kind of like a dampening on the experience, I suppose. So I liked the movie, but anyway, watching movies by myself sucks. so I'm so needy. I'm so needy. I need someone to like be there with me and to have fun with, right? Like even like watching anime by myself is like barely tolerable. Anyway, this is a cute movie. It's a cool movie. Um, it's nothing special. I mean, it's just the fact that it's like really well animated. So, and their faces look kind of weird in this shot. I think the picture is kind of crunched. Oh, whatever. Anyway, it's a cool movie, I guess. It's it's what you would expect from like a Ghibli film. You guys have seen like My Neighbor Totoro or what other Ghibli movies are there? Spirited Away, Kiki's Delivery Service, House Moving Castle, Ponyo. It's like these movies aren't like they're very slow. They're very slow moving movies, but they're still like nice to watch. I wouldn't call them super interesting. I would just say they're nice to watch, right? It's definitely different from the norm for sure. So I don't know why they're so popular, but I guess it's nice. Like My Neighbor Totoro, I never like this. The only one I watched as a kid. It's like okay, cool, but I watched it as an adult or as like a teenager, and I rewatched it as a teenager. So I'd seen it as a kid and I liked it, but I rewatched it as a teenager and I was thinking like, man, like nothing happens in this movie. What's My Neighbor Totoro about? It's about these this typical Japanese family moves to the countryside in this old abandoned house, and the whole movie is about like these little children who in this family who are like exploring their new environment. That was the whole movie. It's like the kids experience like exploring like an abandoned house basically. And they threw in the spirit of the forest, freaking Totoro there, and magic stuff or whatever, right? It's like that kind of awe and wonder that you'd get from like I guess from like a Disney movie, I suppose. And whereas like it's as a kid, if that's the first thing you're seeing, it's like cool. But if you're older and you've seen like a bunch of movies or anime or whatever, then it's like it's nothing special, right? Like I haven't seen most of this. The only things I've seen are Totoro and Spirited Away and Kiki's. But if I were to watch any of these other ones, it probably wouldn't be like the most captivating thing for me, just because like I'm so used to other things, plots that move at a faster pace or whatever, right? It's But anyway, this movie was pretty much the same. It was definitely those Ghibli studio vibes. Um, Makoto Shinkai draws a lot of inspiration from Ghibli, but I think he was a former Ghibli employee actually, making these movies. He made Weathering with You, and he also made Your Name. So they're very slow paced movies. Although Your Name at least was definitely a better one. Like you could both of these you could follow the plot. Like it had more substance there than a typical Ghibli movie, right? It was definitely the modern take on a Ghibli movie because Ghibli movies definitely appeal to like people growing up in the '90s, right? It's the same reason why like Star Wars was so popular um, back when it came out in the '70s because was it the '70s or the '80s? I don't know. But Star Wars was really popular when it came out because it was like the first of its kind, right? And it was just like this magical thing that nobody had before, right? It was the first to do it. Nowadays, you compare Star Wars to like any other science fiction, like compare Star Wars to something like Interstellar, And there's no comparison. Interstellar is just like a vastly more engaging kind of story or kind of plot or whatever. There's so many more elements to it that gives you sort of suspense. But people still like Star Wars because it's people still like Star Wars because it's cause Star Wars, right? It is the first of its kind. So it's a very like predictable plot. Star Wars is a very predictable like start to finish, for sure. But that's only if you know how things are, or if you are familiar with those kind of movies, I suppose. Or you're familiar with those kind of stories. So Star Wars is the hero's journey, which if you look up the hero's journey, right? The hero's journey is it's a plot device, which please give me something that's bigger. Whatever, we're gonna go with the best with this image. The hero's journey, it's the character starts in his home environment, and then he gets the call to adventure, and then he's forced out of his comfort zone, and he goes into the unknown, and there's a mentor, and there's challenges and temptations, and then he gets to a low point, and then he transforms and he becomes better, and then he like atones for the earlier parts of the plot that he screwed up on, and then he succeeds, and then he goes back into the familiar, right? And that's the whole cycle. It's in very simple layman's terms that's how a story like this is structured. And Star Wars was structured like this. The first movie itself was structured like this, and then the original trilogy as a whole was structured like this. Anyway, it's a very predictable thing, and it's very basic, and it's very classic. When I write my story, the what I want to do is I want to go against that convention, because I don't want my story to necessarily, because it's not, if it's predictable, it's not exciting. That's what it is. So I want things to lead up into something where you think something's gonna happen, and then I want to throw a screw in it, and I want something completely different to happen, right? Against expectations. But my story as a whole isn't interesting enough to create that sort of sense. So which is why I'm still working on it. So it's never gonna, I'm never gonna put pen to paper with that story because I can't wrap my head around an actual like interesting plot or whatever. Whereas everything else, like every show on here that I think is good, actually has like an interesting premise, and they have interesting things in the world that keep you going. So my story idea, it just has interesting scenes in it, I guess, and interesting climaxes, but it has nothing going for it throughout the majority of the story. So that's what it is. So for like Full Metal Alchemist, there's definitely there's a lot of moving parts there that make it good or whatever. Most of these actually are just unique stories, though. Yakitate is basically your typical shonen, right? It's basically just, instead of like action superpowers, people, heroes fighting each other, it's Azuma Kazuma makes really good bread. And that just blows the competition out of the water. But it's the same. It's the same story structure as like an action, or as like an action anime, where you have characters with powers, but they're relatively weak, and then they have all these foes, all these enemies to fight against, and then they have to claw their way up in order to fight against the odds, right? It's an underdog story, which I love underdog stories. So obviously the main character in Yakitate, he starts off as just like this middle school graduate who doesn't freaking like, he just starts working at like the worst, or at like the lowest ranked Pantasia company for bread making, and he starts off with that, and then he's at a lower position, and he's trying to work his way up. So he's likable because he doesn't really care about any of that, And the other characters are, appreciative of his of his ability and all that. So you know, it's a good story. I like it. But anyway, it's totally like bread making superpowers for sure. So what else? Bakuno. Bakuno's great. Oh my god. Bakuno's confusing. Oh, I love Bakuno for being so confusing. And the first time I watched Bakuno, I did not understand what was going on. It took me like 2 or 3 more rewatches of Bakuno to actually understand what was going on with this anime. This art's kind of weird. This isn't the art for the actual show. This is the art for the actual show. Oh, that's small. Now it's blurry. Ah, the Russo family. Oh, Bakuno's great. It's one of those stories where like the time is like all out of order. Or the time's all out of order. The events are all out of order. Like in an episode, you could have like the first part of the episode happen now, and then the second part of the episode happens like 10 years in the future, and then the third part of the episode happens like 20 years in the past, and then the second episode happens on a fourth timeline. And it's like, the second whole episode happens on like a fourth timeline. And so it's like, it's really odd the way that they tell the story. They want to tell events in a certain order, but it's not in chronological order, and it's not all happening at the same time. It's happening at different times, and by the end of it, the characters all come together, but at different points, right? So it's one of those. So it's a little much to keep track of. All right, would I give it a 9? Yeah. It could have been organized a little better, but other than that, it's a fantastic story. I liked it. Or it's a fantastic anime in general. Spice and Wolf. It's for sure a 9 out of 10. There was a little bit of cheating. Would I call it cheating? As a high schooler, I was really upset by it. But that was in the second season. Anyway, this anime is really slow. And the thing is, it does end. Did I rate the second season? Nope. Nah, whatever. It doesn't matter. Anyway, Spice and Wolf's good, but it's a slower anime. It's about economics. Actually, apparently the writer for the visual novel of Spice and Wolf actually wrote another visual novel that or wait, this is a light novel. I wanted to read the light novel. That's what it was. So the light novel ended. They're never coming out with another one of these. Did they... Oh, she was involved in the writing of the VR games? What is this the third episode? No, this isn't the third episode. Is this an anime? Shinsaku anime. What the fuck does Shinsaku mean? They're remaking it? Why would they remake it? They already have 2 seasons out. No, make a season 3. Oh, fucking stupid. Whatever. I don't care. Whatever. I'm past the point of caring. Back in the day, like, all of the anime community was just begging for a 3rd season to Spice and Wolf. This was the one. This was the anime that everyone wanted a season continuation of, and they never gave it to us. It's been like 15 years, and they never gave it to us. So, and now they're just remaking it in general. It's terrible. Anyway, I better have less cheating in it than I did last time. Anohana's a 9 for sure. Why is it not a 10? No, whatever. I trust myself that I gave the scores earlier. Jormungand, Jormungand was the one I was talking about with the child soldiers and all that. So, Jormungand itself is really good. It's a episode by episode one. So it's like there's a new, kind of like a sitcom. There's a new plot per episode or whatever, but the overall story does slowly progress. Or like there is there an overarching story? Not really. There's a conclusion, but that has actually nothing to do with anything else in the show. Huh. Yeah, no, it's basically just a episode by episode kind of story, or some stories are like 2 or 3 episodes long, but that's about it. It's one of those ones where you do have to watch it in order, but it's like it doesn't feel like you would have to. Yahari, or what's the abbreviation? Rom-com snafu. Yeah, rom-com snafu. This anime is good. This is the one I've talked about this one before. This is the one where you, and yes, guys, I am going to talk about anime for the next hour probably because I don't want to do my homework. Rom-com snafu. This is the one. This is the one where I like how it's the girls on the forefront but the main character is actually in the back. The entire point of the show is the main guy character, and it's the whole show is narrated in his voice. Basically, it's from his perspective. So I don't know why they just slap it on the back. I heard that seasons 2 and 3 actually get into more of like the romance, like harem aspect of it or whatever, which I don't like. I don't think it's earned because I don't think the main character is a likable person at all, which is what makes the show good. The first season of the show, the first season of the show is about a teenager who hates everybody, and he basically has this like really negative, cynical point of view that he basically imposes on like everyone around him, and he's so awkward and like demeaning about it that like everyone, it's that kind of, it's so realistic because it's that kind of thing where he'll say something and it'll come across as like negative or like not positive, and the people around him will just be like, yeah, yeah, and they'll like walk away awkwardly, not wanting to associate him, and and the main character will like beat himself up in his mind, like, oh my god, why did I say that? Now they don't like me, or whatever, right? It's like there are situations like that, and it's so real because it's like that's the kind of shit that like I've experienced in my real life too. It's like I'll say something and people just look at me weird for saying that, and they'll like not want to associate with me anymore. It's great. It's great. But anyway, that's not the main point of the show. The main point of the show is that he, in his insufferable personality, actually, in his like cynicism and hatred for everybody, he actually like, he has this perspective of being this hateful teenager, and but he's still involved in like situations in high school, and his negative personality and perspective on life actually influences the events in the show in a very satisfying way. Like everything in the plot goes differently because of his involvement in them, and that's the main point of the show. And the first season is very satisfying in that aspect because it's like everything that like if you're a hateful, cynical teenager who just hates everybody else, or who just hates other people, then this anime is perfect because it's like you can relate to the main protagonist of this, like, for sure. So, but again, only for the first season. I believe seasons 2 and 3 suck. So, although this one did get a higher score, yeah, they bring in his sister. I can't imagine what they would do with the plot. And then the third season brings in three more girls. Okay. Yeah, so you can tell with the addition of all these girls in a high school anime about an angsty boy, what you can probably tell um what direction the show's going to go to. So poor writing. That's basically what that review said. Yeah, whatever. There's not supposed to be romance in this because the main character isn't supposed to win. He's not supposed to win at all in this because that's not realistic. The cynical, hateful guy isn't supposed to have any success in high school. So none of us had it. So why does he get to be surrounded by a bunch of girls who like him, right? You can be surrounded by girls in high school as a boy, that's fine, but you're not going to be romantically successful with any of them. That's what it is. You can root for the guy to maybe be romantically successful with them, but he doesn't deserve it. He does not deserve it. And so what I read is that in future seasons, or later in the show, he gets multiple girls who like fall in love with him, and he has to choose between them or whatever. It's like, first of all, nobody in real life gets that opportunity, but second of all, this dude shouldn't get any sliver of that opportunity. Like he doesn't deserve any of that. So it's whatever. So anyway, so needless to say, even though it's like one of my favorite shows, even though I rate the first season as a 9 out of 10, I have not even touched the other seasons of it. So I don't think they're worth it. I don't even think it's worth trying from what I've read. So maybe I will one day, but I think it's just the second and third season will probably ruin the anime for me in that aspect. So I will probably rewatch the first season multiple times before my death, but until then, I'm not gonna pursue anything beyond that. So Mao Yusha's nice, I guess. Typical. Why did I rate it a 9 out of 10? Mao Yusha does not deserve a 9 out of 10. I'd put it at a 7. I'm not gonna edit it now. Nanan Biori is a 9 out of 10. I was talking about Eurocamp yesterday. This picture. Hi. Hi. I was talking about Eurocamp in relation to this picture. Anyway, comfy anime, right? Nanan Biori is another one of these. It's about, it's basically just a slice of life about these girls who are attending, who are living in the countryside of Japan. That's it. That's it. That's all it is. It's nothing more in depth than that, right? It's just these four girls who live in the countryside in Japan. That's it. That's the only thing that it is, right there. They go to school and they hang out and they take care of farm animals and whatever, right? And they visit each other's houses, and that's it. That's the entire anime. But they took that premise and they made a slice of life anime like so comfy and so like wholesome, or not, I guess not wholesome, but just like so easy to watch that it's just great. So I enjoy watching this. Not, again, it's not for any particular reason. I just enjoy watching it. It's like it's a nice anime, I guess. I don't know. It's comfy. It's comfy. So apparently they made like 3 seasons. They have this one. They have not a Biori repeat, which not that I rated it a 7. Ooh, that's harsh. People rated this higher than the first season. I don't know about that, bro. And then they have a movie. Wait, is this even a movie? How long is this? Yeah, it's a 1 hour. Really, it's a 1 hour thing about them going to the beach. Wonderful. And then they came out with Nonstop, which I never watched the movie or Nonstop. The carefree adventures of four girls continues. As their fleeting yet eventful summer becomes a distant memory, the arrival of fall signals a new school year with limitless opportunities. Even as the four girls return to their peaceful routine, the appearance of new faces enlivens the anything but exciting rural life of Asahigako. Cool. I guess it's not really that captivating, but whatever. Anyway, 10 out of 10 across the board. I mean, best anime of the year for sure. And then they came out with another sequel. Oh my god. Oh, it's an OVA. How long is this? 22 minutes? What is this? This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. They came out with 7 different publications of this anime about 4 girls living in the countryside. That's so stupid. It's so stupid. I love the series, and I can see how they could do it, but it's still so stupid. Like, I'm not. This is just so stupid. That's what it is. Anyway, I don't rate anime any lower than like a 5, so I put Gun Gale. Oh, I put Gun Gale Online as a 6. That's harsh. I have watched 112 anime to completion. That's a lot of anime. That's not that much anime. Considering that I've been watching anime since like 7th grade, which was 14 years ago, I think. That means I'm watching like I'm like not even watching one anime per month. That's what it is. So, like on average. So, one anime per month. That's actually pretty decent. Like I can't call myself like an anime hobbyist. You know, I can't say like, oh, my hobby is watching anime, but I can still call myself a fan of it, right? Like people who are like football fans or soccer fans, they don't watch it all the time. They just watch it whenever it's relevant. So they can still be fans, but their hobby isn't watching football or watching soccer. So it's the same as that. I watch anime when it's convenient to do so, but I don't do it all the time, right? It's not all the time. In fact, at this point, I'd rather read a good book than watch anime, to be honest. Just because anime is so crap right now. No. Kiwi. Hi, Kiwi. Look at her butt. I just saw myself patting her back. I didn't even remember doing that. It was like 10 seconds ago. What else was I talking about? Haikyuu. Haikyuu is great. Haikyuu is great. Did I only rate the first season though? Oh yeah, that's right. This is a show where one of the voice actors like died partway through production, so the one of the characters' voices changes like mid-season. I think it's in the middle of season 2. It's really jarring. Ah, set the point. Oh, this anime is great. I think on Netflix they have the first 2 seasons, but then the third season you gotta go, which is you want to watch the third season, you gotta go. Because the event doesn't end. It's just one tournament. I mean, it's like a 2 episode thing. So you gotta go Crunchyroll or whatever to watch season 3. And then to watch this as well, To the Top. I actually didn't watch To the Top. I probably gotta. It's been so long. I watched this like, what was it, like 3 years ago? To the Top. Is this done? Did they finish the manga? It finished. Yay. July 20th. This finished December. Nice. Wait, how long did the manga last? 8 years. It's got that meme where I'm doing like the calculations in the back of my head. I can't be bothered. Whatever. Overlord's great. One Punch Man. Hey, One Punch Man. This is just simple action. Oh, One Punch Man's great. I heard that the manga is really good for One Punch Man. Your list is public by default. That's fine. One Punch Man was good. The first season was good. The second season was kind of meh. 5 out of 10. He really thought of something that can make or break this show for several viewers, and that's the joke. The one prominent singular joke. Wow, is it the joke that, the main character can just one punch anything? Oh my god. It's like, who cares? Who cares? Your Name? I only gave it a 9 because of the twist. I think I would have gone a lower score if it didn't have that twist. Yojo Senki. Wanted to read the light novel for Yojo Senki. Wow, they locked this behind Crunchyroll Premium, didn't they? Huh, I didn't think it was that popular. Oh boy. Oh yeah, that's right, they're coming out with season 2. Hell yeah. Yeah. Saga of Tanya the Evil. Release date of the anime. Here we go. Late 2022. Fantastic. You'd think that they'd get like a notice for it or something, right? Like they'd have like the next year's worth of anime already scheduled, because they gotta. If you guys watch Shirobako, it's about making anime. They gotta do this stuff like in advance. They gotta like. They'll be like, okay, we got a project. Let's start making a new anime. The anime is gonna start airing next year. Like that's how far in advance. We gotta start working now because the anime is gonna start airing it like 3 seasons from now. That's how far in advance they gotta work, right? It's like they would get an anime, they'd only have like, if it's something where they only have half a year to make it, then they start panicking and they gotta put all of their time and resources towards it. So it takes a long time to do this stuff. So that's why, like, if you went to an anime studio and you're like, hey, I want something made right now, they would they'd be like, okay, it's gonna come out, priority list. It's gonna finish by next year. That's essentially how fast they can work, right? So it's at the minimum, it's gonna take a full year from start to finish. So if you don't get priority and you're on the back burner, or if the studio already has other projects lined up, you're probably gonna have to wait like 2 or 3 or 4 years for your anime to come out. So when they announce an anime being approved for production, you normally won't see it for like another 2 or 3 years. So it just sucks. Whatever. Ooh, King's Avatar is good. Overlord. A lot of the anime that I like, I'm realizing, a lot of the anime I like are just like people. I mean, they're power fantasies. It's people being good at what they do, and typically it's action. People being good at like action, and they're like the underdog, and they have to like rise to the top. So that was Overlord. He was like, he's this powerful being, but he's like in like this new world, and he has to like go through it and whatnot. That was I mean, Jormungand. Everything that they did, like, it was an elite team of soldiers that the anime focused around. So everything that they did was just like they succeeded, like without fail. What else? Code Geass. The main character was super smart and he had a superpower, so like one superpower, and but he was starting from like level 0 basically, and he has to work. It's him versus the entire world, and so he has to use his extreme intelligence and competence in order to do that. Same with One Piece. I mean, One Piece was the same thing too, where I mean, well, no, Luffy's not like all powerful. That's the thing. It's Luffy is an underdog, but he really does have to fight in order to win his battles. So, but that's what makes him an underdog. What else? I mean, One Punch Man even was, he's like insanely overpowered, but nobody knows it and nobody expects it. So when he does come in, then it's like, whoa. It's one of those, which made it somewhat satisfying. King's Avatar is the same, though. Guanxi Gassel. It's this dude who's like an esports professional. Starts with like a level, is kicked out, and it starts with a level 1 character, and he slowly like rises to fame as like from a nobody, or as a nobody. So because of his like superior skill or whatever, his superior confidence, so competence. So there's an ONA. They make a third one? Hell yeah. Wait. 2020? What was I doing in 2020? I remember. Hey, they're making a third season. Hey. Hype? Bruh. Bruh. It's the fucking face. Bruh. I fucking love that. It's Eren Yeager. Eren Yeager. That's the fucking. God, I watched the latest season of Attack on Titan because I had Crunchyroll Prime for a month. I watched the latest season of Attack on Titan. It's just like the manga. It's just like the manga. It's so perfect. It's so perfect. I loved it. He that the one scene. Oh my god, he's just so pissed. I love it, but it pissed me off because they like did a direct adaptation of the manga. It's basically just the manga but animated. That's what Attack on Titan's been, which is fantastic. So I love it. I actually like the story, so. But here's hoping it doesn't take 3 years. It's already been a year since he posted this, so 2 more to go, eh? But yeah, but it was silly because it didn't end. They're going on a rampage. Aaron's gone on a rampage around the world or whatever, and that's where the season ended. So now they got to do one more season, but I can't imagine how they can fill 12 episodes with what little amount of the plot there is left to do. So I imagine it's going to be like an 8 or 10 episode thing. It's going to be the finale. So anyway, that's whatever. But it's kind of silly. They didn't even end. It's like Attack on Titan, the final season, part 3. It's like what this next one is gonna come out with. So it's so stupid. It's like they're really stretching it. What else? I gave Vinland Saga a 9. For what it was good. Vinland Saga's the anime. It was very action packed. It's very like there's a lot of blood and killing and whatnot. It's about Vikings, but it's a very interesting story. In fact, I am very much looking forward to not the Minnesota Vikings show. I'm very much looking forward to watching Vikings, the show. Oh, it's on Amazon. I heard it's like fantastic, right? I heard it's like one of the most well written stories in television. Like or the dialogue is like one of the most well written dialogue between characters to like ever exist. So that's what I've heard. So it's super hype for this. But anyway, I was waiting for the show to end. I heard that like years ago, and the show has since ended. So and it's all on Amazon Prime, which I have, so I can Amazon Prime Video, so I can watch it. It's just I haven't really, I got to commit to 6 seasons of what's, I guess a live action show. So, but I just haven't been in the mood. I've actually since forgotten about the existence of this show, but Vinland Saga definitely brings me back. Vikings, the TV show, Vinland Saga, the anime, and then Northgard, the video game. It's just, all your Vikings there. So, I'm not particularly too fond of Vikings, like, as a concept. It's whatever, and I think television kind of glorifies them from what I've heard, but it's like, whatever. If you're writing a good story and it just happens, then it doesn't matter where it's set, right? It doesn't matter what the setting is. If you're using the concept of Vikings in order to tell a really good revenge story or a really good story about a quest for conquest, it's then go ahead, right? It's like I'm not gonna admonish the usage of Vikings or whatever. So I'm not gonna play or watch something just because it's Vikings. I'm gonna play or watch it because it's a good video game. So I just guys here they have Northgard on the Switch. They actually have Northgard on the Switch. I believe it's on sale right now. They also have it on the phone. But yeah, they have Northgard on the Switch. I found that funny. I could just be in my bed, just playing Northgard. So I don't know how that'd work. It's a difficult game, or like you need the mouse. But it's on sale right now. It's originally $35. What a rip-off, dude. I think I paid like $5 for my copy on Steam. Anyway, it's on 9 on sale, which honestly I think this game is worth $9 if that's your thing. But I'm not gonna buy it for the Switch. Just I don't want to buy it again. Plus I suck at this game, so it's like I don't want to buy a game twice that I'm just gonna fail because that's double the failure. God, for Switch, I've been waiting for Hollow Knight to go on sale. On the Switch, I've been waiting for Hollow Knight to go on sale. This is such a great game. I already own this game on both the computer and on PlayStation, but this game is so good. It's so worth it. God, it's so fun. Hollow Knight is so fun. Oh, this is 100%. Look how cute that is. Look how cute this is, a little guy. He's just a little guy. He's just dashing. He's just dashing. He's just dashing. And he's just. Oh, that one's. Hey, look at that. He's a little guy. He's just swinging a little sword while this big dude is just hammering all over the place. This is the first boss that you come across in Hollow Knight. This is the first boss. So, and he's actually pretty tough for a first boss, to be honest. But if you can beat him, then I mean, it's the rest of the game is it's harder, but it's like you're if you can beat him, and he's essentially the tutorial boss, then you're pretty well equipped to start taking on the challenges of the rest of the game. Because this is a challenging game. It's hard. It's not like Ori where you just had like running sequences as the final boss or whatever, right? It's not like that. This game is actually like Elden Ring. This game is basically, I mean, they described this Hollow Knight as like the Dark Souls of like 2D platformers, like the real Dark Souls of 2D platformers, like more than anything else. So. Anyway, this game never goes on freaking sale. Oh my god. You look up PS prices and you go Nintendo Switch and you look up Hollow Knight and you click it and you go down to the date, and 2019 to 2022, it went 3 years without going on sale once. And then in February of this year, it went on sale for a week. And then it hasn't been on sale since. So I'm mad pissed. I'm mad donkey doo doo. So anyway, you only save $7. So honestly, this game is worth it at full price, because this is like a 40-hour game. This game is so big, but it's every second of it is enjoyable. It's so nice because it's not just fighting bosses. It's like exploring a map and collecting monies and killing little trash mobs and exploring the world and doing a little platforming and stuff. It's awesome. So I really like it. It's great. It's the kind of game that like I will replay it like once a year because it's like that good and it's that fun to play. So anyway, this game came out in freaking This game came out in 2017. It came out 5 years ago. And it was on Kickstarter. And so one of the Kickstarter rewards was, we'll have you be able to play as a second character. And it's one of the other characters in the game. And people were like, great. And so that goal got hit. And so the developers were like, okay, look, we can't, we couldn't fit in playing as the second character in the first game. So what we're going to do is we're going to make a sequel to Hollow Knight, a completely new game where you play as the second character, where that second playable character is the main character. Mind you, this was 5 years ago. It's 5 years ago since the game came out. There is no news. There is no news on when Silksong is going to come out, when the sequel's going to come out. Is it canceled? Is there a release date? Hollow Knight Silksong has a date, is there along with a date. The date reads February 28th, 2028. Holy shit. So effectively, the game could come out anytime in less than 6 years. Oh my god. So this game, at its latest, will come out. This is 11 years after the first game came out. That's a full decade. Holy shit. What? They can't do this. I've been waiting, along with everyone else, for Silksong to come out. Ever since I beat Hollow Knight back in 2017, I was like, dude. 11 years. 11 years. To release a sequel to a game. Unbelievable. Anyway, let's keep going. Vinland Saga. Why did I look that up? Oh yeah, I was on Northgard. Anyway, Vinland Saga's great. Or I mean, it's just fighting, I guess. I don't know. It's some kid on a revenge quest. Vinland Saga isn't. I mean, it's a good action anime, I suppose, but the overall story, like going into the mangas, is wonderful. But the thing is, the problem with the manga is that they only come out with a chapter like once a month. So I finished reading I got up to the manga in Vinland Saga. God, back in 2020, I think like spring. So it's 2 years ago. And so since then, they've only come out like 20 chapters. Since. Which is not much. So. Not much at all. I like those. Let's see, what else? Oh Lord. The Ascension of a Bookworm, which I've talked about. Horimiya. Oh my god. You talk about like wholesome romance. Horimiya is 100%. Honestly, if I had to recommend an anime, it'd be Horimiya. It's so wholesome. It's so it's just about this boy and this girl getting in a relationship with each other. That's it. That's the whole anime. And it's fantastic. It's so cute. It's so cute. It's so wholesome. But it's got its funny moments too. It's wonderful. I love it. Like everything about it is just it's so great. I will like fangirl over Horimiya forever. Anyway, the anime ended, and it ended on a good note, but the manga is 125 chapters, so I have to read the manga. I never understood the love for Horimiya. Dude, you're not the main audience then. You don't care about freaking teenage relationships. It's like a lot of shows and like a lot of anime and stuff, and I think books too. A really good show or a really good thing targets a specific interest and excels at it. But a really good thing shouldn't appeal to everybody. Because of that, a really good thing shouldn't appeal to everybody. It shouldn't. Why would I want a romance anime to appeal to guys who like action and violence? Why would I want that audience even watching the romance anime if that's what they want or if that's what they like from it? If they don't like the slow-paced, genuine, wholesome, cutesy content that comes from an anime, if that comes from a romance, then why are you doing that, right? Why would somebody who's a fan of like Transformers be watching The Notebook, right? Like you can't. Why? Like why would you do that? If you are like something and are interested in something, then you want to watch shows and experience things that are geared towards you and that aren't geared towards people who aren't you, right? Horimiya is an anime about romance, and it's a genuine anime about like romance and the relationships of romance, and it's a slice of life in that regard, but it's still interesting. They excel. They not only do a good job with that, but they excel in those categories. But because they excel in those categories, then there is no room to appeal to anybody else. So I like multiple genres. I have multiple interests. So I like action, and I like isekais, and I like romance. So among other things. So, you know, any anime, so if I'm feeling like a romance story, then I want a romance story, right? I don't want something that's action combat oriented or whatever, and I don't want an isekai. Nothing like that, right? I just want a typical. I just want a typical. Give me a second. There we go. I moved my fan into place. Yeah, I just want. I gotta have so much hair. What the hell? I just want a typical, or not typical. I want something that does a really good job at being romance, or if I'm in the mood for action adventure, then I want something that does a really good job at that, right? What I hate is when they blend genres. This is a problem with isekais, right? Isekai, you die, you get transported to another world. What they do is they blend isekai, which is, in other words, it's fantasy. They blend that with harem. That's what they typically do. It's some boring bozo who has a boring life, and he dies, and then he gets some superpower in a fantasy world, and all the girls love him. That's the whole plot, and I hate that. If you're gonna make a harem show, then make it a harem show, right? But if you're gonna make a fantasy show, then make it fantasy, right? When I think fantasy, I think like, what do I think? I actually don't know what I think. But anyway, isekai isn't supposed to be about, my ability to get girls in another world. It's supposed to be it's supposed to be, I'm going to take all my knowledge of the 21st century with me to medieval times, and I'm going to be like a master at doing that. And that's exactly what freaking Ascension of a Bookworm does. This anime does a very good job at, the girl is knowledgeable of things that don't exist in this world, and so she creates all these new inventions and comes up with all these new ideas that just completely like baffle and amaze the people around her, and she uses that to her advantage. That's the whole appeal of this show. That's the entire appeal of an isekai in the first place, that she is able to do this. But she does this while she herself gets wrapped up in the events and the going-ons of this fantasy world that she's spawned into. And she, as somebody from the modern day, has to deal with all of the problems that come from a fantasy world. So it's very realistic in that sense as well. So there are a couple caveats here and there. When, it's by no means a perfect show, but it ticks all those boxes, and it does it well. But this is the only anime that does this. It's so terrible. That's why I'm so interested in this, because it's the only anime that actually does it like this. Other stories aren't like this. That's terrible. And I hate them. I hate them all. Burn them all. Horimiya. Read the manga. Gotta do that someday. What else? Naruto's an 8. The original series, I wouldn't give it an 8. I would give it a little lower. The Full Metal Alchemist movie. Naruto Shippuden's the same score. Okay. Toradора's an 8. Yeah. It had a little bit of flaws. It's still good. I still enjoyed it. The second season of Spice and Wolf. Yeah. It lost a point from me because of the cucking. Eden of the East, hell yeah, that was a good anime. It did have some flaws, but whatever. Anyway, you guys probably have no idea what I'm talking about. Da-da-da-da. Same people who did Baccano, except this one's more typical. I gave Steins Gate an 8. Oh yeah, the ending was kind of convoluted, and they did have a lot of filler episodes. Huh. Chihaya Furu was decent. Psycho-Pass. Psycho-Pass is a good one. Oh my god. Psycho-Pass is such a good one. This is like... it's not necessarily like detective, like mystery, but it's like detectives just trying to like solve problems, I guess. It's like detectives in a police force who are trying to solve problems. But it's in this world where like if you have bad thoughts or like evil thoughts, then like your mind, like it's detectable in your brain if you have like evil thoughts or like, you know, malicious thoughts or whatever. And so this in this anime, in this world, they have guns that can detect the person's brain waves they are pointing to and see, and you know, the gun will only shoot if the gun detects that the person is has like evil malicious thoughts. That's the only time when the gun can shoot. So you're only going to kill bad guys with this gun, right? Like actual bad guys. So it's a cool concept. And the thing is, they do a really good job with this concept, and they have characters. They have the main character is the dude. I mean, the main character is technically the chick, but the real main character is the dude, and he has bad. He's one of those bad thought people, but he's allowed in the police force under control, and he goes on and he tries to like solve problems. They all try to like solve problems and stuff. I'm not really selling the anime. Anyway, it's a good anime. It's a good show. It's a good show. If it's, you know, police people in that kind of a environment, in that kind of a setting, solving problems. Anyway, I only watched the first season of this. They have the edited version where because each like story bit of this show apparently was like 2 episodes each. So they originally aired it as like 20-minute episodes, but they edited it to where instead of 22 regular length episodes, they combined them to be 11 double length episodes, right? So they would smash 2 episodes together and call that like a 46-minute episode, and they just have half the number of episodes of that. That's the version that I watched, so which I don't really have on here, but that was good. Apparently they like added and tweaked some things when they edited those together, so some scenes made sense a little better, or they were portrayed a little better. So it was a good anime, but watched in that capacity, I suppose. So what else? Attack on Titan, 8 out of 10, yeah. K, 8 out of 10. It's a show full of pretty boys, pretty much. Maggie Labyrinth. What did I give the other season of Maggie? Oh, it's right there. I give that an 8 as well. Why did I only give it an 8? The first season got an 8 from me, but I think the second season deserved a little more. I think it deserved a 9. I enjoyed the second season a lot more. The action scenes in the second season were so cool. Of Maggie. Oh my god. Yeah, that one scene where Hyoka Hokago, the kid with the boy with the black hair, and who lost his arm in season 1, and he like grew a plant version of the arm. He has a spear. He had the scene in the second season where he attacks his mom. Like his mom says something triggering to him, and it's raining outside, and he like attacks her, and he just gets super mad, and he pulls his spear up, and like all of the vines from the ground rise up with his spear, and he like jumps forward and slams his spear at his mom, but his mom forms like a bubble shield around her, and you know, right where the spear hits, and he's like trying with all of his might, you know, to force his spear to attack her, and you know, all the plants are just like growing around it, and there's just all these sparks of lightning going on, and the scene pulls away, and he's like grunting and trying to like break her shield, and the mom is just like smiling at him with this most like evil smile ever. It's such a good scene. Oh my god, I love that scene so much. It had no significance, but it's such a good scene. It's great. But yeah, anyway, with Magi, the anime ends, and it doesn't. I mean, they solved the current conflict in the anime, and then you had that scene where, um, at the very end, where the spear kid, he like is watching from a distance, and he goes off with the evil Maggie, the other guy with black hair who always shows his stomach, who wears those clothes where he always shows his stomach and he looks kind of goth. He those two people go off into the distance. So I got really interested, and I wanted to see what happened with them, and so I actually read part of the manga of this. So the manga's great. It continues on. The manga starts after that. The manga starts with a really dark storyline that's just, I think it's fantastic, but it's apparently controversial, and as far as the story goes, because it's really dark. And then after that storyline, then it's because that's a flashback, like the origins of the world or whatever. After that, you go back to the dark-haired spear kid, and the Maggie that he accompanied, and they Judar, and and they go off and do something else, and they like start taking over the world or whatever. It's great. It's great. It continues on, and I came to a stopping point. I didn't finish it. I kind of wish I did. I mean, I will eventually, but when I feel like it. The manga just starts off. It starts off really like small, or the anime just starts off really small, right? It's about this kid, Aladdin, who doesn't know. He doesn't know like what's going on in the world, and he's been in that temple for his whole life or whatever, and then he comes out and he has Hugo in his magic flute and whatever. So it's like this mystery awe, right? It's like the Arabian Nights, right? It's like the 101 Arabian Nights. That kind of vibe to it in the beginning, and then it slowly like gets more and more bigger until it becomes like this big shonen battle showdown, right? And then it just keeps going on that. So I like the series for that. And I do think it's really interesting in that aspect. But it's not everyone's cup of tea, for sure. I mean, it's kind of generic in that sense, so. You come up with cool ideas with cool climaxes, and you just throw it in, right? That's pretty much what the story is. So. I still think it's a well-written story, so it's not like... I'm sure the ending was controversial. A lot of these long-running series for an anime, people typically don't like the endings. Like Erased was one where the ending was just absolute crap. But Fate Zero had a really good ending. Code Geass had the best ending of all time. There's nothing that will ever match that. But everything else is just okay, right? Like God, Fate Zero actually did a really good job. I don't know. Attack on Titan, it's an okay ending. It's like, I didn't expect anything more than that. Wow. Oh. Shirobako. I wasn't in the best state of mind when I was watching this, so I don't feel like I appreciated it. I do own this on DVD though, so you can't get this on streaming services. You have to buy this on like Apple TV or something. I'm not gonna do that. I don't know what that is. I'm not gonna do that. I know what it is, but I'm not gonna make like an iTunes account just to buy an anime. What are you, crazy? I'm not gonna remember that I have it. That's the thing. So I bought the DVDs for it. They were like $3 each, something like that. Well, I bought that and Space Brothers on DVD, so. Or this and Space Brothers. So I have the DVDs. They're not Blu-ray or anything, but whatever. It's like, what do I expect at this point? Anyways, comfy show. Or it's a show about making anime. That's what it is. Bakuman is a show about making manga. Which I haven't seen. Don't mess with Eizouken is about making anime. I think I don't know. And then there was another one that was about there's another one that was like about making video games. Anyway, I have a lot of anime on my to watch later list. No Game No Life. I loved No Game No Life, but it didn't end, and they only came out with one season of it, and they came out with a prequel movie. Whoopie-doo. But yeah, this one was really good. But apparently, the freaking author is just a horny teenager. The author of the light novel is just a horny teenager, and apparently, the light novel has a bunch of ecchi scenes in it. So even though I want to continue on with it in the light novel, it has ecchi. It's ecchi. It's about freaking smart main characters doing well at games, and there's ecchi scenes in it. I don't want to read erotica. Why would I want to read erotica? I would just go on Wattpad if I wanted that, right? I don't want this in my freaking fantasy smart main character story, book, whatever. I don't like ecchi. Oh my god. I'm probably like the only human, I feel like I'm in like a minority of guys who I don't want ecchi, right? If I wanted like suggestive, lewd, sexual content in my anime, I just watch porn, right? It's like you separate the two, right? I don't want this half hybrid mix of kind of what I want and then kind of something I could get somewhere else, right? I don't want that. I want you to focus on one genre, on one thing or whatever, right? Who's out here thinking like, oh, I want to go to a fantasy world where I'm really smart and then get all the chicks, right? Nobody's out here thinking that, right? If somebody is a horny teenager and wants to get all the chicks, they'll just go and get all the chicks, right? It's you write a story where it's like, hey, I'm a normal dude, but then one day God touched me, and then I got all the chicks. The end, right? That's the kind of story you can write. It doesn't need to be in a fantasy world. It doesn't need to be with smart characters. It doesn't need to be, it doesn't need to ruin my interests in other genres for you to do that. And the thing is, if this was like one or two of these were doing that, then whatever, right? I could ignore it. But the thing is, the vast majority of these shows are doing that. The vast majority of isekais are doing this. It's terrible. I hate them. I hate them all. I hate them all. I hate them all. Rising of Shield Hero became a harem. Mushoku Tensei became a harem. Freaking ReZero has harem elements in it. No Game No Life is ecchi. Overlord didn't have it. It had some of his subordinates were like romantically interested in him, but beyond like a couple sentences, they did not address that at all. It had no plot bearing. It wasn't a distraction at all. And the guy didn't do anything about it because he was just like, I just want to ignore this. So it's like it didn't have any bearing on the plot. So Overlord did a fine job, right? It didn't have it. It was almost absent completely from it, so which is fine, right? Ari Fureta. Oh wait, is this? This isn't the one I was watching. I was watching. I think Ari Fureta is a harem, from what I've heard. I mean, Konosuba is just a comedy. I haven't heard of most of these actually. Some of these seem interesting. Drifters, Overlord again. I know Kenjan Namago is a harem. For sure, No Game No Life. Literally, How Not to Summon a Demon Lord. This is a fully ecchi one. I can't see. The Wandering Paladin here actually wasn't, right. It had no elements of romance at all. In fact, the majority of the main characters were dudes, just doing dude stuff. That was like the show, and so I thought like, hey man, I'm gonna like this because it's pure fantasy. It's an isekai. It's pure fantasy. But the show itself ended up being boring. So it's like, I spent so much time trying to find something something that doesn't have the romance or the ecchi or the harem in it. And then I find one, and it ends up being like the most boring thing ever, right? It's terrible. Like Yojo Senki was an actual good one. Yojo Senki was actually good. In the fact that it was an isekai, but it wasn't, it was about other things, right? It didn't have any of that in it. Grimgar is an isekai, which didn't have any romance in it, or it didn't have any like harem or whatever in it. I mean, there's a little bit of it, and the main character is still a teenage boy, but he doesn't get any action, which is perfect because that would distract from the story. So. Even this one, where is it? Isekai Labyrinth Harem. I don't know why I started reading it. But anyway, I started reading it, and like 30 chapters in, it's just simply about, the first 30 chapters are about him trying to get this one girl to getting her and getting her to like him. And then he does, and then there's this romance between the main character and the one girl. And he's pretty happy with life, and he's going through life with her as like this companion. That was great. That was fantastic for me because it was like, okay, there is romance, there is this ecchi element to it, but it's like satisfying because it's like a real relationship. It's like a real relationship where these two people actually have a connection with each other, and they actually like each other for various reasons. That was fantastic. But then it has harem in the name, and so it eventually becomes a harem. He meets other girls, and then they all enlist in his harem, and then he has multiple girls liking him. It's ruined. At that point, it's ruined. You can't redeem a show from that, right? It's like you're not. And then obviously the focus is going to be, oh, he has this harem and he has all these girls who like him. He just gets more girls, and the girls will eventually like him for whatever reason. And then he has I think at the current point of the story, he has 6 girls in his party who all like him, and who he is all sexually active with. It's terrible. It's terrible. Why would you do this to me? Why would you do this to me? It's like, I don't mind these stories existing, but they exist as, they exist instead of other stories, right? I can't find a good fantasy story coming from Japan that doesn't have a harem in it, or that doesn't have multiple girls ecchi elements in it. Friggin' Isekai Assassin or whatever, which is supposed to be a good story, right? Because it had the anime. I watched this anime, Isekai Assassin, and they I really wish this site had a dark theme. The premise was, a modern day assassin who uses like sniper rifles and stuff to kill his targets and whatnot dies, and then he gets reborn into a fantasy world where he has the mission to kill the hero of the land. It's like, and he has these very specific conditions and requirements, and he starts off from birth, and he needs to become powerful enough to kill the hero. And that's fantastic. It's like such a cool premise, right? This assassin has to start from the scratch, from the ground up, and figure out this fantasy world, and and be able to and then he has this extravagant mission that he's like so underpowered, and he's so like, the odds are stacked against him for this mission, but he has to get powerful enough in order to do it. What a great premise for a story. By the end of the anime, there's a harem. I can't fucking believe it. There's a fucking harem in this stupid anime. All 3 girls who he has recruited as like helpers or whatever have all fallen in love with him. It's so fucking ridiculous. 12 episodes is all it took for that to happen. 12 episodes is all it took for him to get 3 girls to fall in love with him. I hate it. I absolutely hate it. I don't hate it for any other reason other than the fact that it's unrealistic. Every single story has a main protagonist who is somehow a lady killer. He's just so silky suave that every girl he comes in contact with falls in love with him. It's so blatantly wish fulfillment. It's so blatantly there's a horny teenager who has trouble with women, who just, who's writing this story, who's masturbating in his mind, thinking, oh, wouldn't it be so great if I just got really powerful and I was really awesome and all the girls liked me for that? And then he writes a story with that as his prominent thought process. Every single goddamn story about this is written like that. I can't find a genuine story that doesn't have these elements in it. I can't. It's so bad. It's so bad. You take the most interesting concept in the world. Throughout this list, they have provided really interesting story concepts, and then they throw in a harem. And not only do they throw in a harem, right? It's not even a side plot. It's the main focus. The main focus is, now that I've gotten powerful enough, now I can have my harem. And then the whole rest of the goddamn show is about him having a harem. It's unfucking believable. It's actually unfucking believable how every single story that comes out, every single fantasy story that comes out of Japan ends up being like this. It's the exact same pattern. In fact, I can simply look at the cover art, maybe not of the anime, but of, or maybe not of the light novels, but of the anime. You look at, oh, no, this is manga. Frick. Can I get freaking the anime? There we go. Isekai. You can look at the cover art for an anime, and like, you can pretty well guess, based off of the cover art alone, whether it's going to turn into a predictable harem anime. I don't care what the synopsis says. I don't care what anything else says. It's going to turn into a harem anime. A guy with 2 girls. Harem anime. Harem anime. Friggin'... Look at this. Mushoku Tensei. 1, 2, 3 girls. Harem anime. Right? Friggin'... See, Yojo Senki. It just has one character and she's looking evil. It's not a harem. It's not a harem anime. It has no semblance of freaking main character gets a bunch of girls in a fantasy world to love him or whatever. There's none of that. None of that in Yojo Senki. Thank the freaking Lord. Oh my god. What else? What else is so predictable? See, at least this, Grimgar, it's not posed as a harem. It's just all the characters are just like, I know it's small, But it's just all the characters are just like in this classic filter of like a just a serene pose, and they're all just looking off into the distance, hopeful. It's not a harem. There are girls in the picture, but it's not a harem. It's not a harem. Oh my god, it's not a harem. That's the only saving grace for this goddamn show, which is actually crap. Oh, look at this. How not to summon a demon lord. It's one dude with a freaking, he's holding a thing like he's all powerful, like he has the whole world in his hand. And there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 girls in the picture. It's one dude and 6 girls. It's a harem anime. It's unfreaking believable. Let's see, what else? Arifureta. One dude, 1, 2, 3 girls. And they're all generic. And the dude has a gun, which, come on, let's be real. Oh, the ordinary life of a 17-year-old otaku is disrupted, blah, 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 right? It's summoned to a fantasy world, da-da-da. That's all you need to know. It's some loser from the modern world is masturbating to the thought of being reborn isekai'd into a world where girls actually like him. Gee williker golly garsh. Maybe stop writing stories with your fucking penis in your left hand and actually come up with something plausible and interesting. It's unbelievable. It's not unbelievable that this exists. It's unbelievable that this is the vast majority. That's what it is. I can't find an interesting story that isn't this. That doesn't have anything like that. Any cool concept that you hear, it's like, it's a pretty high chance that that concept is going to be paired with a harem, and that concept is going to be underplayed because the author wants to wish fulfill. You know, he just wants an excuse to write a story about girls liking him. That's all it is. That's all it is. That's all it is. Unbelievable. Unfreaking believable. Isekai with my smartphone. You'd think, oh, that's a cool concept. Oh, he's in a fantasy world. He's in a medieval world, and he can just look up anything he wants on his smartphone. Imagine the possibilities. Imagine how much technology he could make. Imagine he could create like world-changing technology and world-changing concepts because he can look them up on his smartphone, right? Nope. Nope. None of that. None of that. That whole ambitious plot. Nope, you don't get that. What do you get? You get taking selfies with your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 girl harem, and your fucking cat. That's what it is. That's what you get. What does a smartphone do? Life-changing ideas, life-improving technology, making you the best, smartest person out there because you have access to an infinite amount of knowledge that these people can't even dream of. Nope. Nope. It's for taking selfies with my harem. Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god. I hate them all. I hate them all. I hate them all. I could complain about this all day. All freaking day. Look at this. Look at this harem. It's the assassin one, right? It's the one dude looking competent, and then 1, 2, 3 girls on the title. Oh boy, it's a fucking harem. It's a fucking harem. Oh my god. You know, in the anime for again Isekai Assassin, they have a scene where the main character's mom tells the blonde girl to have the main character's kids, and the blonde girl immediately responds with, "Yes, I will have the main character's kids for him. I will get pregnant with his children." That's the scene. That was the scene. It's unfucking believable. They're not... It's like, holy shit. Like, am I reading like some crappy middle schooler's fan fiction on Wattpad? No, I'm watching a fully produced $1 million budget anime. And they're saying shit like that. Like, holy shit. It's like the entire anime industry of Japan is just controlled by horny teenagers. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. I can't... Do good stories not exist in Japan? Are they really like, you know, just a diamond in the... You know, just what? What is that? A needle in the haystack? Is it really a needle in the haystack? finding an actually good story that doesn't have a harem, right? Just it's the market so oversaturated with harems that you gotta freaking that there's nothing else to animate. Is there nothing else to actually produce a story? Back in like the early 2000s, we had like every other anime that came out could be considered a modern day masterpiece. Like absolutely every other anime that came out was actually of such high storytelling quality that in today's standards they would be considered masterpieces of their time. Every other anime was like that came out in the early 2000s because it wasn't bogged down by all this shit that came out. I can't watch anime anymore. Describing myself as an anime fan is embarrassing because of the sheer existence of the horny teenage stories. It's terrible. Ugh, fucking I hate this. I hate it so much. The few things that exist that don't have this shit in it, they're either boring, or they're not funny, or they're things I've already seen. It's like you run out of material so fast. I gotta wait a whole year of multiple companies producing a lot of anime just to have like one or two things interesting pop up. That's why I don't watch anime anymore. You can't find good anime anymore. It's either all generic or it's harem filled. Like any good concept is ruined with the harem and the ecchi, and then everything else is just boring. And then you have a couple good concepts out there, but they're the minority. But you know what it is? It's because it's not necessarily that there's a lack of good content. I don't believe it is actually. I don't believe it is, but there might not actually be any good content. But regardless, what's gonna make the most money? This is what it is, and this is where my complaints actually come to a head. Where is the money? What sells? Well, there's the number one rule that everybody follows, or that you can always apply to this sort of stuff. Sex sells. That's it. Sex sells. That's it. You think about that one concept, the entire anime industry is explained. What's going to make you more money? An actually good, interesting story, or something sexy? What's going to get more sales? Well, something sexy. That's what's going to get more sales. Something that the average Japanese anime watcher is going to be able to jerk off to. That's what's going to sell. Right? That's what's going to make more money. So would you rather put $1 million into a really decent story that hardly sells, or would you rather put $1 million into just, horny teenagers harem fantasy number 100 that will guarantee make your money back 10 times over? Well, obviously option number 2, right? If you're in it to make money, right? And you're not in it to make good stories, right? You're in it to make your money back. Nobody wants to lose $1 million over, people don't find this cool story interesting. That's a risk. In fact, based off that concept, I'm surprised good anime actually exists these days. Because it's not what sells. Sex sells. And so that's why every other anime is freaking like a harem. That's why every other anime is ecchi. It's because people will buy into that because the entire world is run by horny teenagers, right? The entire customer base of people spending money on this stuff. It's these otakus who are like lonely and they don't, they're undateable, and their only source of satisfaction in life is buying anime figures that they hang up on a shelf next to their computer. And they buy dakimakuras that have anime girls on them, and they read stories and they watch anime and they jerk off to porn, and that's all they do. And so what's gonna sell to those people? Well, the sex part of it, right? Oh, what if you could be reborn in another world, and this time you have a smartphone, this time you're overpowered, this time you have an ability that just makes girls like you, this time you have an ability that makes girls like you, but it's a little different than last time. And these people will spend hundreds of dollars each on on buying merchandise, on buying the Blu-ray DVDs of the anime, of doing all that, because they're gonna spend. These are the kind of guys who are gonna spend their entire lives jerking off. Their entire lives will be spent doing this because they have like nothing else. It's terrible. It's terrible. And then God forbid someone like me who has a little stability in his life, actually, who has a little bit of mental stability in his life to where I don't need to jerk off all the time to anime. God forbid someone like me actually wants to read an interesting story or actually wants to watch an interesting story. God forbid. So, anyway, that means that people like me who aren't jerking off to anime 24/7 are the minority. So that's, and with that realization, I have valid complaints, but nothing's gonna get changed. All the anime on my list, none of them are harem. None of the you can't find a single harem on here. There might be a couple where there's like, something, but I specially curate the anime that I watch to not be harem. Even anime that I have that are like all girl casts don't, they don't have any guys in them, or they're like specifically slice of life, or like the slice of life ones that have like a guy and a girl cast. I make sure that they're like not harem. Like Horimiya was the two main characters, it's a guy and a girl, they had a relationship, and then the other side characters also had their own relationships, like not necessarily like within the show, but like they had their own relationships and connections amongst other people, right? But it wasn't like there's no cheating, there's no harem, there's no like all the girls like the main character, there's none of that, right? None of that whatsoever. You won't even see it in there. Rom-com snafu here, it turned into a harem. I didn't even give it a chance. The first season is completely devoid of any romance or harem or anything like that. No girls liking no guys in this one, right? None of that in the first season, right? Which is why I don't watch the other seasons, because I'm not going to poison my mind with that sort of stuff, right? Mao Yusha actually had a little bit of that in it. It had two girls liking the main character. I consider dropping the entire anime because of that. I honestly like the two girls expressed interest in the same dude, and I consider dropping the entire show because of that. In fact, I don't know why I wrote it as a 9. I would put it at like a 5 because it simply had that in the show. The other like 11 and a half episodes of the season were great, but I would drop it 5 whole points on a score of 10 just because it had a little bit of just because it was present within the series. That's how high my standards are. So every single thing on my list has been specially curated to not have a fucking harem in it. Every single thing has been. Horimiya, no harem, right? It's just honest to God romance. Nozaki-kun, that was all the way up here. Nozaki-kun, the main character girl likes the main character guy, and that's it. He doesn't like anybody else. She doesn't like anybody else. We don't have love triangles or anything. God, freaking, I have Chihayafuru on here. Where is it? Did I rate? I think Chihayafuru is an 8. Yeah, Chihayafuru. This show, in the middle of its second season, I believe it turned into not a harem, it turned into a love triangle, which is a little different, but I hate love triangles. I hate love triangles. Anything that implies that one person is not getting with one other person and that's it. That's it. That's the only romance I will allow in my life. I don't care how stingy you think I am. That's all I'm gonna let. That's all I'm gonna allow. This turned into a love triangle. He likes her, but she likes him. That was the love triangle. I dropped the show. I have not finished Chihayafuru. It's considered like one of the greatest shows, or it's considered like one of the greatest hidden gems of a show. And people are like, oh yeah, it has a love triangle, but just if you can look past the love triangle, then it's a great show. I couldn't look past the love triangle. I dropped it. I will not finish Chihayafuru because that exists within the show. There are other things about the show that make it less than perfect, but you add that love triangle on there, I am not giving a show the time of day. I did season one. Yeah, yeah, that's right. At the end of season one, they did reveal kind of a love triangle. Season two, it only got worse. I gave it the benefit of the doubt. I thought it was gonna get better. It only got worse. I didn't even finish season two. There's a season three. Not even gonna look at it. Not even gonna look at it. You don't get that. You don't deserve that from me for having a love triangle. Stop it. Stop it. It's like I'm watching American TV now. It's like I'm watching American TV where the freaking where like the wife cheats on her husband with another dude and now she's choosing between the two people and it's like fuck you, just shoot all three of them. Nobody deserves to live in Minecraft about in any kind of situation like this. I hate this. I hate this, and it's American culture. I can't watch American TV anymore. I can't watch American TV anymore. The last time I watched an American TV show, it had cheating in it. I can't believe it. The last like 5 shows that I watched in American TV had cheating in it. It was unbelievable. The thing is, in like a show like Game of Thrones, it's fine because the cheating itself was such a small bit of it, but in the grand scheme of it was the political implications that came from the cheating, right? It's like whatever. Plus, in Game of Thrones, you couldn't even understand what was going on, like half the time. So I didn't even notice it the first time that I saw it because it's like who are these characters again? Like I didn't really get it. And by the time I did understand it throughout the show, it was like it's over, or like one of the people had died or whatever, right? So it's like whatever. But something like in a show like Game of Thrones, like it's the way that they presented it was fine because they didn't emphasize it. That's what it is. In most American TV shows, you watch a show like Sex Ed, or you watch a show like Euphoria, or you watch a show like God, what's that freaking British one where they all have sex with each other? Ugh, I don't remember. It's some shitty show, Jerkers or something. Or in a show like not Passengers, Flight. I don't know, it's a Netflix show. Anyway, just freaking in all these shows, it's like the cheating is the main focal point, and they really emphasize it, and they're like, oh my god, isn't there gonna be so much drama with the cheating going on? Oh my god, these people are cheating and it's causing people to feel bad. Isn't that such a wacky creative writing concept that we came up with, guys? No, you're a shit writer. You're a shit writer, and whoever hired you should not have hired you as a writer, and you should be a starving artist for freaking even thinking that using cheating as a plot device was gonna be at all acceptable. Oh no, that's what sells. Like fuck you. Honestly, like most American TV shows have some semblance of cheating. Like the show goes on long enough, and they're gonna bring cheating into it. Oh my god, they're gonna do it because that's such a quirky, wacky, emotionally climactic plot point, right? They just use it as a plot device, right? It's like the fucking beach episode, right? In an anime. Every anime's got to have a beach episode where everybody gets in their bikinis and they have fun at the beach, right? Cheating is like the beach episode in freaking American TV shows, right? It's like every show's gotta have at least one instance of cheating, and then we spend an entire episode about it. And then, moral of the story is that, at the end of the day, the person who got cheated on forgives his partner, and they kind of all live happily ever after. But then, there's a little bit of drama because he forgave his partner, but then she keeps looking at the dude that she cheated with lustful eyes. Oh my god, is that gonna turn into something, guys? What a cliffhanger. What a fucking cliffhanger. Please die. Please die. Like, everybody involved should just not exist anymore. Like, this is terrible. And what kind of message is this sending to American TV audiences? Well, if you show this to, if you show this kind of crap to the average teenager, they're going to think, like, I guess cheating is just a normal occurrence that happens in everybody's life. And then they're either going to do it, or they're just going to accept when it's done to them. Because they're going to be like, okay, I got cheated. I guess that's what it is. And some people are going to be influenced by these shows to forgive their cheaters. You shouldn't forgive your cheater. You should kill them in Minecraft. Like, like, what do you expect me to say? Like, the fact that cheating isn't like illegal is like just baffling to me. Like, this is like society destroying stuff. Like, not even on a personal emotional level, which it is, right? Getting cheated on destroys you. Like, it just destroys a person. Like, but besides that, you do that en masse, and you're talking about the downfall of society. There's a reason why there's a fucking, it's one of the commandments. It's one of the 10 commandments in the goddamn Bible is don't fucking cheat on your partner. Oh, I don't remember that. Do not lust after your neighbor. I think that's what it was, right? It's 10 commandments. Um, 10 Commandments. Here we go. Da 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 da. You shall not commit adultery. There we go. This is very butchered. I wish I had the original translation. Thou shalt not commit adultery. That's what it is. The witness, the neighbor one was something else. It was coveting your neighbor's stuff or accusing them of whatever. Anyway, one of the 10 commandments is fucking don't commit adultery, don't cheat on each other. God himself told humanity, don't fucking cheat on each other. Don't sleep with another person who isn't your spouse. Oh my fucking God. How do you justify this? It's like you it's as if Western society had to wait until Christianity started losing popularity before they then decided, okay, now we can push cheating. Now we really want people to cheat on each other, so let's just push cheating, right? The existence of cheating, the existence of Tinder, the existence of fucking like what is that, like kellymadison.com, something like that. I don't know, something Madison. There's a whole website for people who want to cheat on their spouses. It's been around for like 20 years now. It's disgusting. It's like, even as a kid, I found that out. I was disgusted. I was thinking, I thought as like a 10-year-old when I heard the existence of such a website, I was thinking like, damn, all these people should be burning in hell. Like, I honest to God thought that, and that was before I hit puberty. Like, it's just so morally wrong to do this shit. And yet they push it everywhere. They push it fucking everywhere. I can't watch American television anymore because they do this shit. And of course, if I can't watch American television, I can't watch like British television or anything like that either, right? Like, all the shows on Netflix are bound to have some instance of this. I watched a show about a fucking like a plane flight travels 5 years in the future, and it changes being teleported into the future changes everybody's lives. What an interesting concept. And then there's like some magic behind why that happened, and people have to solve this mystery. What a cool concept. No, there's fucking cheating in it. There's cheating in it. They just had to. They had to put cheating in it. It was like a necessity that they put cheating in it. I can't fucking believe it. I can't believe it. How are these people so good? They are so adamant on putting cheating in every single thing possible. It's as if they were hired on to write for the show under the condition of, okay, at some point you can write the show however you want, except at one point you gotta put in cheating somewhere in the show. It's like that is a specific condition. The shows that have no place of having cheating happen have cheating in them. I don't understand. Fucking Lost, the show about people being stranded on an island, on a mysterious magic island, that had cheating in it. I can't believe it. I cannot believe it. It ruins everything for me. It just ruins everything for me. Fucking, what, is everyone in the show of every show supposed to burn in hell because they broke one of the 10 commandments? Well, that sure seems like what this society is suggesting. Oh no, you don't. Oh no, these are just up for interpretation, These are just, oh, you could interpret this that clearly says thou shalt not commit adultery. You could just interpret this however you want, right? It's not, oh, as long as I repent, right? As long as the 500 times I fucked some other person behind my spouse's back, that was just, that was a mistake, All, the 10 years that I cheated on my wife or my husband, that was just a mistake, God. Please, Jesus, please forgive me. Like, goddamn, these people seriously deserve to burn in hell. I am so very sad that the Christian religion isn't real, or isn't like this shit doesn't exist, because these people deserve it. These people deserve it. They deserve to burn in hell in Minecraft. And yes, it is always in Minecraft, but it's fucking, I hate this. It's like, it's goddamn, it's right here. What is wrong with you? I guess the image isn't big enough. It's right there. It's right there. Fucking Moses, or whoever it was, listened to the word of God in the middle of the Red Sea, or wherever he was, and he wrote on stone tablets to be inscribed until the end of time, hey, don't kill each other. Hey, don't cheat on each other. Hey, don't steal from each other. Hey, don't lie about something someone else did. Hey, hey, don't work on Sundays. It's like, okay, we'll follow the rest of the rules. People don't work on Sundays. People don't, thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image. Graven image? Oh, that's the worship false gods thing. Don't worship other gods. Hey, by the way, don't cheat on each other. Oh, thou shalt have no other gods before me. Yeah, whatever. Don't worship false idols. Don't steal from each other. Don't lie. Don't be jealous. Don't commit adultery. Holy shit. It's like some of these are like, okay, like, yeah, it's a mistake. Like, oh, my neighbor got a new car and I thought about stealing it. Right? It's like, okay, that's kind of, yeah, you're sinning, but just, whatever, right? It's a mistake, right? But fucking, like, killing somebody, that's like, you gotta go through multiple steps in order to do that, in order to kill somebody, right? Same with cheating. You gotta go through multiple steps. I talked about this before. Having sex with somebody is so inconvenient. It's such a pain in the ass to actually, like, do it with somebody else, right? Which is why I think that, like, okay, maybe you gotta be in love with the person in order to feel like it's worth it, in order to go through the action of having sex, right? Like, it's gotta be someone you love, because otherwise it's not worth it to go through the trouble, right? That's sort of my viewpoint on it. So how many steps do you have to do just to fucking just to commit adultery? Okay, I'm better now. Like, how many steps do you gotta do? Holy shit. So I'm afraid of, like, every single show that I watch, that, it's gonna have something in it. It's gonna have some fucking influence of the Jewish culture, of fucking, oh yeah, oh yeah, let's destroy society by making every fucking TV show have cheating in it until children normalize it. My God, I'm sure some of the fucking cartoons have cheating on it. You know what I saw? I was at a restaurant. I was at a Korean barbecue place, and I saw on the TV in the background there was Cartoon Network playing. I couldn't hear it, but in one of the shows on the Cartoon Network, and I complained about this to the person I was with. There was a scene in, God, I forget the show. It was one of those shows with the people in it. It was like the one guy and he was living in the house with a bunch of girls or something. It's that show. Anyway, there's one fucking scene where the guy makes out with a girl. He, like, starts kissing the girl on the side, a girl on the sidewalk, and she's all into it and stuff. And they're all into it. And then he finishes making out with her, and then he turns around and sees his girlfriend watching them. And he goes up to his girlfriend and he's like, "Oh, I'm sorry I kissed this other girl. I didn't mean to cheat on you," or something like that. And can you forgive me? And she looks at him and she's like, "I'm upset." I'm butchering it, but anyway, she was saying something like, I'm upset that you would do that and I'm hurt, but I love you enough to where I'll forgive you for cheating on me. He just did it like fucking 10 seconds ago. He just made out with this other chick right in front of his girlfriend 10 seconds ago. And then it's like speed running, like forgiving cheating. Like it's just like they just really condensed. This was like a 3-minute scene in the cartoon, or not even 3 minutes. It was probably like a minute and a half scene where he makes out with some other girl and then turns around to who is supposedly his girlfriend that he cheated on just now, and then asks for her forgiveness, and then she just immediately forgives him. It's on fucking Cartoon Network. You're talking about like 8-year-olds who are watching these cartoons, and they're seeing like this guy cheating on his girlfriend, and then the girlfriend just forgives him immediately. And yes, it's the kid-friendly version of it because it was just making out, right? There's nothing sexual. But still, it's like, first of all, what a gross fucking scene, right? Why do you have to have cartoon characters making out on Cartoon Network? But, you would never get away with that in the early 2000s. But, so that, the existence of the scene itself. But then, what are you teaching? You really have to include cheating into a Cartoon Network show for kids. You really have to include that. That's really something that you really had to put into that. Holy fucking shit. You really had to put that in there. And then and then what are you doing? You're teaching the concept that, if your partner, like in this case, if your boyfriend makes out with another girl when you two are technically dating, then it's okay and you should forgive him. Because guess what? The cartoon character forgave him. How many kids are going to be influenced by that? How many kids are going to be influenced by that scene and be like, I guess it's okay to be cheated on? Because I guess it's a bad thing, but I guess I can forgive him too. Like, it shouldn't be relationship breaking. That's the message that they're teaching. They're teaching this to children who aren't old enough to have relationships yet, who aren't old enough to even be interested in the opposite gender yet. That's what they're teaching these kids. They're teaching them as young as this. What the fuck is wrong with them? Absolutely, what the fuck is wrong with them? Which first of all, it makes my blood boil. But it makes me think that there is a real conspiracy behind this. There is a real agenda behind this. There is somebody or some group in the TV organization who is just so desperate to push the idea of cheating across all of America. They want cheating to be in every show, wherever it can fit. They want this to be as exposed as possible. And they want the message put out there that you can forgive a cheater, or that if you cheat, you will be forgiven. That's the message that they're putting out there. Because every single thing that I've seen from every single American show or cartoon in this instance, that displays cheating will always have, like the vast majority of the time, it will always have the person forgiving the cheater, no matter what. They'll get cheated on. They'll say they're sorry. Who fucking knows if they're actually sorry? I mean, it doesn't fucking matter. It's a show. Maybe in the show they act sorry, and then the person forgives them. That's what it is. That's what it is. And this kind of message is being put into every single show that's spread across this entire goddamn country. That's the kind of culture we're teaching people. That's the kind of ideas that the TV is teaching people. There is somebody in charge who wants this idea pushed. There is somebody in charge who wants American citizens to cheat on each other. That's it. They just want American citizens to cheat on each other. That's what it is. It's for whatever reason. I don't know. They're trying to destroy society. They think they can make a profit off of it. Whatever it is, they want people to cheat on each other. And so they're putting this in every single TV show. They're putting it in children's cartoons. What the fuck? Can you imagine if like Blue's Clues came out with an episode where like Steve's girlfriend cheated on him, and then he forgave her because he's such a swell person, Blue fucking the mailbox in Blue's Clues tried to convince him to forgive his girlfriend from cheating on him. Can you imagine? I wouldn't put it past them. I wouldn't, if you're seeing this shit on Cartoon Network, then I wouldn't put it past them to teach 3-year-old children about cheating. I wouldn't put it. We're already teaching children about gender identity and about being transgender. We're already doing that. If you guys haven't seen that before, and we're already doing that shit. So I wouldn't put it past teaching cheating to these people too. It infuriates me. It gives me no hope for this country. It gives me absolutely no hope for this country that this kind of thing is allowed to be pushed to people, and nobody's complaining about it. Nobody's complaining about this. Nobody's saying like, hey, don't you think the amount of cheating in modern television is a bit much? Nobody's saying that. Nobody's talking about this. I guess because people aren't sensitive to it anymore. But I think if people aren't sensitive to it anymore, if people don't give a shit anymore, then it's worked. It's worked. People have seen it so much that they're just desensitized to it, and it's just this normal thing that occurs. Oh yeah, cheating exists in the world. It's one of the 10 fucking commandments that, hey, you are guaranteed to burn in hell if you cheat on people. God will hate you forever, and even Jesus won't save you from your sins if you fucking cheat on your partner. And it's there, and people are numb to it. That's how far down the hole of degeneracy that we've fallen as a society. It is unbelievable. It is absolutely unbelievable. I can't escape from any of this shit. Being a morally virtuous being, which I am, far from it, but at least I have standards. Being somebody of any level of moral virtuity is impossible to be in this kind of society. It's like this, every single aspect of this society seems to want to make people become degenerates. They want people to be absorbed in their fetishes. They want people to be absorbed in cheating. They want people to be like sex hungry and, just desiring sex because they're going to put it in everything, right? If I don't want the cheating in American TV shows, then I can get the harem chasing in anime. Those are my options. What else exists out there? Well, or if I don't want either of that, then what are my options left? I could fucking watch Bollywood, which is like the worst thing, which is like the lowest quality thing. That's it. That's all I got. It's so stupid. It's unbelievable. Like, at this point, I have to read books. Like, at this point, it's like, okay, where am I not going to see this? Well, I got to read books. And then I got to specifically look up books that don't have cheating in them. And then make sure that they don't have cheating in them. Because I've watched movies. I've watched indie movies before. Movies that are made, like, independently with, like, maybe 5 or 6 people involved in the whole production. That's filmed in, like, somebody's house. Or, like, somebody in the neighborhood. I watched movies like that, and they have cheating in it. I cannot believe it. It's so ridiculous. I can't. I don't understand. I watched a movie where the twist at the end was, it was a movie about time travel. They were taking pictures and like sending them to the past or something like that. The twist at the end of that movie, I don't even remember what the movie's called, so I don't care about spoiling it. The twist at the end of the movie was that the girl was cheating on her boyfriend. That was the twist. And the entire whole series of the movie, the entire mystery, was that the girl was trying to hide her cheating on the boyfriend. That's what it was. And then at the very end of the movie, she took a picture telling her past self to hide the evidence better when the boyfriend did find out. That was the whole movie. That was the whole fucking movie. And of course at the end of the movie, she gets arrested or whatever. And it's like, I don't even know how to explain that. But still, like, come the fuck on. I was so pissed. I was so pissed at the end of that movie because the whole movie they had no mention of that. They had no hinting towards this at all. Because if they started hinting towards that, I would have turned off the film. But they had no hinting towards this at all. It was just, oh, it's a big twist. Oh, she cheated on him. Oh, she cheated on him. That's why the entire movie's, series of events happened, is because she cheated on him. I hate it. I hate it. I want to kill them all. I honestly, like, it's not even an exaggeration. I want to kill them all in Minecraft. It's, again, this is all in relative to Minecraft. But they deserve a terrible fate. Like, this is, I hate them. I hate them. I hate this. Like, how lazy of, at least importantly, but still a valid point. How lazy of a writer do you have to be? Yeah, cheating exists. Yeah, you could use it as a convenient plot device to manufacture conflict. You could use cheating in order to manufacture conflict. How lazy do you have to be as a writer in order to do that? Oh, I don't have any interesting thing to put in my story here. Let's just slap cheating in there to make it to spice things up. You have to be so fucking lazy. You can't think of any other idea other than, oh, people cheat on each other to make your story interesting. Then you have a boring ass story. That's what it is. If you took out cheating from any one of these things, it would be a boring story. Or if it was a cool concept, obviously, you could ride it on the cool concept, but fucking, it doesn't have to exist. It doesn't have to exist. If it has to exist, then that means that the story is poorly written. And you should have come up with a better story before even submitting the script. But no, never. They don't do that. They don't fucking do that. It's encouraged. It's encouraged. Oh, you should cheat. Oh, you should write cheating in your fucking stories because everyone relates to cheating because apparently cheating exists. Even though it shouldn't be. You know what they did back in, like, colonial times? When like, a woman would cheat on her husband? They tied her to a stake in the middle of the town, and they threw stone rocks at her until she died. That is what they did to cheaters. If your wife cheated on you in fucking colonial America, she got stoned to death. These people died from this, and these people died. I mean, they killed people over this shit. Because it was, first of all, fuck you for cheating, but more importantly, it's the 10th commandment. You sinned. You not only you sinned, but you broke a 10 commandment, right? We're not supposed to kill each other. We're not supposed to steal from each other, and we're also not supposed to cheat on each other. And guess what? You fucking cheated. You dirty whore. Die. Right? That's the mentality. That was the mentality behind it, and that society thrived. That society thrived because they had a big sense of community. Because the only people who stayed alive in that community were people who had the same moral values as each other. Everybody wasn't gonna kill each other. Everybody wasn't gonna steal from each other. Everyone knew that cheating was wrong and related on that fact, right? Everyone went to church on Sundays, whatever, right? Sure, you have all the other bogus rules of Christianity, but at least you had a stable society in that aspect. They knew that, some of them knew that following these rules was going to create a stable society. It was going to create a community where we minimized how many bad things happened, and people were happy, or at least content. People were content. They were satisfied. If a person, guy or girl, really has to cheat, they have this super temptation to cheat or whatever, they probably shouldn't be having offspring. They probably shouldn't be having kids. At the very least, they shouldn't be having kids, because then you're just going to breed more cheaters. And then what's going to happen? You're going to have people cheating all over the place. Oh, why is this such a bad thing? Well, fucking, if you have, like, every relationship or every marriage, and then, people cheat on each other. First of all, you have all the problems I've explained before, where, a parent has to raise a kid who's not theirs, which isn't worth it. but then also you're gonna emotionally damage the victims of the cheating, to where they're gonna they're gonna lose the will to live. Their entire life is destroyed, and then at that point, what's the point of living, right? What's the point of doing anything? You just got cheated on. Your partner, who was your anchor in life, betrayed you. What point is there in living? What point is there in going to work? What point is there in contributing to a society that encouraged your partner to cheat on you? There's no point. There's no point at all. Why would you serve these people? Why would you work for these people? Why would you contribute to this society? And so these people lose the will to live and they don't work anymore. Well, fantastic. You have people by the millions who don't feel like working anymore because there's nothing to work for, because they just lost their marriage. Their marriage was destroyed because of cheating. They lost their relationship partner because of cheating, or they lost the will to live because they were cheated on. And so because of that, you have all these people who are in these marriages who just have lost the will to live. They don't want to deal with, they don't want to be alive anymore. They just had everything taken away from them. So now you have millions of people who are, hundreds of millions of people who are affected by this, who aren't going to contribute anymore. They don't feel like it, right? Can you imagine if like half of the American population just killed themselves today? Like just today, they killed themselves and we just lost half of the country. The entire country would fall. The entire country would collapse if that happened. If that happened today, then we would go into mass chaos tomorrow. Because guess what? There wouldn't be anybody left to help the country function. Because typically, victims of cheating are the ones who are contributing to society. They're the tech geeks who are keeping the computers running. They're the farmers who are growing the food. They're the truck drivers who are transporting the food to the grocery stores that you need. And then you cheat on your partner, who's a trucker, who is getting the food to your grocery store, and all of a sudden he loses the will to live and he kills himself because you cheated on him or her or whatever. And then all of a sudden, well, there's no one left to drive that truck. You're not getting food tomorrow. You're going to starve. And your whole town is going to starve because you emotionally damaged to the point of suicide the person who was providing you with the food. Congratulations. You do that en masse. You do that with everybody in the country. And what do you think is going to happen? Everything's going to fail. All the systems are going to fall. And then society's going to collapse because there's going to be no one left to take care of the fucking freeloaders who were depending on these partners that they damaged to keep things running. So that's what happens. That's what happens. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. It's not only is it unbelievable, but it's a detriment to society. You're creating a situation in which people are going to exit the society, and therefore they're not going to keep things running. And people complain about fucking the incel community, right? And this relates. They're like, oh, why are there so many men who don't want to get married? Why are there so many men who don't want to find a wife or to find a partner or whatever? And they're calling the men selfish for that. Why are there so many men who they just don't want to participate in society anymore, right? And then you look at society. We have a worker shortage. We have a trucker shortage. We have ships floating out in the middle of the Pacific Ocean because nobody's there to unload the cargo. So we have supply shortages. We have a food chain crisis that we're still in the middle of. We have logistics problems. We have so many jobs that are unfilled. We have all of this, and then guess what? You go on the internet and you have the multi-millions of men who are just saying, fuck it. Why would I work for a society that is going to treat me like dog shit? Why would I work for a society that, that encourages the girls to cheat on me when I do get in a relationship and then withholds the relationship from me in every other instance, right? Why would I support a society that abandons me? And then fucking society wonders why these people who they've abandoned don't work for them. It's amazing. If somebody beats you all the time, why would you want to help, and then asks you for help, why would you want to help them? They're still going to beat you tonight, but they need your help. They need your help. They need you to work during the day so they can beat you during the night, so that they can still be alive to beat you. And then you say no to them. I'm not going to work for you. You beat me all the time. And then the society is like, huh, I wonder why these people don't want to help us. I wonder why these people don't want to continue. Oh, they say we treat them bad. Oh, they need to get over themselves. Oh, they need to stop crying about it and just man up. That's what it is. They need to man up. Right? That's what it is. That's what it is. Because you're not allowed to resist. You're not allowed to say no to us. That's what it is. And for what reason? Well, because we said so. That's it. That's it. There's no motivation. There's no reason for anybody in this society to fucking do anything, because screw this, right? You know, what benefit is there? There's no benefit, right? The only benefit is, oh, we in our good graces allow you to be alive. Fucking being alive in itself is not a virtue at all. Human suffering is relative, but so if you have certain needs that aren't being fulfilled as a human being, then you're not going to want to participate in this shit. So of course, the millions of men who are incels, or men go their own way, or whatever it is, the men who don't get any affection or love, or the ones who get that for a little bit and then get cheated on, they're going to say fuck it, and they're all going to go out off and live in the woods, or they're going to leech off the government as long as they can until they can't anymore, and then they're going to go hang themselves. It's like, and then you have all of these men who were your main workforce, because guess what? Men are still your main workforce, even though there's third wave feminism going on. Men are still your main workforce. They're the ones stocking the warehouses. They're the ones driving the trucks to supply food. They're the ones running the farms. They're the ones, running the manufacturing plants that make your products, and they're the ones freaking doing everything, right? Obviously, there's some women involved, but women majorly choose career paths that are not labor intensive, or not physically labor intensive. Men do, because it's easier for men to do, which makes sense. There's nothing wrong with that. But now you have all these men who are supposed to do the heavy lifting, who don't want to anymore, because they either can't get a girl because society values hypergamy, or they got a girl but they got cheated on because the society pushes the value of cheating, which is a negative value, by the way, obviously. And so then all of these men, by the tens of millions, don't feel like doing this shit anymore, right? What's the point? People work so that they can support their livelihoods. Well, what livelihood is left for a guy who either gets betrayed by his romantic partner or who can't get one in the first place? What livelihood is there left for that person? There's none. There's none. There's no livelihood. There's no reason to live. There's no reason to work. There's no reason to put in anything but the minimal effort that it takes to not starve to death. Which, by the way, like I was discussing earlier, a homeless person isn't going to starve to death because they can go on food stamps. Especially with things like the tiny house movement and the van dwelling movement, right? Someone like me, who if I was so cynical and I was saying, oh, fuck women, I'm just gonna live by my own, and I'm just gonna be homeless. What could I do? I could like do minimal, like very minimal jobs. I could get into a van and freaking just drive around the country, do odd jobs here and there for a little bit of money, stay on food stamps so that I can feed myself, and then just pay for the gas and insurance for my car. Whoopie-doo. In fact, if I park in one place, I don't even have to pay for insurance or gas. Whoopie-doo. I get food stamps, so I just walk to the food stamps place. Solar panels on my car, so I get electricity. Great. I don't need to make any money anymore, because I'm being fed I already have a place to live. You can't find me because I've parked in the middle of a bunch of trees in the forest. That's it. And I can live the rest of my life. As long as I don't have anything medically wrong with me, then I can live the rest of my life. In fact, if I do have something medically wrong with me, I can go to the hospital and get the treatment for it first, under credit, under a loan, and then, just never pay off the loan because I don't own anything, right? I could be a man, go my own way. And that's what a lot of people are doing. That's what a lot of guys are doing. They're not working full-time jobs. They're not freaking contributing to society in the ways that society needs them to contribute. Because what's the point? What's the point? You work a stable job in order to earn a stable life for your stable family. But as it goes now, there's tens of millions of men out there who either aren't getting that at all, they're not getting the stable family at all because they can't find a romantic partner in the first place, or the family unit that they're getting isn't stable because their wife cheats on them. And guess what? The way that American society, the way that the court system is designed now, is that if you get cheated on by your wife, if a man gets cheated on by his wife, then the wife can divorce him and take his kids and his house away from him legally, even though she's the one who cheated. Even if you have proof of the fact that she cheated, it doesn't matter. The court system will still give her everything. They will take everything away from the man just because he was the man of the house, just because he was born the man. He's a victim of cheating. He's a victim of theft by the U.S. government and by his cheating, horrible wife. And he still gets everything taken away from him. And he's forced to pay child support and alimony to that person. There are countless stories like that where the court systems side with the cheating wife just because she's a woman. And so in the face of all that, you have millions of guys hearing those stories. Why would any of us want to participate in this shit? Why would any of us want to get married? Why would any of us want to put ourselves at risk? If you get with a woman and she cheats on you, then you lose everything. And it just takes her to do it once. It just takes her to do it once. And you lose everything. It's so easy for a dude's life to be completely destroyed. Completely destroyed. The cards are all stacked against him just because he was born with a penis. In the face of that, it makes perfect sense that millions and millions of men are choosing not to put themselves at risk. Parking your van with a fully decked out house and a mattress and inside of it, and going on food stamps to feed yourself, and that's all you need. And parking it out in the middle of the woods or someplace where people can't find you. That is so easy to do. That is so easy to do. I could do that, if I decided to do that today, in a month, I could have that fixed. I could have that all figured out. I could escape everything, and I will never have to work again in my life. So, it's so easy for men to exit, and it's too much risk for them to stay. Why would they stay? But then, society complains about, why are all the men not wanting to get married? Why are all the men not wanting to date women? It's the men's fault. They have too high of standards. They need to man up and take over. So what if I'm going to cheat on him? So what if he's going to lose his kids? So what if I'm already a single mom and he has to take care of some other dude's kid who I'm still in contact with? Who I'm still in contact with the baby daddy? So what? He needs to man up. You know how many times I've seen that argument? That specifically, where they'll reference a dude who won't date single moms, and the person will say, or not the dude, but the article will say, so what if it's not your kid? You need to man up and take care of that kid for her. That kid needs a father. You need to step up to the plate for the kid and for your future wife or whatever. Fuck you. Why am I going to spend tens of thousands of dollars, spend my entire life working, all my resources and my energy to take care of someone else's kid? Why would I do that? Why would I ever choose to do that? What, because I want some fucking woman who's who's already like stretched out to the max from being railed by God knows how many guys plus childbirth. Really, that's what I get. You're saying that's a privilege for me? There's a clear lack of care, right? There's a clear lack of like, actually caring about the dude's needs and caring about, you know, the dude's life conditions and all of this. And people are realizing that. People are realizing that all these guys are realizing that, hey, everything that society is saying, the way that society is trying to guilt trip us into giving ourselves for someone who doesn't give a shit. Society doesn't care about us. They don't care about our well-being, and they're just trying to force us to submit. We're not going to do that. We're not going to do that. If I'm forced to submit, then I'm just going to go live a poor, frugal life off in the wilderness. I'm just going to live on my own and go somewhere there. If I find somebody of actual decent moral standing for a partner, then so be it. But otherwise, I'm just going to be by myself. I'm going to learn to live by myself. That's completely acceptable. It's honestly, like, to me, that's completely acceptable. You look up, like, the men go your own way movement, go their own way movement. It do be like that. It's like, they'll say all these reasons why don't get married, don't have a girlfriend, don't risk that, right? Because a relationship is a risk to these people. It makes sense, right? Especially for the people who have been cheated on, for the people who have been burned. And so they exit society. And why does this problem even exist? Well, it's because of the fucking TV shows that encourage cheating. It's because of the TV shows that are trying to educate people on, or they're trying to, brainwash people into cheating and then being okay with it. That's what it is. So it's all with the objective to collapse society. Somebody somewhere in power who's making all these decisions, they know what they're doing. They know that the world is going to burn because of this. Not today, not next decade, but it will eventually burn because of this. Why do you guys think that the Zoomer generation is the most depressed generation of human beings out of the entire history of humanity? It's because they're growing up with this. They're growing up with the mentality of life sucks and there's nothing you can do about it. So either submit to the suffering or die. That's what they're being told. And they're being told that in a very direct way too. They're being pointed out all the problems, the fact that nobody's fixing any of them. And it's not just with this. It's not just with cheating or with infidelity or with anything like that, all right? It's not just with that. It's with everything else. Economically, financially, life security, people, interpersonal relationships. You have so many different aspects of life that just suck. And they suck, and they intentionally suck, and nobody's doing anything to fix them. Nobody in power gives a shit. Because the rich will stay rich as long as life sucks for everyone else, which is how it's been for as far since the beginning of time. And so we're grown up thinking like life sucks and you're powerless to do anything against it, so submit to it or die. That's what people of the newer generation are being told, and they're being ingrained this idea. And the problem, especially with the internet, the problems are so obvious. And it's not just with the whole sexual aspect of relationships. It's with everything. Nobody can buy a house these days. Nobody can afford that, right? You look back 30 years ago, just 30 years ago, if you wanted to buy a house, it would take you maybe 3 to 5 years to pay it off. Nowadays, you want to buy a house, it's going to take you 30 years to pay it off with a job that you can't even get, with an income level that you can't even obtain. And if you don't have that enough of an income, then you can't own a house. Then you're just going to pay rent forever. But rent prices are so high. You're going to be paying 90% of your income in rent. And if you get a demotion at your job or you get your hours cut, then you're going to be homeless. That's the consequence. You get even a little fluctuation at your job that you hate, by the way. If you get a little fluctuation at your job, you're going to be homeless. That's what it is, right? And if you don't want that fate, well, you're going to need to share a house with 6 roommates who are all going to split the bill, and you're going to have to work a full-time job just to have to share a bunk bed with another another adult stranger that you don't know in a cramped 1-bedroom apartment that's pretty much serving as a hostel that you're overpaying for because your landlord bought 10 of them in your area and jacked up the price because he wanted to use them for Airbnbs. And he's allowed to do that legally because the rich want to get richer, and the laws are designed to accommodate for that. The laws are designed to accommodate for landlords who own multiple houses. That's what it is. And there's no working around that because they'll never change the laws. I proposed earlier, all they need to do, and it would be an unimaginable increase in the quality of life for every person in this country, if they just made a law that said you're only allowed to own one house. Every one person is only allowed to own one house, and that has to be their primary residence, and that's it. You make that rule, all of a sudden all the landlords disappear. All of the people who bought things for Airbnbs disappear. And guess what? Housing prices will go down. They'll be government regulated in proportion to the expenses of the area you're in, and rent, and everybody can own a house. And they'll own a house with affordable payments at a job that they don't have the pressure of staying at if they absolutely hate it. That they're not being forced to stay at out of fear of homelessness. You're going to solve the entire housing problem that America is facing right now if you just made that one law into action. Everyone is only allowed to own one house. That's it. That's all you need. It will never get passed. It won't even be suggested. Because guess what? Who will that law hurt? It'll hurt rich people. And who will that law benefit? It'll benefit poor people. God fucking forbid that we help any American citizens. God fucking forbid that the government and Congress do anything to help the people who got them elected. God forbid. These people would rather be tortured to death than do anything that would remotely help poor people. You talk about you should donate to charity to help poor people. Oh, we should start programs to help poor people. There's a million things that that the people in power could do with a snap of a finger, and it would improve the quality of life of every poor person tenfold. Guaranteed, each action. They do none of it. They make sure that people are still able to be alive. In fact, we're paying people to be homeless right now. Did you guys know that? We're paying people to be homeless. It's called General Assistance Program, at least in California. There are people who are homeless who are being paid money to stay homeless. We don't want to house people. The people in power don't want to house people. They don't want to help the poor. They want to make sure the rich get richer and that poor people can't ever rise above that. That's what they want. And every single thing, every single action that is being done encourages that, including this whole cheating thing. Because guess what? This whole cheating thing, if a wife cheats on a husband, she gets the house. That husband becomes homeless. He's going to become homeless, and then whatever job that he works, his paychecks are going to be garnished. They're going to take money away from his paychecks in order to pay the cheating ex-wife child support and alimony and continue paying that house payment, right? Because that mortgage isn't going to be paid off yet. So guess what? What did you do by encouraging cheating? Well, you created another homeless person who's forced into servitude of working a job lest you go to jail. Because they will arrest you if you miss child support payments. The court will arrest you. There are a lot of stories about that. And guess what? You get arrested and you lose your job, and then you're going to get arrested more and more, right? It's this continual cycle. Why does the continual cycle exist? Well, because they thrive off of people suffering. That's what it is. They thrive off of people suffering, and they're profiting off of it. Like I said before, the more people that are in jail, the more that the prison companies make money, right? Because the government has an excuse to pay prison companies who run the prisons, which are privatized, more money per prisoner. The more people we can legally put into jail, the more money that those companies will make, the more money those rich people get to take home. Wonderful. Wonderful. Our entire society is built off of this. $1 billion bailouts. During COVID, a lot of businesses that were gonna go down, gonna go under, got $1 billion bailouts. They got billions of dollars from our taxpayer money just given to them. The rich people just got the money. Wonderful. That was a common thing, right? With the airline companies, that when COVID started, airplanes couldn't fly anymore. So the airplane companies couldn't make money. They were going to lay off workers. They were going to fire workers, employees, because they couldn't support them. So the government said to the airline companies, they said, okay, airplane companies, we're going to give you billions of dollars, a bunch of money, so don't lay off your employees. And so guess what happened? The airline companies took the billions of dollars from the government, and then they laid off their employees. And then the airline companies laid off their employees. They kept the money. The money was supposed to be used to pay for the paychecks of the airline employees. They were supposed to be used for those paychecks. They weren't. No, because the airline companies fired their employees. The government said, no, don't do that. We're going to give you a bunch of money. Don't do that. And then the airplane companies took the money, and then they still fired the workers. And guess what? The government just let that happen. They just let that happen. So what happened to those billions of dollars that the airline companies got? Well, it went into the pockets of the rich people. Why do you think the government didn't do anything about it? Because it went into the pockets of the rich people. And guess what? Those rich people, the owners of the companies who laid off all their employees and then kept the money for themselves, they gave a little bit of that money back. They said, hey, Congress, thanks for giving us that money. Here's a little bit of it back to show support. So we have a government who can decide where to spend the money, and so they'll give the money to rich people who don't need it, by the way, who will then give a little bit of that money back to the people who gave it to them, right? And it's just give, right? I scratch your back, you scratch mine. We're all going to stay rich. We're all going to stay at the top. We're all going to stay at the top. We're at the top, right? That's what happened. That's a real thing that happened, by the way. And this was 2 years ago. This was during the pandemic, right? This was God's May or June of 2020. This happened. They still laid off their employees. So the whole point of that was, hey, we need our American citizens to keep being employed during COVID, so don't fire them. And then here's some money so you don't fire them. And then the airplane companies took the money, and then they still fired them. So the airplane companies just got billions of dollars in a government handout, and then they still broke the rules and they still fired the people, right? The employees who were living paycheck to paycheck and who went homeless because they lost their job at the airline company. So guess who profits off of COVID? Not the fucking poor people. That's for damn sure. The poor people get to be homeless and they get to starve to death. Who profits? The rich people. The rich people just get to profit more and more and more. Over and over and over again. That's what they get to do. Why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they? I mean, a bunch of small businesses went out of business during COVID, but all the big businesses got government handouts so that they didn't go out of business. They made billions of dollars off of the government's money. Did we decide to give? It's our money, by the way. It's my money. I paid taxes. I paid taxes in 2019 when I still had a job. That was my money that went to being given to those rich people. Did I get a say into whether we should have given government handouts? No, I didn't. Did anybody else? No, they didn't. Nobody got a say in that. None of the people who actually gave the money in taxes got a say in that. It was the people in power who took the money from us in taxes, decided, hey, we're gonna give it all away to people who are already rich. We're gonna tell them, oh, you can't, you gotta spend it on your employees, but then, oh, they didn't spend it on their employees. Oh, you silly rich people, you silly gooses. Oh, thanks for the little donation to my campaign fund. But okay, it's okay, guys. It's not bribery. It's called lobbying, right? We have a different name for it, therefore it's not immoral, right? Even though it's the same exact goddamn thing. This is real shit that's happening like right now. Our entire government, our entire society, our entire capitalistic structure is designed to disadvantage the majority of people. That's what it is. Whoever's the majority, they're going to get hurt. They're going to be disadvantaged. They're going to end up homeless. They're going to end up being cheated on. They're going to end up, everything. Every single thing that you see is actively working towards this future, towards the collapse of society. There are people in power making these intentional, conscious decisions. This isn't an accident. This isn't an accident, and it's not a result of people's just absent-minded instinctual behavior, right? It can't be chalked up to, oh, people are just, they couldn't give up their animalistic instincts or whatever, right? This is intentional. It's intentional, and there are people making these decisions, and everybody else is just letting it happen. There's 300 million of us who are being negatively affected by this, and we're just letting it happen. Because guess what? What do we care about more? Oh, we care about Black Lives Matter and trans rights more. That's what we care about right now. Oh, people are being homeless because their wives cheat on them. Oh, I didn't hear that. Oh, what, the government's giving billions of dollars of our money to rich people to keep, and then getting some in return in the form of bribes? I didn't hear that. Oh no. You must be lying. I didn't hear that. Oh, that sucks. Oh, that sucks. Anyway, Black Lives Matter. Anyway, racism still exists. Microtransactions or microaggressions. Trans rights. Oh my God, you said something that could be construed as maybe possibly racist on your Facebook account 10 years ago. Time to start a flame war. Time to dox you. Oh my God, this is going to be on the front page of Reddit. This is going to be on the front page of Tumblr. We're going to start a TikTok trend around it. Oh my God, this is what we care about right now. What? Actual quality of life issues? Actual government corruption? Actual rich people being rich and poor people staying poor? What? I didn't hear that. What are you talking about? I don't care what you're talking about. I'm not going to get off my ass to change it. I'm an internet warrior, and the only thing I can do is to go on Twitter and call people racist to make myself feel important. I hate them. I hate them all. I hate them all. Oh, why are you so antisocial? I fucking hate them all. I hate them all. How? It's this shit. They just let it slide. Oh. Like, is everyone brain dead? Like, I don't get it. There's 300 million of us who are being negatively affected by this. If every single one of us, if half of us got off our asses, went to fucking Capitol Hill and demanded a complete overthrow of the government, it would happen in a day. But no. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen ever. It's not going to happen in the next 50 years. Why? Because the rich people are so good at controlling information and at making things not seem that bad. People suffering, those are one-off instances. The stories of, oh, this guy lost his job because his boss was an asshole and whatever. It's one-off instances. Oh, what can I do against that? Oh, why does that matter to me? This was a guy in Minnesota that happened to. So why do I care? Why do I care? I'm sitting here in my comfy house in California. And then tomorrow, oh, it happens to you. Oh, why doesn't anybody care that I lost my job and I lost my house because of this issue? Because the values that we're taught are that we should only care about ourselves and not about anybody else. And what does that do? That gives everybody an excuse to not do anything, and it also gives the rich people an excuse to keep causing individual suffering because nobody else is going to do it because nobody wants to risk their neck getting in the way of that. It's insane. It's absolutely it's insanity. You can't, like, you talk about a dystopian future, and I can't think of a better example than modern day America. Honestly, I can't. Yeah, we're not starving to death in the streets. We're in the streets, but we're not starving to death. We're not starving to death. We're allowed to be alive still, with very minimal effort, but that's about it. Oh, we get access to technology and stuff. Yeah, if you follow the rules, if you comply to all this shit, right? If you don't freaking admonish the rich overlords that are in control of everything, right? And I'm not even exaggerating. You get a job at a company in order to pay for your livelihood, and you're not allowed to say anything negative about your managers or about the CEO or about your bosses or anything like that. They're going to pay you pennies on the dollar, and you accept that. Because if you don't, if you say, oh, I want a pay raise, or, oh, I've been putting in extra effort lately, can I have a share of the profits? They'll fire you. And now you're back to on the streets again. Now you're back to on the streets with food stamps again. So no, you can't do anything. Yes, you do have to bend over for your rich overlords, aka your managers and your bosses, no matter what job and what company you work for. This is what you have to do in order to live. That's what you have to do, right? You have to follow their rules, and you have to not complain about it. You have to, you have to do what they say with and accept what they give you with no complaints. If they lower your wages, if they lowered the national minimum wage and your wage lowered with it, you would accept it, because if you complain about it, they'll fire you, right? What's worse, being poor or being poorer or being, in poverty? Well, gee, it's the lesser of two evils at that point, right? So everybody's going to accept their shit job. Everyone's going to accept their shit wages so that, your boss can buy another Bugatti car this winter, so that your boss can, buy a second Beverly Hills mansion. So, as long as you're, okay, struggling to work 60 hours a week of overtime in order to pay for your one-bedroom apartment that is insanely overpriced, because guess what? Not only does your boss need a new luxury car and a new mansion, but your landlord does too. And so you're going to have to use the money you earned at your job, the little money that you did, and you're going to have to pay it all to your landlord because he wants another investment property. He wants to invest in companies now. Oh boy, what an adventure, right? His net worth is only 20 million. Come on. I know your net worth is like $5 and some pocket change, but you got to give that all to your landlord so that he can invest more in the stock market. Come on. And if you don't like those terms, if you don't want to pay him his overpriced market value of rent, then you can be homeless. Oh boy, what a great fucking future. Whoopie-doo. And everybody just goes along with it. This is what it is. Everyone goes along with it. And the people who don't go along with it, or the people who can't go along with it, end up being homeless, and nobody cares about them, because we live in a society where we only think about preserving ourselves, as delicately as that is, without helping anybody else. Because we think that if we help somebody else, then we're going to be next. And guess fucking what? Even if we don't help, we're probably going to be next anyway. And so you have an entire society that is trained not to care about anybody else, which is perfect for the people who are doing damage onto everybody, because the rich people know that the poor people won't help each other when one person is disadvantaged, or when one group of people is disadvantaged. Right? I mean, a rich person could come in and bulldoze an entire city to the ground, and none of the other cities around it will even bat an eye. because oh no, we don't want to be next. Guess what? That's a country. That's a nation led out of fear instead of led from prosperity, which is exactly the dystopian future that George Orwell warned us about. And it's happening right before our eyes, and nobody's doing anything. So wonderful. Because guess what? We're conditioned to not do anything. Americans are conditioned to not do anything, right? Just as a cheating thing, right? They're trying to condition us to be okay with this shit. In that same sense, they're trying to condition us to be okay with all the other crap that's happening, right? Why do you guys think public schools don't teach you anything and just make you do mind-numbing busy work all the way until you graduate high school? Why do you guys think that? Well, one, they don't want to teach you how to critically think about any of this stuff, because then you might actually get the idea to rebel against the rich people, and the rich people can't have that. Not at all. They won't tolerate that. And reason number two is that the mind-numbing work gets you used to working an unfulfilling job for 8 hours a day with no complaints and no variations in your life, no matter what kind of mediocre reward there is from it. If you do what your boss says, you don't have to be homeless. Right? If you do what your teacher says, you don't have to fail. How is that not the same thing? How is that not such a similar concept? I mean, it's clear as day. Even the public education system is numbing people's minds and draining them of all motivation and ability to do anything against the way the society already works, the way that the country already works. Why do you think we rate number fucking 300 on countries' education systems or whatever? I don't know how this U.S. rank on education. No, not population. Education rankings. Best state? No. Here we go. So in 1990, the U.S. ranked 6th as far as healthcare and education went. Now it ranks 27th. I mean, we are the richest country in the world, and yet we rank 27th, which means there are 26 first, which, all the money and all of the ability that we put into education and healthcare, there are still 26 countries that are better than us. When it comes to that's for healthcare. Education in the U.S. is 38th place out of 71 countries when it comes to math, and 24th when it plays in science. Math. It's plus and minus. What is wrong with you? It's 38th out of 71. We're in the middle of fucking incompetency as far as math goes. I can't. They're throwing too many statistics at me in this. Why would they want people to be educated? I mean, the thing is, the truly smart people will rise above the crappy education system and be able to contribute to the economy in an intelligent way. The education system in the United States is set up perfectly for the kind of system that they want. If you still need smart people, you still need geniuses in order to run things. So that's the rich people who are trained for it, because rich people send their kids to private schools that are actually designed to be, where you look up information on private school, how are like rich people's private schools structured, and from like age 8 on, kids are being taught how to be leaders. Why are they taught how to be leaders? And why are rich kids taught how to be leaders? Well, because it's already implied that they're going to be the ones leading the masses. Why aren't people in public education being taught how to be leaders? Why are we being taught how to put our heads down and do mind-numbing work instead? Well, because we're the sheep. We're being trained to be the sheep. The education system that's free is designed to teach those values of, we're going to be, we're the ones who put our heads down and listen to the rich kids who are the leaders. That's what it is. It's a class-based system. It's a class-based system. You can't get around that. It's not explicitly said that it's a class-based system, but it's a class-based system. Like, come on, it's pretty obvious. So, it's a class-based system where the rich people are assigned to be the leaders, and the poor people are designed to be the followers. That's what it is. Which means that anybody who goes to private education is designed to be a leader, and anybody who goes to public is designed to be a follower. And the way that the system is structured is that. And if there are people in public education that rise above it because they're geniuses, or they're, just extremely competent, then they will rise above it and they will join the rich people as leaders, and they will become rich themselves. The system works to allow for the rise of that if you are of extremely competent value. But everybody else gets abandoned. Everybody else gets abandoned and, are trained to be mindless zombies, which is why the overall education, the overall intelligence of the country can lower over the years, but the country can still function. In fact, based off of what I was saying earlier, this is a perfect system for America, because America thrives off of the rich people controlling the poor and making sure that the poor accept worse working conditions while not being able to fight back. And fighting back requires intelligence. And if you're not if the school system hasn't taught you to be intelligent, then you're never going to think about this. The school system is not mentioned once that about the problems in America, about working conditions. They don't even prepare you for getting a job, to be honest. Like, the school system doesn't prepare you for getting a job. They don't even mention it to you. You're a senior in high school. They don't even talk about getting a job. Not at all. They don't prepare you for this shit. You're not supposed to be prepared. That's what it is. They don't want to prepare you so that you go into a job interview or you go into a new job unprepared, and so you're not able to anticipate the problems that are going to happen. And so when the problems do happen, you're not able to react appropriately, and you're going to submit. You're going to submit and accept any change in working conditions or any change in your wages or your employment that they push onto you, because you don't know any better, because nobody prepared you for it. There's a reason why they omit this information from schools. There's a reason why schools do not have job readiness classes in high school. There's a reason why, it's... I missed. And the reason is that they don't want you to be prepared. They don't want you to be prepared. They don't teach financial readiness or financial success or financial security classes in high school, because they don't want people to be smart with spending their money. They want people to spend their money and to get credit cards and to trap themselves into debt. Because if you're taught how to use a credit card in high school, then when you become an adult, then you're not going to make any stupid financial decisions. And guess what? That's bad for the credit card companies, because the credit card companies make money off of people going into debt on their credit cards. The credit card companies make money off of people making stupid decisions and then having to be in debt and owe interest on those stupid decisions in order to correct themselves. They make money off of that. It's the same with the college situation, right? All throughout high school, I and my classmates were encouraged. We were basically told, you have to go to college. You're going to be flipping burgers at McDonald's, and you're going to be on the verge of homelessness for the rest of your life if you don't go to college. That's what we were told. Guess what? College here is about $50,000 per year. No 18-year-old high school graduate has that much money. I mean, maybe the rich kids did. And it doesn't apply to them. The rest of us, we got to go to college. Well, it was ingrained. We were basically brainwashed into trying to go to college. And guess what? We're going to say yes to college. And they're going to be like, okay, it costs this much money. How are you going to pay for it? Here's some student loans. And we're like, oh, okay, I guess. Mind you, we were never told about student loans. We were never told about interest rates. We were never told about, the consequences of our actions financially, about any of this. We were just told to do it. We were told, oh, just get the loan. And so we get the loan. And so we get the loan, and then we go to college, and whether we succeed or we drop out, doesn't matter. We're trapped in debt. Oh boy, just like with the credit card thing, we're trapped in debt. Guess what? If I had been told, and if anybody else had been told, hey, maybe you should think about how much debt you're going to go into when you start college before you do it. If we were told that, some of us wouldn't have done it. But guess what? That would have been bad. That would have been bad for the banks. That would have been bad for the student loan companies. And that would have been bad for the colleges. That means less college enrollment, which means less money for the colleges, which are run by rich people, which are profited by rich people because college is severely overpriced. And then the student loan companies who make money off of the interest you have to pay off on those student loans, they wouldn't be making that much money because there would be less people getting student loans. And guess what? They would get less money because people would be making smarter decisions out of high school. So if we taught in high school financial responsibility and, job readiness and college readiness, then that would cause high schoolers to make more intelligent decisions financially on their future. And because of that, rich people wouldn't be able to get richer. There wouldn't be as many people getting student loans and paying for college and going into debt, or getting credit cards and maxing them out and going into credit card debt. There are those rich people who make money off of the stupid decisions of people. The rich people who make money off of the stupid decisions of the poor people wouldn't be making money off of that if the poor people stopped making stupid decisions. So guess what? It is in the rich people's best interest to make sure that poor people never learn how to be smart. Makes sense, right? They never learn how to be smart. If poor people never learn how to be smart, then they will keep making stupid decisions that cost them money. And that money is going to be paid to the rich people when those stupid mistakes are made. And if every American, makes stupid decisions, like goes to college and goes into debt for that, or they make a stupid decision like getting a credit card and maxing that out, then if everyone does that, then the rich people are rich. So why would rich people want poor people to be smart? It means less money for them. So guess what? They're the ones in power. They're going to make sure that rich people never get, or that poor people never get smart, because that would make them lose money. Hence why we have no financial readiness classes in high school. Hence why we have no future planning classes in high school. Hence why we have none of that in high school. Anything that's posed like that will teach you things that require going into debt. They'll typically say things like, oh, you should, going into debt now means that you can set yourself up for a better life in the future. First of all, you're not setting yourself up for a better life in the future. Secondly, even if you are, and even if you believe that, you don't have to do it at 18. At 18 years old, everybody who graduates high school should be getting a job. They should be getting a job, and they should be, while they're working that job, they should be thinking about what they want to do for college. Every single person, regardless of how rich or poor or capable you are, everybody should be getting a job. In fact, that would be my advice, is that everybody graduates high school and gets a job, whatever job you want. Whatever job you want that, is entry level and can get you a high school diploma, or that, doesn't require college. And then everyone gets a job, they work it for a year, and then they realize the working world, they realize working conditions, what they want, and how, how they could do better. They realize the value of money, which, let's be honest, anyone who takes out a college loan does not realize the value of money. If you're paying 50 grand a year for college, you don't know what you're doing. The fact that they're letting 18-year-old people sign for $50,000 a year loans is borderline criminal, because that, and I've already explained this, that person, even if they do graduate college and get a good job, they're going to be paying off that debt until they're 40. So, and that's a lot of money for the student loan companies. That's a lot of money for the colleges. That's a lot of money for everyone else involved. So, once again, they thrive off of people making stupid decisions. So if you let the education system do what it wants to you, then you're going to end up stupid, right? Because you don't have the wherewithal to know anything better. And guess what? Your parents probably grew up in a similar situation, so they're not going to give you, because your parents are probably similarly poor in a similar economic situation as you will be, so they won't have the wherewithal to see anything wrong with this, and they'll be like, oh yeah, I also went to debt in college, to go to college and whatnot, right? That's what it was for me. I asked my mom about this. I was like, do I really need to take out student loans to go to college? When I was 18 at the time, I believe. And she was like, oh yeah, you should take out as much money as possible, as much money as they're willing to give you. And I stupidly took her advice. Mind you, this is my mom, who, she had a bunch of college debt, and even though she didn't finish, and and my dad paid off all of her college debt for her with his savings. So obviously accepting financial advice from someone like this wasn't in my best interest, and it proved to be to a detriment to me, because I still have that college debt, and I've been getting my tax returns garnished every year since I started working. Except for this year, apparently. And yeah, so, and the interest, and so I ended up having to pay, what was it, like, I only took out like $3,000. And okay, here's the kicker. I had all that money deposited to my mom's bank account because I didn't have my own at the time, which was also stupid, because I paid for the college, and then I bought a laptop, and there was money left over. There was like hundreds of dollars left over. At least I didn't take out that much money, thank God. But there were hundreds of dollars left over, and they just disappeared. And I asked my mom about it, and she's like, what money? And I had no proof. So there it goes, right? Whoopie-doo. Stupid decisions, right? It goes back to stupid decisions, right? Someone like me, who is so like hyper aware of all of this, even I'm making stupid decisions. This is the consequence of having an education system that doesn't prepare you for this. This is the consequence of having an education system that is intentionally designed to keep people stupid so that they make stupid mistakes, because even the people who wouldn't be making these stupid mistakes are being prevented from hearing the knowledge that is required to not make it. If I had even one of my teachers tell me, like, hey, be careful when you get your student loans, I wouldn't have done it. One teacher mentioning it once, and I wouldn't have done it. But in my 4 years of high school, not one of them said it. Every single teacher, it was as if they were programmed, specifically said, yeah, you should go to college. That's the only thing they said. Yeah, you should go to college. You'll only be successful if you go to college. Mind you, all my teachers were obviously college graduates who specifically went to college to teach. So their opinions were skewed because they were coming from a bias and from the same mentality, right? Because people who want to be teachers are all of the same mindset, or all of similar mindsets. But that's what it is, though. It's that you're not getting an objective opinion. you're not hearing anybody talking about this from an outside perspective. And people like me aren't going to be listened to. So obviously, people who have this opinion aren't going to be listened to, right? I mean, nowadays college enrollment is going down, so at least among guys. So that's good, at least. So it means less people are falling for this. But back in my day, right, we didn't have the wherewithal or the knowledge available to us to do this. But anyway, this is what it is. So even if you don't go to college, you're still gonna, the education system is still gonna not prepare you to make smart decisions, because they're not gonna profit off of you making smart decisions, right? And why do we have an entire generation of people who knows nothing but except for posting on TikTok? I mean, these kids don't have any knowledge on anything actually practical or anything actually useful, and they're encouraged to not pursue that knowledge because that makes them more dependent on the variables of society that rich people control. So, of course, we're going to have a culture that encourages stupidity. Of course, we're going to have a culture of people who, they aren't actively trying to be smart. Even though the modern day, we have access to an infinite amount of information at our fingertips via the computer, via the internet. So, and what's popular right now is TikTok, Instagram, and Snapchat, Whoopie-doo, and Kick. So, it's disgusting. It's terrible, and I hate to see it because it's clear as day the downfall of humanity, the downfall of this society, and it's still happening. It's ridiculous. So I don't know how it is in other countries. I know that in Europe, it's better, at least in like Northern Europe, like Sweden and Norway. Oh, I forget which country. Was it Norway? One of the countries like education systems are really good. Finland, maybe, I don't know. Best education country. No, I don't fucking believe that. U.S. News, you biased piece of shit. Best education systems in the world. Here we go. It's leverageedu.com. So. No, these websites are biased. The UK and the United States and Australia are really the top, huh? Denmark. That's what it was. Okay. Well, obviously, I don't know what they're basing this on. Anyway, I believe it was Denmark. So Denmark education system. Nope. Nope. Classrooms. I watched a video on this. The kids in Denmark are actually like, I believe it was Denmark. They're actually like encouraged to learn and participate, and there's a lot of like break time, and there's a lot of break time. There's a lot of like recreational time between classes and stuff, and then all the academic material is designed to be engaging. What was I saying? Yeah, it's designed to be engaging, and God, this is all just talking about the reopening of schools. What was I saying? It's all engaging, and it's like structured to be like an environment where kids will like retain the knowledge properly and stuff. I don't know how to explain it. And there's a whole video on it that I watched. So look at this. It's designed for like leaders or whatever, right? You think of like a board meeting of executives. Board of executives meeting. See the similarities? These kids are being taught to be leaders. I mean, yes, I am cherry picking the pictures, but this is what's happening, right? They're designed to be leaders, and they're designed to like collaborate with each other, and it's a team effort, because this is what you do at a job. Is it's a team effort. You're not just sitting there doing busy work. You're trying to actively work to solve problems, and human beings need to be able to solve problems. That's what education should be. Is that you're being taught to solve problems or solve issues that are happening at work, to troubleshoot and to solve, and then to figure out what the correct process is and all that. That's what you do at a job, at a high performing job. And so that's what you're supposed to do. And so school should mimic that. And look at this. It's a 1-to-1 mimic. I mean, there's 8 kids at a table with paperwork in front of them, all collaborating. Here's 8 people at a table trying to, with paperwork and trying to also collaborate, right? The similarity is uncanny. It teaches that. It teaches leadership skills. It teaches social skills of having to interact with people, and from a young age, right? If you're taught proper social skills when you're like 5 or 6 years old, then you're going to carry that with you for the rest of your life, right? And it's going to be easier to socialize. Whereas with group activities should be encouraged at a young age so that the people don't develop anxiety. That's what it would be. Because if you're if you go to middle school and you don't know how to interact with a group of people, you're pretty much done. And that's what happened to me. And that's what happens with a lot of people who have anxiety, is that they're not, there's not this, sense of community and this sense of like collaboration with each other in school. It's about cliques and social groups and all this sort of stuff, and the kids form their own hierarchy. It doesn't make any sense to do that. It doesn't make any sense for 6-year-olds and 7-year-olds in like second grade to form their own social hierarchy. A teacher, school is supposed to facilitate transition into real life. You're not supposed to just let the kids go off on their own while giving them forced busy work throughout the day. That doesn't, in order to make them compliant. That's not what education is supposed to be about. If you wanted that, you might as well have your fucking elementary school students start working the farms right now, right? Education shouldn't be it shouldn't be a substitute for menial labor. It should be something where you go above and beyond. That's what education is supposed to be, and so many problems would be solved if that is what education would be. And the thing is, if people aren't capable of doing this at a young age, then you filter them out and you send them elsewhere. In Denmark and in other European countries, for high school, you can actually choose vocational schools where you can specialize in a certain profession or a certain job. I knew a guy from Finland. I knew a guy from Finland for high school, he went to he learned regular high school courses half the time, and then the other half of the time he learned things having to do with his profession, which he was a painter. So he painted bricks with like this acrylic, like chemical or whatever. And he learned how to do that, and then right out of high school, and so then right out of high school, he already had the qualifications in order to get a job. He didn't need to go to college. He wasn't the kind of dude who was going to college. He was already prepared for life. But it was because he went to school. He went to school, and his ability in the classroom led him, his ability or lack thereof, I don't know which, led him down a path to where he is now. And that's totally fine, right? And you know, he's has a satisfied life as a painter. And it's a good job for him, right? And his personality and his intellect, it's totally fine, right? I would be bored to death if I had to paint, but that's me, right? You know, someone like me would have been part of this discussion, and I would have been, you know, as a kid, I would have been actively engaged in this conversation, especially because I was a really like upbeat, positive kid. Like I was really happy all the time as a kid, and I tried to make friends with people, and I tried to be nice to people, and I tried to do my own, you know, do my own thing, but with others. You know, I was definitely a way different kid than I am as an adult, for sure. So anyway, as an elementary school student, I would have been a part of this group, and I would have been talking about, oh, what do we need to do? What are the solutions? What can we do? I would have been throwing out ideas and listening to other people's ideas and agreeing with them or counter arguing with them and stuff. I would have done this as a third grader. I would have been doing this as a third grader. I had this capability to sit in this table and, you know, keep up with the rest of the kids, or even be able to lead the discussion and lead the conversation or whatever. And doing years and years of this would have resulted in me gaining confidence on a social level with collaborating with other people in order to solve problems and move a project forward. And then as an adult, I would have become an executive at a company. That's the kind of potential that I had as a kid. Public education did not cultivate me into being that kind of a person. Public education really tried to suppress that in me. It really tried to make sure that I was so busy with busy work, and that I was so overcome with the cliques and the social circles that I wasn't a part of, that, you know, after my homework, I just wanted to escape from the world. And so it was a constant battle of doing menial classwork, you know, busy work, homework, and then during my little free time, you know, just drowning out the misery in with entertainment. That's what high school was like for me, and that's what middle school was like for me. Because it wasn't structured like this. It wasn't structured like this at all. Kids in Denmark don't get homework, by the way. Kids in Denmark don't get homework. In the video that I watched, I believe it was on Denmark, in the video that I watched, they were saying the teachers were saying we don't want to give kids homework because after school should be spent with your family or doing extracurricular activities, you know, like sports that you enjoy or whatever. And it's like, yeah, like, I would have loved that. I used to take soccer, or I used to do soccer, I used to do piano. I was going to join a sport in high school, but the thing is, I quit soccer and I quit piano because I had homework. Because I had so much homework, especially I quit soccer in like 5th grade, I believe, at the beginning of 5th grade. I had too much homework. I got so much homework as like a 4th grader the year before, and then as a 5th grader. After the homework and after soccer, I wouldn't have had any free time. Yeah, I could have finished the homework after soccer, but I wouldn't have had any free time. I wouldn't have been able to enjoy my life. Certainly wouldn't have been able to spend time with my family had my family existed, but you know, whatever. But yeah, it's like I would have to spend what little free time I have on the homework. So I couldn't give up the homework, obviously, because the school system forces this on you. So I gave up the soccer, And I was a good soccer player too. There were some moments in my soccer playing days that I'm proud of, that I still remember to this day. Mind you, this was third, fourth grade that I was playing. But I gave it all up. I was on a team with a friend of mine. I gave it up because I had too much homework, because school was so hell-bent on giving me menial, busy work to take away my free time. I don't say take away my free time maliciously, like it was done after me. Like I said, it's a system that bogs down your mind and makes you numb to the kind of shit that you have to put up with, so that you don't have any willpower to resist. An entire childhood of that. And, you know, I go from corporate executive, right, happy kid who's willing to socialize and, you know, collaborate with with my peers. I go from that to fucking the depressed high schooler whose only thought is, man, I can't wait to get out of here. Man, I can't wait to go home. Man, I can't wait for my homework to end so I can play League of Legends. I would have actually enjoyed school if it was structured like this. I would have actually enjoyed school if they just kept giving me challenging problems to solve. I liked math in school because I liked the problem-solving aspect of it. But, you know, after the 20th question on my homework assignment, I just got sick of it, right? But then, you know, the next day we learn a new lesson. Here's a new problem to solve. That's exciting for me. And I could troubleshoot it. Until I'm given a 25 problem homework assignment and it's going to take me 3 hours no matter how good I am at the homework. These kids don't get homework. These kids in fucking Europe don't get homework because everything that they learn is in school. In fact, there are studies done that say that doing homework serves no benefit to knowledge retention in most students. So why give us homework? It's to bog us down. It's to bog down our minds. Like I said, I turned into a depressed teenager whose only thought was, I can't wait to get out of here. Because I was so bored and it was so pointless being in class and being in school. What does an adult think? An adult who has a job in an office at a cubicle, what do they think for their entire 8-hour shift? They look at the clock and their only thought in their mind is, man, I can't wait to get out of here. But they get out of there at 5 p.m., they drive home for an hour and a half on the 405, and they get home, and what do? Well, they're too tired to do anything, and instead of homework, they gotta, you know, take care of their house because they're single, or their partner also works. They get fast food, which gives, you know, overpriced money to McDonald's, or the fast food companies. They get services from other people done, which gives money to them, right? And what do they do with their free time? They sit in front of the TV or they sit on their phone, and they absorb the messages on the TV, on the Netflix shows that, you know, we already talked about being controlled, or they go on friggin' Instagram and TikTok and they're absorbed with social media, right? It's a coping mechanism. All until they go back to bed, and then they wake up and return the next morning. It's a soul-crushing existence, but specifically designed that way because if it wasn't a soul-crushing experience, if you know, we actually learned to be leaders and we actually learned to collaborate and to solve problems, then we would fucking overthrow the government. Like, at this point, we would have overthrown the government 10 times over because of how shit it is. And we would have actually put competent people into our Congress. Maybe that would have happened. But guess what? We're too stupid and we're uneducated to do that, right? And that would disadvantage the rich. And so the rich people in America, they don't want us to do that. They don't want us to be able to succeed. Because if we succeed, if we became intelligent, if we became like this as kids, then as adults we would be solving bigger problems like, hey, maybe rich people shouldn't be starving the poor. Hey, maybe rich people shouldn't be giving the poor people bad working conditions. Hey, maybe we should have a different, you know, alternative ways of, you know, living life in general. Maybe. But guess what? That loses money for the rich people. So They're not going to do that. They're not going to do that. Why would they do that? Why would they allow poor people to make them less rich? So the rich people in all of their power will do anything that they can so that the American population cannot turn out like this. That the American population cannot in its entirety see flaws in its own system and see how advantaged they're being taken care of. Which is why, everything that becomes popular, or every trend that goes on Twitter, or every news story that you hear about in the news, people get all up in arms about. Oh, Black Lives Matter, we gotta join the protests. Why do you have to join the protests? Because I saw it on TV. Because it's the trending hashtag on Twitter. Did you have a thought of your own when thinking about this current social issue? No. No, but the TV told me to care about it. The Twitter, the hashtags told me to care about it. Oh my God. So much suffering happens in the world, but the only thing I see is the one right in front of me. Well, gee, guess what? The owner of Twitter can just put anything that's trending, and he'll get you to care about it. You and millions of other people. Because you're all a bunch of fucking zombies. You're all a bunch of fucking zombies. I can't believe it. If you see something right in front of you, and your first thought is to believe it, then you're a gullible piece of shit who deserves to be manipulated. But unfortunately, what I just described was the majority of people. It's unbelievable. If you look at something and you don't ask why this is being pushed, or why this exists, or why, whatever, right? And you just get swept up in the bandwagon, right? You join the bandwagon. Oh, Black Lives Matter. Oh, this seems like an issue. Let's go do it. Let's join the protests or whatever. And you're a gullible sheep. You're a gullible sheep, honestly. And you have no sense of foresight. You have no sense of common sense. You have no ability to critical think. You have no ability to have thoughts of your own other than what people persuade you into thinking. And if that's the case, are you even a human being? Are you even a human being? I mean, I can teach my dog tricks, and he'll do it for dog treats, and then he'll do it on command. I could teach him how to give me a high five, or I could teach him how to join a Black Lives Matter protest. I don't see the difference. I don't. Is there a difference? No, you're a fucking dog. You're they say dogs have the intelligence of a 4-year-old. Are you 4? Are you 4? Oh, I'm sorry. You're how old are you? You're 35 years old, and you still fall for fucking Twitter trends. You still join any protest that makes it onto the news. You still believe anything that anybody tells you just because they tell you something sympathetic. Oh my God. I can teach my dog. I can teach my golden retriever how to be more intelligent than you, how to have more critical thought than you are. And he's the equivalent of a 4-year-old child. In fact, I could teach my 4-year-old child how to have more critical thought than you have. It's idiocy. It's absolute idiocy. And these people, they're lazy. That's what it is. They're lazy. They're intellectually lazy because it would take effort. It would take effort for them to go above and beyond that. But the amount of effort that's required is dependent on how not used to it they are. And we have an entire education system, not this, that is exactly the exact opposite of this, that trains people to bog down their minds and just be numb to anything crappy in life, and then just to believe whatever is told to them. Their teacher will give them their next assignment, and they'll just do it. Their boss tells them to accept a lower paycheck, and they just accept it. I see no difference. Of course there's not a difference. You're all idiots. All of America. But they're trained idiots. That's what it is. They're taught to be idiots. Calling it education is the most ironic thing ever. I think it's a paradox. I hate it. I absolutely hate it. You guys have heard me complain about this before. I hate it. I hate it all. I hate it all. Every single thing I can possibly complain about originates to this. Besides my cats licking themselves, but obviously that's completely independent. Every single thing in life that I can complain about originates to the fact that there are people at the top with their fucking puppet strings controlling everything that they can in order to create a culture and a society in America that is specifically disadvantageous towards the people that it's affecting. Everything originates to that. Every story you see on the news, every trend you see on Twitter, every thought that every person has originates towards this. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely insane. I hate it. I hate it so much. And I hate it because I'm trapped in it, right? Obviously, if I lived in Denmark, and I was like, oh, live in Denmark, or Switzerland, or wherever, and they actually care about their citizens, and I escaped it all, then I wouldn't care that much. I would read I would read American news like it's a dystopian novel, dystopian science fiction novel. But the thing is, I care so much because I'm right in the goddamn middle of it, right? It's affected my college work. It's affected my employment. It's affected, everything else in my life. It's ridiculous. It's insane. It's insane. Anyway, whatever. This is culture. This is a large part of sex sells and all this sort of stuff, which the anime industry in Japan makes me think that Japan has similar problems. So not the same problems, but very similar problems. So that's what it makes me think of. Click. What else? I gave Erased an 8. Besides the ending, I liked it. The ending was absolute crap. And I had read that people gave it bad reviews because of the ending, and before I watched it, and so I was bracing myself for a bad ending, and it wasn't necessarily as bad as I thought it'd be, but it was still pretty bad. So, Assassin Classroom, that was a good one. Shirako's a good one. I'm not really motivated to look at this anymore. ReZero, it's pretty decent, I guess. Joker Game is pretty good. Although, it was good for what it was. It wasn't really that thrilling or exciting. Is this based off of anything? Joker Game. What's this? That's a manga. Joker Game. Why is a manga called Joker Game the Animation? That doesn't make any sense. Okay, looks like no one's heard of this. There's a lot of stuff that exists. Oh, this is Kara no Kyoka. Gabriel Japaro is good. Oh yeah, they have the Maggie Adventures of Sinbad. They have this anime too. This one is decent. It's about Sinbad and his adventures, his rise to glory, or whatever. It's a decent one. Sinbad's one of those characters that does end up wooing all of the girls that he comes in contact with. Or most of them. But it's the way that it's done, it's just whatever. I don't know. He uses it to his advantage, I guess. In order to gain himself power. The whole focus of the show isn't him getting girls, right? It's the whole focus of the show is him rising to power, so. Anyway, this doesn't cover all the manga. There's the manga, Maggie Adventures of Sinbad. It's 182 chapters. I read this whole manga. and it got pretty intense. Obviously, you know what's gonna happen at the end, right? It's, you know, Sinbad is gonna be alive. This is a prequel, and obviously Sinbad is you know, in the original story. So I wouldn't mind rereading the manga. So that'd be nice. The anime was okay for how it adapted it. It wasn't perfect, but it's like, if you can't read manga, you don't wanna. 180 chapters. It's okay anime. Yeah. Anyway, ReZero is pretty decent. Did it have harem? One of the girls liked him, but then he likes another girl. He freaking. There's just a meme about it. It's hilarious. Anyway, it's like the most ridiculous thing. Anyway, I liked ReZero. So they came out with the second season, part 2. It's alright. It's like, I don't know. It's this one, it's the whole series is like he's underpowered. And he like, I mean the whole, well, yeah. So he like, I mean it has a cool concept, but I'm not gonna spoil the concept. But he, I guess I can. When he dies, he gets reborn. So if he gets killed in this fantasy world, then he gets reborn as, again, just like it goes back in time, and he gets reborn at like the start of the day or something. So he basically he respawns at the start of the mission or at the checkpoint, right? And he checkpoints. So you know it's like playing a video game, right? If you try a section of a video game and you die, you go back to your checkpoint, your last save, and you gotta try again. So that's what he's doing, except he actually feels like the pain of his deaths. Like he actually feels himself getting stabbed or feels his head getting cut off or whatever, right? And then so he's like fearful of it, but he has to die over and over again throughout the show, and it's pretty gruesome, or it's pretty like, it's really cruel. I wouldn't say necessarily gruesome, but there's a little blood in it. But yeah, anyway, anyway, a huge part of the show is that he overcomes, because you think like, oh, okay, he's gonna come up with like new solutions that he sees using, you know, knowledge of the future, right? Because he's already gone through it and then he died. But and then he respawned, so, right, like in a video game, you go through a level and you're almost at the end and then you die and you respawn back at the beginning. You already know how that level's going to play out, right? The first time you went through, you didn't, but the second time you go through it, you know how it's going to play out. So this kind of, he does that. The character in this anime does that, but which is cool. But also some of the conflicts are solved through that. But then some of the conflicts are also solved through like him persuading other people, like people more powerful than him, to yeah, he persuades, he uses his words to persuade people who are more powerful than him to like switch sides or to like, you know, give up their fight against him or whatever. And it's kind of, it's a little arbitrary. It's like, I don't know. In the second season, I wasn't buying it. Like at one point, I guess I'd have to rewatch it in order to really like think about it, but I don't know. Anyway, it's a good series. It's a good show, honestly. I would recommend ReZero and both of its seasons. The story doesn't end. It does go on, but in the light novels. Whatever. There's this website called JNovel, and they JNovel.club, and there's a subscription. So like if I want to read Ascendance of a Bookworm, oh, until 8:15. Damn, dude. Wait. Royal Academy Series first. What the hell? Wait a second. What is this? Oh. Okay, where's the original series? Here we go. So yeah, anyway, if you want to, if a series is on catch up like this, then you can actually subscribe and just read them all at once. So for someone like me who like I can probably burn through a whole series in like a month. So their subscription is $5 a month. So or only $4.50 a month if you get the whole year. What'd you save? Like you'd save $6. Whoopie-doo. Or here, you save $12. Oh my god. But yeah, you can just subscribe and then you can just read all this stuff. Anyway, I can't find this like pirated online. Like I can't find the light novel books online on the internet. All I can find are the original Japanese web novels, which are slightly different because it's kind of unedited. But then but they're in Japanese, so they machine translate it. So they run the Japanese through Google Translate. So I'm reading a Google translated version of the unedited free web version of a Japanese story. That's what it is, and it's disgusting. It's like it's terrible. It's disgusting and terrible all at the same time. It reads really poorly. It's if you guys have read things from Google Translate, it's like you can barely call them sentences. Like it's like that bad. So anyway, it looks like, and then in the middle of translating this one, but whatever. Anyway, I can read them all online. But the nice thing is I can pay $5 and then just read all of them. So that's pretty nice. I don't like reading on the computer though. It sucks. But whatever. If I was actually like, because I don't want to, because the series, it doesn't end. It doesn't end at part 4, volume 7, because there's 9 volumes to part 4. So I just read this one. Part 3, volume 4 is physical. I like that. But then part 3, volume 5 is coming out on May 3rd. So you might think like, oh, it's pretty soon. Just wait for it. Well, no, this is the book that I was complaining about. That can I like just have a page? Oh. Look at that. Look at that. It's just a bunch of text. Bleh. Ho ho. I intend to increase the frequency with which I visit the Plantain Company. Master Benno, I look forward to continue to work there with you. Same to you, Fritz. If Gil and Lutz being away on long-term business trips was going to be standard practice, Benno needed to strengthen his relationship with Fritz. The two men exchanged a glance, then firmly shook hands. That is not an answer, he sighed, rubbing his temples, but I simply avoided making eye contact and gripped Leslie's steering wheel. I poured mana into him, stepped on the gas pedal, and up into the air we went. And so began my long journey for the Harvest Festival. Hell yeah. Very nice. End of part 1. Next, you are not allowed to read this parts. But yeah, anyway, so so obviously, well, it's not coming out this time. It's please. Or wait, I can go to buy. Yeah. So if I want the physical, then right, it said May 3rd, right? So when I go to buy it from Barnes and Noble, it says nope. It says this item will be available on May 24th. I don't understand. I don't get it. Go on Amazon. It's the same thing. May 24th. I don't understand. Why are you doing this to me? Why, Naze, are you doing this to me? Seymour. Pre-order add to cart. Cool. Now I'll go to my carts. Carts. May 24th. Nope. So yeah, the only website that actually has this is Right Stuff Anime. But they charge an exorbitant amount of money for shipping. Unlock 10% off. Nope. Yeah. Save 32%. Oh my god. Weekend sale. I could get the DVD. Check out these great offers. What else do I want? They want me to spend $75 on Ancient Magus Bride is a manga. Oh, it's a manga. It's a manga. A skull with map One Piece gamepad. Pretty Boy Detective Club. Oh my god. Wow. Season 1 Ultimate Collection. $100? Holy crap. Who pays this? Who pays this? Oh my god. $36 for a freaking... for one season of Attack on Titan? Jesus Christ. Nah, like, they're so happy. They're so happy. Disabled girl with guy. She has to do all that work moving the wheelchair by herself. Dude, friggin' people who are wheelchair bound, who have to push their own wheelchairs, they must be buff. They must have so much upper arm strength. Just doing that over and over again. Doing, just... God, I can't... Okay, whatever. Buff. Heartwarming tale. Amazing animation, decent soundtrack. If you like or love Weathering with You, Your Name, The Boy and the Beast, Summer Wars, or 5 Seconds per Summer, then you'll love and enjoy this film. Oh my god, I've watched all of those. I actually haven't watched The Boy and the Beast. I watched Weathering with You in the theaters by myself. I watched Your Name in the theaters with somebody else. I watched Summer Wars with my brother, I think. I have it on DVD, and I also do have... I think I watched 5 centimeters per second on YouTube. So... 5 centimeters per second kind of sucked, actually. But The Boy and the Beast. What is it? Can't watch it. Okay. Oh, this one. I remember getting recommended this one. Or, I remember somebody in a YouTube video mentioned this one. So... apparently it's not really worth the watch. So, you may also like A Silent Voice, I Want to Eat Your Pancreas, Your Name, Toradora Blu-ray sets. Oh. I mean, I would buy I Want to Eat Your Pancreas as well, but $40 for the freaking Blu-ray. I mean, this looks cool, like the oh wait, it doesn't even show like what the DVD. Oh, here it is. Okay, so you get it's a box set. That's why they're charging so much. So you get the DVD, and you get the art book with descriptions of the characters from a 1.5 hour movie. You get a whole book about it. Oh my god! Wowie zowie. Apparently this is a sad one. I already got spoiled the ending, but whatever. Check out these great offers. Figure weekend sale. Oh, maybe I'll buy a figure. Here we go. Oh, that looks cool. These aren't really on that much of a discount. Arc Knight's Nendroid. $50. What? Oh boy, the Ari Fureta. $132. What? A 9S figure. Oh, that's so cute. $56. Holy shit. Why are these so expensive? Why are these so expensive? What the fuck? Oh my god. What? Why is she doing that? Why? She's just like. She's like purposely like protruding her chest out. That's so suggestive. What the hell? Why is this $132? How big is this figurine? Oh my god, look at those eyes. Age rating 7+. Okay, thanks for giving me an age rating on my figure. Dimensional weight 4. For what? For grams, kilograms, pounds, ounces, liters. Height 5.51. What? Centimeters? If it's 5 centimeters, that's nothing. That's like 2 inches. That'd be this. The figure is not that high. Is it 5 inches? Because 5 inches is like this. It's more like this. That's not a big figure. That's not $100 figure if it's that little. Oh my god. I love isekai. What the frick? Look at that. Look at that. That's the state of anime. The state of anime is it's that butt. She's giving a thumbs up too. She loves being in that butt. He's really grabbing that butt, isn't he? And he is really grinning. Oh my god. So disgusting. This book is a bunch of funny little scenes that take place from the start of the story until Mew joins the team. All the scenes got at least a chuckle or groan from me, so I felt it was worth the price. I hate them. Why? Oh my god, it's just. Anyway, what makes this Nendroid so expensive? Looks cute. Oh my god, and you get a little bot as well. Oh, it's so cute. It's so cute. Oh my god. Oh, and if I could get the one with 2B, I can take off his headband, and he can fist bump the thing. Oh my god. Oh my god. There's no way. What the heck? He can do the AI control thing on the robots. Oh, that's so freaking cute. And they can touch the black boxes. Oh my god, they can touch the black boxes. I love this. I love this. Forget what I said. This is 100% worth the $56. Oh my god. It's so cute. They can touch the black box. Oh my god, it comes with all these pieces. Like you can do the fist bump and you can do the control thing. It even comes with a little robot that you can do the control thing with. Oh my god. And another hairstyle. That's right, he can slick his hair back. Oh my god. Oh, you can't take off the headband. You just replace the head entirely to one without the headband, I see. Yorha boys. Oh my god, the Yorha 2B Deluxe version Nier Automata Play Arts Kai action figure. Holy crap. Holy crap. Look at this. Get the robot. It's got her with her 2 swords. Oh my god, it has her in her spandex. And it has her with her mouth. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, this looks a little Ooh, that's a nice pose. Nice. Oh. Nah, he's a pet the robot. This is so cool. God, I love this game. 9.68. What? Inches? You're gonna pay $200 for a 9-inch figure? Or is it feet? Height 4. For what is it? It can't be 4 inches. It can't be a 4-inch figure. 4 inches. 4 inches is like this. That's what 4 inches is. It's like from my chin to my nose. That's such a small. Wait, no, that's more than 4 inches. 4 inches is like this. It's such a small figure. Is it 4 feet? If it's 4 feet, I'd buy it. I want a 4-foot figure of a freaking Yorha. Man, oh my god, it's Keanu Reeves. In Japan, they have like entire like stores that are just anime figures. And so you could go and browse through all of them, and they show the prices, and you can pick out which ones you want and stuff. It's awesome. I want to go. I want to go just to look. I'm not gonna. Obviously, if I was like a millionaire, I would be able to buy some of the stuff. I mean, these are stupid expensive. Even like the super. Even like this one. Look at this. It's a cool figure. It's $200. Look at that. Look how cool that is. She's casting her destruction magic. There's a cat coming out of her shirt. Nice. Very nice figurine. This looks awesome. Oh my god. If I was a fan of the show, I would definitely want this. But I mean, freaking, wow, they really want to zoom in on our breasts there, don't they? Yeah, just put this in front of a piece of paper that's a blue sky. $200. Holy crap. Can you imagine? 12. So this is a foot tall. So you imagine a ruler. That's pretty big, actually. Now that I think about it, that's pretty big. So if I had like desk space or like a room to put this stuff in, then for sure. This figure looks freaking sick. Oh my god. Oh, that looks so cool. Oh man. That looks so cool. It is a pre-order item. Comes out the end of this month. Item pass pre-order cutoff date. Oh. Such a cool freaking item. Oh my god. I mean, they're just cool to look at, I guess. It's not like... Ugh, you can really notice that. Ah! I mean, if I win the lotto tonight, not only am I buying freaking Josie and the Tiger and the Poo Poo movie, but I'll buy it here. I'll buy it here where they have an Asuna figure, Starry Nights version. Oh my gosh. Ugh. I don't like the look of her face. What are you focusing on? Oh, you're focusing on her hand on this picture. Okay. Or her lips. That's okay. Very important. Very important. Oh, no, they're focusing on the ring. Okay, I guess you couldn't really see the ring and what the... Yeah, in these photos. Yeah, you couldn't really tell that she has a ring on. Like here you kind of can, but you have to be looking for it. I see. Okay, so that's why they brought up this picture specifically. I was thinking like, it's kind of odd, but what am I looking at? Yorha Nendroid. Here we go. Wait, where's the Nendoroid? Yorha Nendoroid. Where's the 2B one? No, I want to touch black boxes with 2B. Come on. Come on. This is like the opening scene. They touch black boxes together. It's kind of wholesome, but at the same time it's kind of dark. It's great. It's iconic. They have A2. They have A2. She looks chubby. Why does A2 look chubby? Every representation I've seen of A2 outside of the video game, she looks chubby. It doesn't make any sense. I don't want her looking chubby. Like, because she's supposed to be like slender bodied. She is in the game. Oh no, she's gonna self-destruct. Oh no. 0.86 seconds. Expected to release. Okay. Okay. Wait. Was this released yet? Yeah, it came out. Dude, where do I get the 2B one? I don't want this A2 one if she's gonna be a little chubby bitch. Chubby bitch. Yorha Nendoroid. Toby. Okay, here we go. 2B, here we go. And this is the shouting Oh, I don't like her with her mask off. At least the mask itself, it looks removable. Where did she get scythes? Nundiska. Does she come with a black box? Please tell me she comes with... Yeah, she does. She comes with a black box. I just want her and 2B touching black boxes. That's all I care about. I don't care about anything else. Yes, she comes with a black box. Oh, she can touch black boxes with 2B. For only... God's how much am I paying for this? I'm paying... Wait, where to purchase here? Okay. Good smile. It's out of stock. It's 6,200 yen. Yen. Nope. Can't find that page. Oh, I'm getting it from Square Enix. Hell yeah. $60. And then I get the A2 one as well. $60. Oh wait, no, not A2. 9S. $60. So okay, this one's 60, and then I could get this one for 56. So, you know. See, 2B is kind of chubby, but like her clothes hide it, and she does have thick thighs in the game. So this is more closer to like a representation. Plus, she is always showing her breasts. See full product details. Figure height 3.9 inches. Wait a second. How tall is 9S? 3.9 inches. Nandeska korewa. Wait, so this one says 4. Oh, it says 4. Okay. I literally just want them to touch black boxes. I don't care. How much am I spending? $120? Fuck it. No interest ever. No impact on your credit score. Instant approval decisions. Am I contemplating spending $120? I mean, I just got a check for $1,600 in the mail. That is supposed to go towards paying off my college debt and then buying building materials for my house in the countryside. But, I mean, come on, it's 9S and 2B touching black boxes. I mean, I have to do it. I have to. It's so cute. It's so cute. You guys have no idea how freaking. If you guys haven't played Nier Automata, whatever the game. They touching black boxes. They're touching black boxes. Oh, it's so cute. Oh my god. You guys have no idea how cute this is. Nah. There's only one figurine that I want. It's of Luffy from One Piece doing his doing one of his attack moves. I like obsess over. Anyway, you guys don't know the Nier Automata, but you guys probably know this one. He's not really that recognizable. Look at that. He's using his book. He's using the book to cast magics. It's Nier. It's Nier from that Nier video game that I played. Nier, and then Kaine. And then Kaine, look at that. Look at that. She's Kaine. It's the girl who always wore the skimpy pajamas all the time and who had the 2 swords. I guess she had 2 swords. Oh yeah, and she has her grandma's necklace or whatever. That's right. She's like, I guess it's a necklace. Oh, and they have Emil too from the video game. Yeah, this guy. You guys know this guy. Everyone knows this guy. No, it's Emil. He's a little skeleton. Oh, he's a really skeleton. Oh, I don't know about that. They have him casting magics. And they just have him as a head. Oh, they have him just as a head. That's cute. He's in Nier Automata. He's just a head. So just a head. Nier Automata is so fucking sad. Oh my god, I love that game so much. Oh, it's not even released yet. You know, with figurines, if you don't buy them, oh my god, so freaking peaceful. Oh my freaking god. Oh, I love this. Oh, they don't have a blown up picture of it. I love this. Just this picture. It's in the forest, and they come across the dead machine. Oh man. Oh, this is bringing back so many memories because you guys would have no idea. I didn't play this game on stream, so I played this game like 3 years ago when it came out. This game's awesome. Nier Automata, fantastic. I was thinking about replaying it again, but honestly, like, I'd recommend it to you guys if you guys have a PlayStation or a working PC, a gaming PC or whatever, because I think it's on PC. I'd recommend this for sure. I believe it's only on PlayStation and PC. But yeah. Anyways, on the shout it out. It's a sad story. Oh my god, I love it. God, I got so involved. I even have a book full of side stories from like the before and after of this game. I have a full novel of stories that are happening in it. So I haven't read like all of it, but like that's how much I love the game, is I have that. So I love this. Anyway, so to get a bunch of money off, or to get free shipping, I mean, I gotta buy the book from Right Stuff Anime. So, right, if I add it to the cart, oh, release date. Wait a second. They changed the release date? Release date 5/24. Why would you do this to me? Never mind then. I don't need to buy anything from rightstuffanime.com. So that means this website, the people who are translating it, lied about the release date. May 23rd. Okay, that's a date earlier, I guess. Amazon warehouse. I need this book. God, I don't want to wait a month for this book. July 7th? Ugh. Why would you do this to me? When is it release? It says pre-order. When is it release? May 24th. Okay, so every website has said May 24th, right? Expected delivery in 25 to 30 business days. Okay, well, it's not. May 24th. Oh, they have other books on here? Cool. These are expensive. Song of Achilles for $10? I don't know about that. Heaven's Official Blessing? Hell yeah. There's this game I want to play on here. It's a Chinese game. But anyway, okay, so all of those sites said May 24th, right? It says physical May 3rd. So I don't know who's shipping this on May 3rd. But it looks like it takes them a week to translate each section of the book. 4/25, so we'll probably get another one on Monday. So 3 weeks from now, it should be fully translated. But then it'll be May. This book releases June 15th. Anyway, if I wanted to, I could just get a $5 subscription for this website and then just read this one and then all of these parts up until, because this would finish, this volume would finish by the time I catch up. But I don't really want to burn through the whole series, especially on like this. I already spoiled the ending of this book series for myself because I read the last chapter, or I read the last like 3 paragraphs of the last chapter of the of the Google translated version of the free Japanese web novel, which apparently already finished. It said completed. It was one of those spam websites, so I was curious, like, oh, did this series actually finish on the web novel version? And so I read the final chapter. I read the final like 5 sentences of the final chapter, and it was machine translated. It was hard to understand, but it was like it seemed like a conclusion. So it gave me enough information to where it was a conclusion, but it did spoil the ending from me. So it was a mistake on my part. So now because of that, I'm not really that hyped to continue the series. So I figure, I gotta read this part of the book, or this book, this one at least, part 3, volume 5, just to wrap up the current storyline I'm on. But then I'm not really gonna be that passionate about continuing on with the series, especially since it's unfinished. So, which means I gotta find another series to read. VTuber Legend: How I Went Viral After Forgetting to Turn Off My Stream. Oh my god, I know who they're talking about. Oh wait, no, I don't. It's a fictional story. There was a VTuber who forgot to turn off their stream. How I Went Viral after blah blah blah. Whoopie-doo. What are the most popular ones? They don't have like a popularity one. Sort by A to Z. No, I want to sort by popularity. Just give me something that's good. No, whatever. Do they have Horimiya on here? The Saga of Lion Count? That sounds fun. Sometimes even reality's a lie. Oh my god. Two online friends meet IRL, and they just found out their friend wasn't the gender they expected. On top of that, if one person wants to hang out with the other, he'll have to sneak past her overprotective dad by cross-dressing. This is the shit that flies on this site, isn't it? This is what people are spending their time at a day job translating. So you have to pay people to translate this. My instant death ability is so overpowered, no one in this other world stands a chance against me. The fact he was left behind as dragon bait might have been disastrous if he didn't happen to have the power of instant death, that is. Oh my god. It's all just all gimmicks. See, the Tales of Mariel Clarok. That's like okay, it's like okay, we're going on an adventure here. Okay, it's like it's not like, oh, here's the one interesting thing about the book, you know, in the title or whatever, right? This is literally like, you know, this is like you know, it could actually be something. Anyway, this one looks fantastic. When the Bibliophile Princess, when book-loving Lady Eliana spots Prince Christopher, her betrothed in name only, consorting with another noble lady, she realizes the recent rumors must be true. The prince has someone he truly loves, which means the annulment of their engagement is both inevitable and fast approaching. What she doesn't realize is that this is merely a surface ripple, one of many where the truth runs deep in a conspiracy surpassing her imagination. That sounds cool. No, that sounds cool actually. Sounds cool. I would have to buy every single volume individually, so that's not it's no longer cool. Anyway, actually it's a manga, right? Ah, fuck. Ah, ugh. Okay, there we go. Now I'm not sitting on my balls. Alright, let's see here. Bibliophile definition. Princess manga read online. Here we go. Checking my browser. Oh boy, what did you find? Oh, you found the website. Whoopie-doo. Show more. Oops. Chapter 26. Chapter 1. Oh, I hate manga. Summersky.com/Monsters Fusion. Doesn't give me a good URL. Okay. Server 5. We're gonna go like this. And boom. There we go. Chapter 1. The Princess of the Bibliophile. Oh my god. Oh my god, look at that. Look at that. She sees... she's trying to get a book from the bookshelf. But then she sees... Oh no, the prince with another woman. Ah. So the time has come, huh? Ah. Oh no. What kind of girl is he going for, though? She looks nice. I can understand. My name is Elenia Wildstein. My appearance is something like this. In general, I'm not that likable. She's block-headed, blonde hair, and a pair of plain gray-colored eyes. But both my dad and brother call me cute. The typical traits of the Veilstein family include their love for books that is 3 times more than meals. So what, you read 9 books a day then? Which is rather weird. I am a living example of that trait. Thus my nickname is the Bibliophile Princess. I can't read some of this, it's too small. 4 years ago, on a certain day, the first successor of the Southland Kingdom, Prince Christopher, said this to me. Miss Eliana, all you need to do is stay by my side and read books. Was I chosen to be a reader for His Highness? I want you to be my fiancé. The Veilstein's family can be considered as a ducal house, but that's actually an advantage. Sparkling. I see. Our house doesn't belong to any faction in the palace, so there are no quarrels over power between the family. And neither my father nor brother are interested in power. Is that them? A bunch of book readers. My mother keeps asking me to find a fiancé soon. How is it, Miss Eliana? As long as you're around the age of making your social debut, you cannot escape from your duty as nobility. If you become my fiancé, you can refuse tea parties or the ball that is intended to search for a companion. That way, you'll have more time to read books. Wow. Well, at the very least, you will only have to accompany me to official events and royal sponsorships. Sounds like a good arrangement. Dang, I'd marry someone if I could just fucking read all day. They have no interest in me. They just want me around. Cool, fine, whatever. In other words, it is an arrangement without any romantic feeling involved. Sigh. On the contrary, it's still an acceptable offer. Thanks for your hard work. To someone like me. Whatever it might be, any offer from the royal family cannot be simply refused by the lower class nobility. Goodbye, my reading time. Moreover, if you have the title as my fiancé, of course, you can have access to freely enter the library of the royal palace. The Veilstein family is known for their love of books and knowledge, after all. The library of the royal palace, only a limited number of people in the royal palace have access to it. It's the place where the treasured books of the royal family have been kept. And for those who love books, it's a sacred place. Did I mention I love books? Did I mention my entire plot quirk is that I love books? Oh my god, books, books, books. Fucking, they really they really take one thing and they just stretch it out just to infinity. And this is the reason why father and brother reluctantly work at the royal palace. I could go there freely. Miss Eliana? Oh, she's blushing. She's blushing. And he's like, then the engagement has been established. I am freed from the hassle of finding a fiancé, and you are also released from the restraints of nobility. I, as a return of you agreeing to be my fiancé, I will protect your free time. I promise. Her heart thumps. She's really in love with those fucking books, isn't she? This is really like shoujo manga. Like, they really like. I don't read these kind of, manga with this kind of art, like this cutesy boy art style normally, so. Unfortunately, there is no woman in the world that would be pleased without romance. The very reason why the prince chose me as his fiancé was simply because I was convenient. Korewa, my office. This is the place that you will most likely not get disturbed. So you should be able to read freely here. God, they really keep talking about this reading shtick. 4 years since then, Prince Christopher has kept his promise. At first, there was a lot of attention. As time proceeded, it began to settle down, so I was then able to read my books peacefully. That was interesting. I can really take my time reading books in this office. I am the prince's fiancé who does not appear much in public. I didn't think that it would be possible, as expected from the young prince with a bright future. Miss Elia, Alexis-sama, have you finished reading your book? Yeah, every other sentence has to mention her love for books. Every other sentence has to do that. They are really going forward with this, aren't they? Is the whole manga gonna be, just constantly mentioning that she loves books? Then, can you please deliver this document to Theodore-sama? Yes, of course. Geez, His Highness is really... Alexei Strasser-sama. He is a close aide to His Highness and his right-hand man. He's also a duke. I don't know what that means. He treats everyone equally with his cold attitude. Thus, he is known as the Lord of Ice. If it's Theodore-sama, he should be at the Royal Palace's Academy. Miss Eliana. Sir Glenn, where are you heading without any guards? I'm delivering this to Theodore-sama. If that's the case, let me lend a hand. This person is known as the Red Hair Knight, Glenn Aishinak-sama. What time will... God, I'm so fucking bored. I am so bored. They really, Eliana, you're really here as I thought you'd be. Your Highness Christopher, Prince Christopher. Oh my god, that's the end of the chapter. Nothing interesting. Nothing interesting happened. Nothing, fucking... This is 100%, the only interesting thing that happened that I can tell is, okay, let's see how many pretty boys they introduced in this. Okay, this is what we're gonna analyze. Okay, 1, there's the prince. I wouldn't count her family, or not yet. So there's the prince. She blushes at the prince about her free time. 2, there's the prince with the bright future. There's the right-hand man who has cold attitude, right? Look at that beautiful, look at that. They drew flowers behind his head as an introduction. They do this in all shoujo manga. It's such a trope. So 2, and then 3, they have Sir Glenn, more flowers here, alright, more flowers in his introduction. Oh boy. He's the red-haired knight. We didn't even have to read the section in order to tell that. Here we go. It's Theodore-sama. He seems like a more mature, gentle, older man who's still firm in what he does. There's number 4. And I mean that's the prince. So they introduced 4 pretty dudes who all have their distinct personalities and their different roles within the story. That's what they introduced in the first chapter. So I'm assuming that since nothing else interesting happened in the chapter, the appeal of this manga is that she's surrounded by these attractive dudes, and she, since her fiance is cheating on her, is romantically involved with another woman, then even though she's engaged, then there's gonna be a lot of spicy drama surrounding her probably falling for one of the other girls or whatever, right? This is your typical reverse harem but she's not able to pursue any of the other guys, and the other guys aren't able to pursue her because she's married to the prince. So, and based off the description saying like, oh, there's a deep conspiracy in the noble society or whatever, then it makes sense that it's like that. So anyway, I had to be the McGaddy to touch the box, touch the boxes, touch the boxes. Yeah, touch the boxes. I want this. I want this. If I win the lottery, I am buying this. I don't care. 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 I'm buying this. I'm buying freaking Josie the movie. I'm getting that expedited shipping on it too. See, I was interested in this series, The Bibliophile Princess. I thought, hey, this sounds like a cool premise. It's just a fucking reverse harem. It's just the exact thing I was complaining about, except it's with the freaking girl with a bunch of guys this time. I know I am judging a book by its cover, but still, come on. Tell me an interesting story. You can throw in a little romance into it, that's fine. But don't make that the focal point of the story. A plain noble's daughter receives a marriage proposal from the sought-after Simeon, second in command from the Royal Order of the Knights. He's the heir to an earldom. He's gorgeous. He's competent and gorgeous, so why did he propose to such an unremarkable noblewoman? Despite being a target of envy and scorn, the girl's happy. After all, Simeon's exactly her type. A handsome man who's competent, but who has a dark and scheming side. Welcome to her world, where things aren't always as they seem, and a prim, proper exterior can hide the heart of a sly and devious fangirl. Okay. Just, can I, like, Jose? Am I on, like, am I... I need a story that's like it has a lot of moving parts and it has like a lot of things happening. Friggin' the stupid the Ascension of a Bookworm one has a lot of moving parts. There's a lot of different things involved and the main character is involved in, and each chapter gives us one or two snippets into of progress into the next. Into the next part, into the next, into the next thing that's going on, right? It's like, one moment they're developing an Italian restaurant, the next moment they're building a printing press, and the next moment they're making books, and the next moment they're, fighting monsters while trying to gather a rare ingredient, and the next moment they're training with magic, and the next moment there's like noble politics, and then the next moment, they're like, expanding the education of the country, and all this sort of stuff, right? And it's like every single each book can have like 4 or 5 different plot lines all continually going forward like simultaneously, and it's great because it's very involved. Whereas you compare that to, the manga that I just read, right? And, obviously I just read the first chapter, but it doesn't really seem like it's all that ambitious. The manga seems like there's just one aspect of it, which is just this girl reacting to everything that's going on. So. Bibliofantasy. Written for bookworm lovers and bookworms. If there aren't any books, she'll just have to make them. Her goal is to become a librarian. The thing is, in her pursuit of that goal, right, there's a clear-cut goal, but in the pursuit of that goal, she slowly develops more and more things, to do and to expand on and whatnot, so. It was great. That's what makes it a good story, is that it has all of these different moving parts that are all involved. It's not just a single note story. I don't like single note stories. They're boring. It's just so boring. Especially in a book. It's like, I don't want, event 1 going to event 2, going to event 3. It's like, this is kind of, whatever, right? It's like, it feels like there's a lot of progress being made in a book like this, or in a series like this, that has a lot of moving parts to it, so. Of course, this book isn't, perfect. It doesn't have all the different plot threads coming together into one, for some epic explosion of a conclusion or whatever. It doesn't have that. It's a very, laid back and relaxed story, comparatively, but I don't know. I feel like books like the Stormbreaker series, or what is it called? The Stormbreaker? No, that's a Marvel thing. Brandon Sanderson. Stormlight Archives. I feel like something like the Stormlight Archives by Brandon Sanderson, or like the Wheel of Time. They have different plot threads. Even something like Lord of the Rings had different things going on. It had Frodo's journey, or it had the same thing going on, but then once everybody split off in the Two Towers, then you had Frodo's journey with Sam Wisely to go deliver the ring, and then you had Aragorn going to the Elf Island with Legolas and the dwarf, and then you had Gandalf and his quest off until redemption, and then you had the bad guys doing other stuff or whatever, right? And it's like all of these different things were happening simultaneously, and it was cool because at any point it was interesting, and at every single scene that you saw or read would make progress on one of those many plot lines, and so it gave you something to look forward to, and it gave you something exciting to read about when you did get to the next progression point of whatever plot line they were focusing on that chapter. That's what makes something like a story like this super interesting, but it's very involved, and these stories take a lot in order to make, so telling multiple perspectives like Lord of the Rings, or something like this where it's one person involved in multiple ordeals, that's what it is. So Brandon Sanderson, one of his writing advice tips was that something that stuck with me is that you can have one, you can make a short story off of one idea, but if you're going to write a full-length book, you have to have a lot of ideas that you're putting into the book simultaneously. And it doesn't have to be so many plot threads, right? It doesn't have to be like Lord of the Rings level, but you have to have a lot of things going on in order for things to talk and write about, right? Because otherwise you're going to get like a 10-page short story, and that's going to be it, right? I have this story about the older dog who's not getting adopted in the adoption center, and then he sees all the people, walking by and gets all hopeful when they come up to him, and then they walk away and he gets all sad again, and then he gets picked up by somebody and he's all happy that he's gonna get adopted, but instead of going to the adoption desk, he goes to the he gets put on a metal table in a dark room, and he feels the injection of a euthanasia uh, shot into him, and his vision slowly fades to black, and his last thought in his moments of life as he loses consciousness is, why did nobody ever want me? A story like that, right? Because I said that story on stream before. I'm sure you guys remember. Um, I said it in more detail than that, of course. It's one idea, right? I took one idea. I took a really sad. I thought, okay, let's make a sad dog story, right? Let's make a sad story about an older dog or whatever that's emotionally provocative, and that's something that I can do, and I feel like I'm pretty good at spinning things to be very emotionally provocative, but I do that, and or so I can do that, but that's just one idea, right? A sad story about an old dog getting put down. That's a one idea thing, right? And so of course I can write a short story on it, but that whole story would probably be like, what, 4 pages on a Word document, and that's about it. It's like, it's not that much. And obviously that story has a start to finish, but if I did the daily life of a dog and I tried to write a book about that, then it would be, I could expand that to be, a 20 or a 30-page story if I added a lot of fluff and some other events into it and stuff. But still, it's only one idea, and I can only go so far with it. But if I had a story about multiple dogs, and multiple dogs were doing different things with their different owners in their different houses, and they were living different lives, and I had a novel where it was focusing on a different dog each chapter, and their events, then I can make multiple plot threads that I could weave together in the story and, become interesting. So, and I could do that, and I would be taking multiple ideas, and I can have multiple ideas in that sense interact with one another and create a really involved book. So, that's something that I could do, right? And, but that would require multiple ideas, right? And of course, I can make the dog in the animal shelter. I can make a dog who lives in a house where he's neglected, and the people come home and they don't feed him, and they just beat the dog or whatever. They chain up the dog in the front yard, and the dog becomes angry because of that. And then I could have a dog who lives with a happy family in the suburbs, but who's seeing all these dogs who are mad or sad or whatever, and wanting to help. And I could have another dog who is a little puppy and who's naive about the world, but is completely blind to all of the wrongdoings that are happening around him, because I have a lot of wrongdoings happening around him, but that don't directly affect the puppy himself. I gotta have all of these different ideas for these different dogs living these different lives, and then I could come up with ways to elaborate on their lives and from the dog's perspectives, and then I could find ways to interweave the dogs' lives into each other so that they meet different dogs amongst their journey. And it could be, like the whole Marvel Cinematic Universe, but with just dogs, right? It's like, oh my god, wouldn't it be cool if Doctor Strange teamed up with the Hulk and Thor? Instead of that, it would be, oh, wouldn't it be cool if the older, wiser dog, went, visited the angry dog and taught him how to fend for himself or whatever? I don't know. Wouldn't it be cool or wouldn't it be sad if the angry dog who was cynical at life met the puppy and put in a lot of like cynical ideas and ruined that puppy's innocence? Something like that, right? Wouldn't it be cool if all the other dogs teamed up and invaded the animal shelter right before the old dog was about to be put down, and then knock over the evil scientist and save the old dog, and then just all of them run away together off into the sunset, and that was their whole motivation for doing everything else in the story. Cool, right? Sure, whatever, right? I could, you could spin it any way you want. You could come up with a bunch of ideas regarding that, right? It's a book about dogs. I don't know. I could write a full length novel on that. I could write like 100-page, 150-page novel about fucking dogs. But like dogs who are doing different stuff or whatever, right? And it would be involved. It would be a varied, involved plot line. Plot lines that that you'd be keeping track of, and it'd be cool, right? It'd be a good idea for a story or whatever. But that's what it is. The story should it should have that, right? It doesn't. Not all stories need to have that. It needs to have it on that level, but every story needs to have multiple ideas in it. So it doesn't have to be multiple plot lines, but it needs to have multiple ideas in it. So because you gotta be able to go from one thing to the next, because you can't just add fluff, right? You can't have the characters doing nothing for a good majority of your book. You're just gonna cut that part out, and then you're not gonna have anything. So. But anyway, this book is actually really good. Because her goal is to read these books and just become a librarian or whatever. But she's born in a world where she just absolutely cannot have that. So she's gonna needs to do a lot of work, and she's gonna need to rise up in power in order to accomplish that goal. So she does that. And so everything that happens in the plot is super satisfying because she makes progress towards her goal, little by little. She has all these little goals that she needs to accomplish in order to reach her big goal. And every single chapter, it feels like she's making progress towards doing those little goals that will eventually accumulate into the big one. So. Which is what I like. But anyway, all these stupid like isekais that are like they focus on the harem and whatnot. Another reason I don't like them is because they're so one note, right? It's just one thing that's happening. It's just gonna, you know, the dude gets his harem, bunch of girls like him, and then it's just the whole story is just gonna be the dude doing stuff with the girls who like him. It's gonna be wacky, quirky things that are going on. But it's so boring, right? There's no plot progression. There's no reason for him to do anything. The guys who have the harems, they don't have a reason to like improve, or they don't have a goal to go towards or anything like that. They don't have a reason to not just lounge around and just fuck all their women in their harem, right? There's no reason to do anything other than that, right? These people don't have goals or anything. For the most part. So if there's nothing that the main character is working towards, then what can you even write about? Well, you're not going to be writing about anything. It's not, whatever you do write about isn't going to be satisfying, right? There's going to be a bunch of fluff words in your essay until you come out with enough word count in order to sell the thing. That's what it is. Not Jew. There it is. Do I have the other one on here? What was it? Wotsukoi? I never added it to my list. Oh my god. Okay. I completed it. Yeah, out of 10. No, I have to re-enter it. I thought it was good. 2018 probably. There we go. When did it come out? 2018. Okay, so technically that's correct. This one, Wotakoi. Oh, no, Netju. It's about, it's about this guy and this girl. They're adults. They both play an MMO. They both play an MMO game. And they, like, are friends in the MMO, but they don't know each other in real life. So one day they run into each other in real life, but they don't know that they're friends with each other in the game or whatever. The quirky, oh my god, chance meeting. Anyway, it's a nice wholesome like anime about this budding romance between this girl and this guy, who are both just gamer nerds playing a online video game with each other. That's pretty much the whole series. It's great. I like it. I honestly really liked this one, so I would 8 out of 10 for sure. Netju, and then Wotakoi. It's a little similar, except there's no game involved. It's just these two, this girl and this guy. They end up working at the same company in Japan as each other, and so they just decide to date each other just because. And it's another budding romantic relationship that slowly grows and develops. So. I really like it. I really like this one too. It's cute. The opening song is also really cute. I don't think I can show it on stream, but the opening song is really cute. It's the 4 main characters and they're just doing a silly little dance. Oh. What oops. Story, Get us off the same vibes, man. That's all I need. Hey, I want to watch this. Oh, that's came out recently. Nice. I'll watch it. Eventually. Wage slave propaganda or wholesome rom-com, you decide. This show is the best rom-com and possibly romance of the year. 7 out of 10. It's brutal. Whatever, the other ones were rated similarly. I'm sure I'd give this show an 8, a 7 or an 8. So that's enough reason for me to pursue it. Let's see here. What? I heard Real Life. What's this one? The hell? Oh, it's high school. I'm not in high school. Oh, whoops. Wait. Both animes are about social aspects of playing online games and feature romance and crossplay. Except one is about high schoolers and one's about adults. Okay. Both contain in-game / IRL relationships. They have focus heavily on role playing, how gender is misrepresented in said role plays, facilities or romance situation. Both involve romance in an MMO game world, where the girl is completely off her trolley to hate the reality of life. Nice. Hey, this sounds like a good recommendation. Ooh, I got a 6? I don't give a shit. Let's do it. I don't care. I don't care. Blend S is also a nice one. But I only watched Blend S for the memes, to be honest. I only watched it because it's a fucking Blend W. Anyway, Blend S was nice. I don't know. I'd say it's nice, but one of the things in Blend S is is that the blonde-haired manager dude wants to pursue a relationship with the main character girl who's 16, and the manager guy is like an adult. That's one of the aspects of this. So take what you will from that. But anyway, this whole show, it's about all the characters, and they're, it's just this quirky, they work in a cafe and they have different personalities in the cafe that, because it's like a maid cafe. Oh, one's a tsundere and one's like a sadistic, and like the maid waitresses have different personalities in the store during business hours, and then they go back to their default selves, which, their default personalities afterwards, which is completely which is like a complete opposite of what they portray themselves as. So anyway, it's kind of funny, I guess, because of that, but it's a slice of life. It's whatever. It's just a casual one. Not really plot heavy. It's a matter of specialty, right? I like slice of life ones that do it really well. Blend S, Netju, Wotakoi, Nanan Biori. It's a good slice of life. U Camp, things like that. And then I like comedies that do it right. So Asobi Asobase, Nozaki-kun, Day Life of High School Boys, Grand Blue. These are all comedies that made me laugh. Zombieland Saga, Kaguya-sama is comedy, technically. Technically. Hee 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 hee. Ooh, this was Talentless Nana. This one was good. This is a good one. The manga afterwards is pretty good too, but obviously you don't need to. I like this one. Gari gari iani mekuru story kimi no ni no dobase. Oh yeah, I was gonna play my game. That's right. Pop pop pop. Anyway, close this. Ooh. Ah, is the tongue sticking out? I don't know about that. No Yorha. I mean, I'll bookmark it, but it's not gonna happen. So, oh well. Oh well. Lihi hui hui hui. Hiari hiari himari makuru. Stony stony himari nara sabasa. Bing, bana bing, bing, bana bing, bam bam bing, bana bing, ba da 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 da. Are you guys ready for some Legends of Eidolon? I know I said I was gonna do some homework today. I don't think that's happening. I do not think that is happening, to be honest. So. Oh my god. Alright. So, here we go. So I played last night just to kind of update myself on whatever. We're gonna check out Crab Cakes. A lot of cakes. I don't know what I need all these cakes for, to be honest. Well, how much? No, whatever. We're gonna fight Mimics. I want to see cards. No, quick reference. Anvil. Nah, it should be fine. I can afford to neglect my bricks for a while. Alright, let's go. Let's see how smart guy Ijo's doing. He's doing alright? He is doing alright. Alright, let's see here. Gonna go back. Story. Kina ina no sobasa. Kiani hiani. Imani makuru. Stony. Domina masamasa. I was actually going to put a little more effort into my playthrough of this today, but I don't feel like it's. Ooh. No, we'll put kicks up top. Alright. They both failed, really? Why? Why do you keep failing? Oh my fucking god, every single one failed. I had a 42% chance. And all of them failed. Okay. Hiani, himani makuru, story, ina no sobasa. You know, I'm over here, I might as well freaking extra experience. Alright. Yari yari, imari makuru, stoni, stoni, hina hina no sopa. Okay, so I need fine, 24. So I need to make these golden peanuts. Golden peanuts, they require 100 regular peanuts and 50 gold bars. So we're going to do this. We're going to craft from storage, so we need to make 100 of them. I don't know. I won't have a point of reference for how many I'm actually making, so we're just going to do it a bunch and see if obviously if I put the materials in my inventory and then did it, then I would be able to keep a better track, but I am not doing that. How much does it take to do this? Where do I get a spore t-shirt? Dank payday chest. Oh, whoops. How many do I have so far? I have a bunch. Okay. I guess I could technically just click on this to see. Craft. Nice. Okay, so I need 400 more peanuts. Oops. So I don't know how many that is, but I don't want to overuse my ingredients because I don't want to make more peanuts. I could actually calculate it based off the experience, but yeah, the experience isn't that reliable. Oh. 1, 2, 3. And then I can make, oh, no, whatever. I have enough room. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yari yari, himari makuru, story, story, ina ina no sapasa, yari, himari makuru. More. $25. Okay. There we go. All right. Now I need to put this in here. I don't know. What am I going to take out in order to fit this? Frog legs? Yeah, whatever. What the fuck? I got birthday presents. What is a birthday present? Hey, 25 gems. Hey, another 25 gems. 50 gems, oh boy. Yari yari, himari makuru, story, story, inai no sambasa. Boss boys. Okay. Awesome. All right, so go back to my training. Oh, gosh, excuse me. Yari yari, himari makuru, story, story, inai no sambasa. Scratch, 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 scratch. Swap players to Caraman. Alright. Here we go. So, I got a bunch of experience. Whoopie-doo. Now it's time to go back. Produce. Increase capacity. Yeah, we'll just let it do that. I should be able to put all these items back. We're going to take the peanuts and put the bones there instead. Bones instead of pants. There we go. So now I have, if life gives you peanuts. Where was this quest? Where was this? It said there's a suspicious looking rock somewhere. I don't remember where it is. Oh, that's a long loading screen. Oh, is the game gonna break? Or what? Yeah, it's frozen. Yep. Okay. Game froze. Well. Yari yari, himari makuru, story, story, inai no sambasa. He's a level 29 beginner. Smelt Shannon. Here we go. All right. I don't remember where Rock-chan is, so probably over here. But let's see. We will have to see. What the fuck? Whoa, wait a second. Where are my golden peanuts? Oh my god, okay. At least they're there. Why did the progress not freaking... I thought I lost everything. Oh my god. I lost everything. Yanni, yanni, imani, makuru, stoni, stoni, ina, ina, wasapa. Oh, shiny. Help you be the best beginner. Oh boy. Specializes in looting? Oh, hell yeah. Welcome to the club, beginner for life. You can still be more beginnerist. Long way to go. Desert member knows more than I do. Go find them. Oh, do they? Hey. Hi. Where do I equip this? It's a trophy. Here? Here? Where do I equip this? Oh, I see. Kiwi. Beginner best class. Yeah. Alright. What is this beginner best class? +1 base power for every 10 levels of your best beginner. 1, 2, 3. There we go. Alright. Best beginner. Here he is. Okay, assign attacks. This one, this one, this one, and this one. Okay. Okay. What the fuck? That's so cool. Okay, let's look at some of my other talents. Star points. Regular punches do how much more damage? Put a point into that. That's so cool. He's so cool. Straight up cash, yo. Base luck. 0%. Give one of those. Crystal Mob? Oh, I don't know about that one. Oh, am I like luck based then? Huh? Hi. Oh, she's purring. She's purring. Guess can't see her. But... Nah. He's Kiwi. He's Kiwi. Kiwi. She just jumped up on my chair all of a sudden. I didn't have anything up here. No. Kiwi. Nah. Alright, let's see here. So is my damage determined based off my luck? Oh my god, it is. Whoa, okay, so like luck-based items would... Huh, okay. Okay, so right now my stats are I have 83 accuracy. So luck is my damage and my accuracy stat. That's really cool. Nice. All right, I'm pretty happy about this, honestly. All right. Nice. All right. 13 gems. Very nice. There we go. Nice. All right. Pretty happy about that. Let's go to tasks. Unlocks. Can I get like a better weapon though? Like fisticuffs for beginners. Ayy. Weapon power 20. Alright, we'll get that. Class beginner. You have to be a beginner. Oh, whoops. Okay. There's more that I need to do in this game. I need to figure out how to do quests and stuff, but I can't be bothered right now. Okay, what? How do I make the fisticuffs? Here it is. 5,000 tape, 2,000 potty rolls. You're kidding me. I believe I'm wearing the stingers right now. I don't want to mine potty rolls. Come on. How much will 5,000 cost? Okay, I'm just gonna have to take... $5.5 gold. All right. Well, let's go over to this place. Do I have enough defense and or accuracy for World 2? Nope. Wow, my accuracy is way down there too. Okay. Well, defense would be getting better for getting equipment. So maybe my Amarak gear will go on him first. If I can actually get it. Big Pasta Gaming, you have 5 subscribers. Wow, G. Whitakers, thank you. Okay, so I can go to here. $4,000. Oh, it's because I don't have that much accuracy. Let's bump up my accuracy. Okay. I increased my damage too. Oops. 7,000 experience per hour. So it's 8,000 experience per hour. Do I have enough survivability? Yeah. Easter events. Oh my god. Alright, swap players. We're gonna go Furious Guy Ijo. A full inventory. None. Whatever. I don't need speed potions. Speed. Gotta go speedy. Boom 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 boom. There we go. And we're gonna produce a lot of this, a lot of this, a lot of this. increase experience gain, and then we're gonna put all this stuff away, and then we're gonna go back to mining iron. Actually, how much will I need for a new bag of Papa Juice? 250, and that will require, oops, all those bags. Oh my god. Oh my god. This bag is already equipped. +1 stats, 10 defense, and then +3% defense. Pretty nice. Wait, what was it? Corn kernels? Ugh. I don't know where to go in circles. How many grass leaves do I even have? It's barely enough. Oh my god. Oh my god. Kiwi. Kiwi. Purr, 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 purr. Kiwi. Oh boy, oh boy. $137 per hour, $650. Okay, swap players to this. Huh? What? Bada bing, bada boom. Worth it. Okay. Maple Story music. I have 7,000 ore. I don't need that much ore. Oh my god, so much ore. Ore what? Okay. I'm gonna see if I can actually. Survival rates. Do I I have food? I guess technically I do. I don't even have a 5% chance. Oh my god. How am I supposed to get these? I need 200 of these. Okay. I need to kill the boss again. I don't want to. Purr. Oh, whoops. Gotta hold down the keys. Kiwi, what are you talking about? What do you want to do? What are you doing? Hmm? What? Oh. Oh, okay. Kiwi, I got it. Kiwi. Okay. 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 Hey down. Hey down. You just messed up my glasses, huh? Hmm? Yeah? What, Kiwi? Is... Okay. Did he put up like a healing thing? Hey, you dropped another boss key. I get to fight him 6 times today now. We'll be flippin' do. Do I have that quest? No, I don't have the quest up. No, whatever. Oh boy. Kiwi, what do you want? No. No, whatever. Free pretzel, oh boy. I'm kinda tired. I know I was supposed to do an essay tonight, but I'm just gonna do everything tomorrow. I'm gonna see if I can out DPS this guy. Or if I can out DPS the healing. Yeah, I can. The healing isn't actually that much, so I don't need to even waste time going up there. Alright, let's do it again. Oh, I still have my strength buff up. Alright. Okay. Whoopie-doo. Fun game. I would be doing this on my phone instead of on the computer. It's much easier on the computer. Because of the whole mouse thing. Oh, whatever, I got hit. No. Yeah, I think the thing only recovers one attack's worth of health for him. Yeah, recovered like 200 health. Oops. Nice. Okay. She's just staring at me. Oh my gosh. That's so creepy. Oh, halfway done, guys. Lick, lick, lick. Oh, I missed. There's no AFK window. Oops. Oh, whatever. That's what you sound like. That's what you sound like. Slurp, slurp, slurp. Slurp, slurp, slurp. That's what you sound like. I don't have any food. Or well, the only food that I have is I can make tater tots, and I have a can of chili and cheese for the tater tots. So yeah, that's what I can make. Oh boy, oh boy. Hey, I didn't get hit. Oh, fun game. Oh, he launched the health thing early. I'm not gonna. It's gonna be less convenient to. To have to out DPS it. There we go. Hey, I got 2 slabs. Nice. What's this? Tattered cloth. Oh my god. I need defense. I don't need friggin' this. Friggin' this. Alright, well, one more round of this. And then we'll be done. Well, then I gotta go back to... Yeah, he's gonna keep stomping on me. Whatever. I'm not giving up my damage per second for that. That one was easily avoidable. Avoidables. Italy, France, Germany, Spain, Austria, America, England, New Zealand. There we go, I did it. With hardly any health to spare either. Nice. Awesome, alright. Let's go home. Let's go home. Here we go. Sell the sandwiches. Egg capsule card. Tadashi Datomo. Codex, cards, scroll. 5% skill AFK gain rate. What can I remove? What's this one? 4 base accuracy. Okay, I can remove that. Three more cards to level up. Base wisdom. Gotta play the minigame. Oh, got 3 there. Not like it matters, it's such an inconsequential amount of gold ore. Oh. Oh boy. Oops. Turn this on and one of these. oh. Shucks to shuck. Oh boy, oh boy. Heart of the cards. Yugi, believe in the heart of the cards. You can do it. I believe in you. My grandpa always said, you have to believe in the heart of the cards, and you'll draw the one that you need every single time. Every single time. Hi, Yugi, heart of the cards. I'm so tired. Oh my god, I'm so tired. Yay, getting that ore. I hate this minigame. Oh my god. How many more times do I have to play it? One more time. One more time. Here we go. Okay, well, I failed. AFK info. 23 ore per hour. I have a 7% chance of drawing it, which is fine. Got the only guy who's triumphant. There we go. Nice. Awesome. Alright. Well, that's it. Whoopie doo. Poo poo. Hoo hoo. Lulu. That's it. Oh boy. Guys, what would you do with $38 million? I mean, this really should say 15. Guys, what would you do with $15 million? That's what I was going to talk about. I brought up this whole lottery page, and I was going to talk about, what could you do with $15 million? And I started complaining about stuff, and that took 8 hours. But yeah, what would you guys do with millions of dollars? For me, I'm sure you guys know what I would do. I would go to Japan. I would probably own a couple I mean, that much money, I could do multiple things. So I'd probably own like real estate and, like somewhere in Europe, and then somewhere in Japan, and then somewhere in America. So if a war did break out in any place that I was living in, then I would have other places to go to. Or if there's other problems, then I would have other places I could go to. So, probably just as a backup plan. And then, that wouldn't really cut into the budget too much. I mean, you're talking maybe like $2 million for all three places combined. So it's not like I'd get rich places or anything. So, I wouldn't get like prime real estate in Seattle or whatever. So a couple $1 million for, 3 different locations around the world. Maybe I'd get somewhere in New Zealand as well. New Zealand's a nice war-free place, or Australia in general, just depending. But yeah, and of course I could bounce between the different residences. So what I could do is I could like if I want to visit one of the places, then I could hire, like a week before I show up, I could hire a maid to clean the place, do a full like dusting and cleaning the floor and whatnot, so not walking into anything bad. But yeah, but I mean, other than that, I mean, you just assume maybe like 3 million going to that 3 or 4. So I'd leave me with more than 10 million left. What would I do with $10 million? Well, And my custom house for sure. Um, in probably Japan where I want to be. But then, other than that, honestly, like I'm not really ambitious, so I mean I would put some money aside so I could comfortably like feed myself and take care of my family for the rest of my days, right? So that'd be like what 3 or 4 million, and then I'd have like six left over. What would I do with a spare 6 million after I have food and multiple houses and other expenses taken care of? What would I do with a spare six at the end of all of that? I don't know. I could I'm not really like a big vacation guy. Like if I'm already living in Japan, then I would just want to go to the various cities in Japan for their specialty stuff, but that's pretty much it. Like smells like metal. But but yeah, that's pretty much it. Like I wouldn't not really that ambitious. What could I do? I don't want to start companies because that's a lot of work, and I really want to minimize the amount of work that I do. Um, don't really want to invest in stocks or whatever. I don't know. I could. It's not enough money to like buy a airplane or whatever, to like a private jet to go around to wherever I want. Right? I'm still gonna be using. I'll be taking first class flights, like especially in Japan. Yeah, I'll probably be flying Emirates. You guys know Emirates, the airplane that's like a it's like a double decker airplane, and you get like your own little private room and where you can eat, and there's like the doors there to sort of it's like a private space or whatever, so you could fly in luxury and you could lay down and nap or whatever, right? So like, and then they give you food and whatnot. It's not a little thing. So anytime I'd have to take a flight, like if I were going to a different country or whatever, I'd definitely pay for an Emirates flight. I mean, these tickets are like $10,000 or $20,000 a piece, like per person. So that's um, it's like a lot of the money would probably be going towards there, just living comfortably or whatever. So I don't know. I'd probably just like get expensive food and like Uber Eats and stuff like that. But honestly, like once if I get to live in Japan, and I get the convenience of going out to eat or getting food delivered to me or whatever, like I'll spend an extra couple million over my lifetime doing that. But other than that, my life's pretty much set, right? Got my food taken care of. I'm in a well air conditioned house. I don't have to ever go outside. Internet access, supply of video games, a wife to share it all with. I don't need anything else other than that. So why would I? Right? It's you know. So you know. Why would you need anything other than that, right? It's like spend a little money, spend a little extra money on things like this, where it's like it's gonna make your day to day things more convenient. But other than that, you're good, right? You're good to go. So. But yeah, it's like I don't need. What would I spend? What would I spend? What's that gonna be? Maybe like it's a pretty conservative, like 5 million left after everything's covered. I can Uber Eats expensive food every day for the rest of my life, and I get to live in Japan, and I get to have multiple places around the world, and I can take the occasional like vacation maybe or whatever. I don't know. what would I? What would you even spend? Like, once everything in your life is taken care of and comfortable, what do you need? Like, everything that I could think of buying, anywhere from like Europe vacations or a submarine or a yacht or think anything like that. It's like I could first of all I could do that stuff for cheap, just on the day that I want to do it, right? Like I could take a cruise or a ferry around Japan. Japan actually has these ferries where you can where it's just a boat and it's a cruise basically, but it's just like you want to go from one place to the other, but you want to travel by boat instead of plane or train, then you can just go on one of these, and it's like $100 or $200 a person per trip. And it's like you could get a cabin inside, and like you can get like a cabin inside, and it's just it's just like it's just a boat, or it's just like basically it's a hotel room on the boat, right? I mean, you guys know what a cruise is, or maybe some of you have taken a cruise. It's just basically like that, but in fact, you could just use this to travel, right? If I live in Tokyo and I want to go to Hokkaido, right, which is up north, I could take like a 3 day, like a 2 or 3 day ferry trip and just get on the boat and just hang out in the room and whatever, right? It's only gonna be like a couple $100 per person per way, right? And so if I have millions of dollars, it's not like this is at all that inconvenient. So of course I could get my own yacht, right? I could get a yacht, like yachts. I could get a yacht for like, one, and I could probably hire like a pilot for it too. And how much yachts for sale? There we go. And like I could get a pilot, a captain for it, or I could learn how to man the boat or whatever, and just use this to travel myself, right? So it's. I mean, if I paid $1 million for a nice yacht with a with like an indoor cabin and a bed and stuff like that, then I could just be able to ride my boat around out in the Japanese waters whenever I want, right? Depending on the laws there or whatever, and I just pay to keep it parked somewhere. So I don't need like a freaking cruise ship, or I don't need like a subliner warship. Length decreasing. Okay, we're gonna go all the way down here. Look, you just get a basic ass. Look at this. Like you could get all of like these are gonna have like beds in them and stuff. So it's not like. I mean, I could spend the rest of the 6 million on a fucking boat if I really want to. Right? I mean, I could travel like the entire ocean with one of these. I mean, that'd be cool. I guess it's like, I mean, this is something I could do, right? But I could get the Princess 78 here. It can just go. It can just go. Oh, wonderful. Oh, it looks like it's upstairs here. Like it's luxury on the inside. Honestly, like I just want to ride a boat, like, or I just want to go on a boat. So I want to have my own personal boat. I know I can't have like my own personal jet, so this is gonna be the next best thing. Like how luxurious this is. You get a big old area with a TV. I would want one of these, but like severely downsized. It's like I would want one, but that's like enough for like maybe 2 to 4 people. It has a full-on kitchen on the inside. It has a master bedroom, so that's good. It has a second bedroom. Okay. Yeah, two bedrooms on a yacht. That's necessary, I guess, with a TV. See, this would be nice. 2.5 million. 2.5 million bucks. So I could buy 4 houses in various places in the world, right? America, Japan, Europe, and New Zealand. And then I could buy those 4 houses, and then I could set aside enough money to where I can like Uber Eats expensive food for the rest of my life and for the rest of my family's life, right? My wife and my children until my children grow old. Put aside that much money, and then I can buy this fucking yacht that's basically just it's a half a mansion on the water, basically. So, and then oh my god, they don't fucking okay, whatever. I don't want it that big. I just wanted to have a house inside. That's all I want. Oh, they have this little Voyager. Looked cute. But yeah, there's like a lounge area in the back. This one's 1.5 million. So, and yeah, I could buy a yacht of this size or greater size, and then I'd still have like 3 or 4 million left over. It's like I could secure my family for 2 or 3 generations, and then I could secure another family for like 2 or 3 generations. See, this is nice. This is modest. I don't need that much as long as it has a bedroom in it, right? It has a bedroom in it. I don't know about the size of that bed. I would probably get that custom done, but it has a seat in the shower. That's nice. This is a nice yacht. This is a nice yacht. It's very quaint, but it still looks very nice and pristine. So if the whole world goes to hell and global warming rises the sea levels to drown everybody, then I could get on my yacht and I could just spend the rest of my life sailing through the endless ocean. So it's like this is global warming proof. Getting one of these is global warming proof. So yeah, I mean these are nice. Like I could put my whole extended family on one of these. But yeah, it's there you go, right? And then I have a few million left over. What am I gonna do with that few million? Well, I don't fucking know. I could make an underground bomb shelter in America. All right, let's say the nukes start dropping. I can make a pretty luxurious underground bomb shelter with a sustainable, like, plant garden, animal farm, fish farm sort of deal inside, and I could get it all custom done and all luxurious like and whatnot, like the big like the big one that Mr. Beast visited. And then yeah. And then yeah, you know, I could do that. And then I really wish I could. They won't let me right click. This is the kind of yacht, you know, these are the kind of yachts where it's like people will like party and they'll bring like girls with bikinis on it and stuff. It's like, oh, I'm a millionaire, look at me. It's one of those. It's a nice bedroom though. Nice shower too on the thing. So you know, just take out all the upstairs decorations and then just throw and then just I don't know, make a garden up there. Make a garden and have like a chicken coop and stuff. I saw a video of somebody who had like just a boat, which is basically just a big old raft, and he had like a chicken coop, and he's raising chickens on a lake, like on the surface of a lake. Right, he's on a raft in the middle of the water, and he's raising chickens. I was like, okay, cool. So it's like, you know, I could do something like that. So, but yeah, he was growing a garden on there too and all that. So, but it's like, what could I do with the boat? Right, I could go. I don't know. I could go to. Well, from Japan, it might be tough, but I could go across the ocean. I could go out into the sea or whatever and stuff. I could visit Europe. I could take it to Europe, or pay somebody. Yeah, at that point, I would pay somebody to navigate it, but because I have the money to. But well, like I said, you know, I could buy a full on yacht that you can live on, and comfortably. I could pay for a pilot for it, a captain, you know, ship captain for it to navigate it while I relax with my wife and family. And then, you know, it's like I could do this with a boat. I would actually like to live on a boat like this. Be nice. So, my uncle supposedly lived on a boat for a few years, so I didn't hear much about that, but apparently he did. So there are pretty basic boats out there. That's just like a little cabin underneath to sleep on and sleep in, and that's about it. So you know, you can get a cheapo boat for like, you know, like 40 or 50 grand, and it'll have a little cabin underneath to sleep in and stuff with a little like counter for a kitchen top and stuff. So there's a video on YouTube about some guy went from California to Hawaii, and he just did it in a sailboat. He did it in a freaking sailboat. So he was on this stinky little sailboat, and he just had some canned food with him, and in the cabin underneath the top, there was just a bed and like a little area for a kitchen that he could sleep on, and it's just he recorded. It took him a month to do it. He did it all by himself. He did it with like primitive navigation, and he went to Hawaii. So it seemed like a very scary journey. Like you can get lost out at sea doing that. So but yeah, anyway, I could, you know, instead of going on a Japanese ferry in the public, I could, you know, go, you know, and having to buy a ticket every time I could, which obviously would be more convenient. But I could, you know, if I want to travel around Japan, I could just get my own yacht and then just sail myself, right? So, um, of course, I might have to hire a ship captain to help me do it. Or there's probably going to be a lot of legal stuff, especially in Japan, that's going to prevent me from doing it like that. But you know, whenever, right? Oh my God, seriously, they have something like this? That's so gross. These are beds. These are beds. You get on the boat, and then you all sleep in the same freaking room. It's like a little dormitory. It's disgusting. How terrible. It's like, why would I want to be cramped with all these people? So I guess if you're on a small boat and you pay like $20 for your ticket, then then this is the best you're gonna get. I mean, it's good for solo travelers, I suppose, but they're all next to each other. It's disgusting. Why'd you do that? No, whatever. I mean, I'm a guy, I can handle it, but it's not gonna be comfortable in the slightest. So, not compared to this. Oh my gosh, there's a couch over here. You guys can't see, so it's a couch. But man, there's a nice couch with looking at the TV, and then on the other side there's the beds over here. So, but yeah, I mean, so I could either buy my own yacht or just use the ones that are provided by the country. So flying like this would be a lot more comfortable for someone like me. Because my problem with like taking airplane flights is I always go in the cabin, right? I always go econ class. So this looks like the superintendent of my former school district. I wouldn't be surprised. She earns like $250,000 a year. But yeah, what was I saying? Oh yeah, when I ride economic class, right, the cheap plane tickets, I'm always like, cramped. The chair that they give you is less than the size of this chair. It's this chair but like narrowed in. So maybe it's like this. It's like this wide. So I'm always squished, and then they have little handlebars or the little armrests. I mean, and there's no room to spread, and there's no leg space either. So there's no room to spread out my legs, and there's no room to spread out my arms because there's people next to me, or there's a wall or an aisle next to me. So it's always so cramped, right? And it's very uncomfortable. So it's if it's more than a couple hour flight, then it's almost unbearable. So it's terrible. I don't like the action of flying itself. Something like this, though, the reason I bring that up, something like this would be super comfortable, right? I would actually very much enjoy the extra space and the luxury and the leather seats and all of that. It still sucks to fly. I don't like flying particularly, but it's all right. Or it's this would make it less sufferable, I suppose. So you get like something like this, right? As me and my buddy, or me and my wife, or whatever, and it's just you'd be chit chatting with each other the whole time, or just simply sitting next to each other. I don't think they have one where it's like for couples. I don't think the clientele for that is that big, so they do have something similar here, it looks like, for business class, where you get this like luxury thing. So obviously, like if I'm going on a lot of flights, I'd opt for something like this to save money, because this looks like these are cheaper seats relatively. You're still going to spend like $3,000 or $4,000 on a ticket, but compared to this is probably going to be like 10 or 20,000. So you could save a lot of you could save the price of a car by taking the cheaper option like this. And of course they have economic class, which is just crappy little seats here. So disgusting. Although it does look like there's a little more room. At least there's leg room, so that would be nice. Plane flights wouldn't be too terrible in econ class. An Emirates ticket is still going to cost you like hundreds of dollars, depending on where you go. So I don't know. Let's look it up. Emirates. Emirates flight cost. Let's go to Japan. Let's go to Tokyo. Narita International. Travel restricted. Wait, I can't go to Tokyo right now? Don't say that to me, Kiwi. What? What? I don't know, fine. We're going to India. India. Goodbye, India. Here we go. So if I want to go to India, let's say, then it's a, it's going to be $800 for a ticket. Minimum. So, and that's business class. So, yeah, econ class. Can I do... They won't let me. Yeah, I can probably go on the Emirates website. Kiwi, I'll pay attention to you in a second. Where do we want to go? Let's go to New Zealand. I've never been. Let's go from the 5th to the 13th. Here we go. And I want business class. Hi, Kiwi. Yep. Yep, Kiwi. Yeah, I know you're either hungry or need to go to the bathroom. Just give me a second. One adult, sure, whatever. Business class. Planning your conference. Mind you, LAX to New Zealand is probably like one of the longest flights in the world. Please try different dates. Why don't you tell me what date works for you, huh? Why don't you tell me what date works for you? 16th to the 22nd. Here we go. Business class for both. You know what? Just fucking one way. Come on. Yeah, let's fly on the 17th. Okay, so if I fly on a cheap date, a one-way ticket is $10,000. Holy shit. $10,000. My Jesus Christ. How much is first class? Got a one-way ticket to spare. Let's get out of here. $10,000 for one plane ticket. Holy Jesus. 18,000 for first class. Jesus Christ. But it was like 800 for econ class. So, God, even if I was rich, I'm probably gonna fly econ class. Like, honestly, oh my God. Like, I can't, like, 1,600. Okay, so an Emirates flight is still gonna be pricey, but you're talking about $1,000 compared to $10,000. Obviously, right? If I can save $8,000 on one plane flight, then I'll deal with econ for... How long is this flight? A day? Yeah. How long? How long is this? 47 hours. How much is the layover is 13, so that means I'm going to be on the airplane for 34 hours. God, it's a 34-hour flight. Jesus Christ. Why? Why is it a 34-hour flight to go to New Zealand? I don't know if I want to go to New Zealand anymore, guys. I don't want to be in an airplane for that long. I'm gonna have to have a lot, especially at that. I mean, fucking if I have to go, I'll pay the, and I'm a millionaire, I'll pay the absorbent, $10,000 for the comfy seat. If I'm gonna be, a day and a half on an airplane, then I'll pay it. But Jesus Christ, I'm not thinking about New Zealand. I'm not thinking about Australia anymore. They have really good fish over there apparently, but that's not worth it. It's not worth being on a plane for 34 hours each way. Oh, Christ. And there's definitely going to be a layover, for sure. So, there's a layover in India. But anyway, if I win the lotto, then obviously I don't have to think about any of this if I don't win the lotto. So I can just stay poor. But yeah. Anyway, guys. With all this said, that's going to do it for me. I hope you all enjoyed the stream. I know I said I was going to do work later today. I didn't get that done. So what I'm going to do tonight, if I feel up for it, I don't know if I'm even going to, is there is one of the assignments I kind of know what I want to write for it, so I was just going to burn through that. Just write as much as I can and then just turn in what I have. So she said, oh, it needs to be 2 full pages, so it's like, okay, whatever. So I can just type it up on my laptop, so which is in a quiet place, and do it. So, but yeah. Anyway, guys, tomorrow's gonna be a lot of work. I'm not gonna be able to be distracted tomorrow with any of this. So, but yeah, I kind of let myself to get distracted today. So I hope I didn't talk your guys' ear off. I did end up complaining a lot today. So I realized my throat is very hoarse and dry. I don't have any water in here, so I've been going without that this whole time. But yeah, anyway, guys, hope you all enjoy the stream. Hope you all liked listening to me, I suppose. I gotta take care of this one. She has her arm hanging down here. Arm hanging down here. She's purring. She really wants something, so I gotta get that to her. So yeah, I gotta eat as well. I only had the Taco Bell burrito and a couple of protein bars, so I do need resources. But yeah, guys, anyway, hope you all enjoy the stream. That's gonna do it for me. This has been Big Pasta Gaming. You guys have been Little Pasta watching, and I will see you all tomorrow. Bye, everybody. Sayonara. Take care, everyone. Hope you all get a fantastic sleep tonight, and I'll see you all tomorrow. I'll see you all tomorrow. Good night, your camp character. Good night. But yeah, hope you all take care and get some good sleep tonight. I am going to, and I'll be on tomorrow between 10 and 11. So, yeah, probably more closer to 11. So I do want to grocery shop for something tomorrow morning. So probably closer to 11. That's when I'll get on. But yeah. Anyway, guys, that's going to do it for me. Take care, everyone. Have a good night. I'll see you all tomorrow. Good night. Peace. Bye. See y'all later. Good night. Good night. Purr, purr,